This person is determined to find the end of the world. Just go in one direction, regardless of day or night. Even when sleeping, he still unconsciously walked forward. The fire and the sky could not stop his footsteps. The great mountain blocked his path. He will not hesitate to destroy great mountains. Since leaving, he has never sat down to rest. During that time, his martial arts also improved day by day. Third year, he walked on the snow without leaving any footprints. In the fourth year, he did not need to use energy to control his breath and could still walk on water. In the fifth year, his strength improved another level. His steps did not touch the ground. He flew like a bird. 6 years have passed. His reputation has spread far and wide. The places he passed through were all lives of rise and fall. Everyone said he was a fairy. This also makes famous sects everywhere, and top experts want to stand in his way. But today's gypsies do not have any sects or masters. Can make him feel lost. Over the past 7 years, 9 major sects and 5 powerful families were defeated by him. For the past 8 years, the #1 martial arts expert has been Qian Hong. Along with Chao Dia, they both failed at his hands. 9 years later, he defeated the demonic blood sect and the great spirits of the 4 seas and 8 desolates. 10 years later, he finally stopped. Because there is no more road ahead. He raised his head and looked into the distance, muttering, "Could this be the end of the continent?" From that day on, people respectfully called him, in the history of martial arts, the world's most unique and supreme leader. In front of him appeared a large mountain. A preacher told the story of Fai Long. As soon as he finished speaking, he pulled out a sword and offered it for sale. As advertised, this is the precious sword of the great hero Fai Long. In the crowd, a teenager looked humiliated. His eyes glanced to the side, as if he discovered something. He immediately kicked away the chest containing the precious sword Fai Long. At this moment, the old storyteller was stunned. The young man smiled again and said, "This many divine dragon swords, could it be mass production?" Everyone knew it was a hoax, so they turned around and continued on their way. But the teenager was blocked by 2 brats. The old man told the story and told him he had to pay 10 taels of silver as a toll to be able to go. Teenager Van Gogh is not happy. He felt that 10 taels of silver was too expensive. The narrator intends to scold the children. Seconds later, he was scared to death. I saw that the teenager had knocked 2 brats to the ground. Seeing that, the storyteller quickly got out of the way. A giant black shadow appeared behind the teenager. The person who arrived was 8 meters tall and full of bulging muscles. He calls himself the Demon King. Without saying a word, he swung his fist straight at the teenager and bombarded him. The teenager leaned forward to avoid the punch. Then a punch hit the Demon King's stomach. This right looks soft, but it passed through the Demon King's body, smashing the giant stone behind him. Even penetrates mountains. Hearing the noise, the Demon King turned around in panic and looked back. Then he trembled and turned his head to look at the teenager. At this moment, his face was covered in cold sweat. He calmly replied, "Sorry, I don't know which noble person you are." The young man smiled and opened his mouth. "Hoalak Valley, Demon Head, put an end to Tama's trouble." The young man has mastered martial arts skills, but just for food and clothes, he has to work as an errand boy. He only takes 1 tael of silver each time he works. He always ruins everything. Until now, his income is still dependent. And a competitor also appeared. This man only makes money by sending shoelaces to others. The unbelievable thing is that the girls of Hoalak Kok lined up just to take a glance at the guy. From then on, this white-faced scholar made a lot of money. This makes Tama extremely admiring. As expected, it's still fun to rely on your face to earn a living. A horse-drawn carriage is speeding down the road. The strange thing was that the driver was fast asleep. However, the carriage remained as steady as a mountain. At that time, the 3 people hid in the grass and talked. "That is the messenger soldier of Ma Lintan." That was no ordinary messenger soldier. "Look at that flag, it's a black and white flag." Seeing the horse-drawn carriage with white flags and black flags, passers-by quickly moved aside. A moment later, the carriage stopped at Hoalak Valley. 2 people got out of the car, one in a black shirt, one in a white shirt. I only saw the man in black speaking. "Is this Hoalak Kok? It's so bustling. It really makes me angry. What did we come here for?" Just then, a man in white appeared. "Didn't you tell us to bring that little girl, Bok So Na, back? Let's search first." After all, Hoalak Valley is his hometown. Looking at the villagers in front of him, the man in black shouted, "Can't we kill them all? Maybe then he will appear." Having finished speaking, he threw a punch towards the nearby stone steel. I just saw the stone steel suddenly swell like a ball. Then a loud explosion rang out. Next door, some children are playing soccer. accidentally kicked the ball to the foot of the white-clothed man. The person in the white shirt picked up the ball. He crushed it directly, then coldly said, "There are probably a few thousand people here. Killing them all would be tiring to death. Otherwise, kill a few children. Doing so will immediately be laughed at." Then he threw the ball at the children. Tama picked up the ball. "Ask both of you how you plan to handle this." But the two did not bother to pay attention to him. Seeing that, Tama roared, "Do you hear me? I'm asking you. What should I do?" At that time, the man in black reached out to hold the broken ball, then give it back to the baby. But when he turned back, he patted Tama on the shoulder. Tama's body suddenly swelled up. His body swelled up, making it difficult for Tama to breathe. The children felt very happy and rushed to touch Tama's belly. Right when Tama was about to explode himself, he burped, his stomach deflating like a deflated balloon. Then he played with the children again. Seeing this scene, both black and white silhouettes looked happy, as if they had just discovered a new path. These two fetuses started fighting in the mother's womb. Their mother, whose spiritual energy was drained day by day, was as thin as a stick. When they grow up a little, they like to kill some animals. Out of anger, they cut off the nanny's arm. When the boy grew up, he became disruptive throughout the village. Even their father could not save his life. This is the growth process of the twin ghosts, black and white. To Hoa Lin, a great noble beauty, she got married to Tu Ba Tien quite late before giving birth. But the baby in Tu Hoa Lin's belly is a bit different. According to the doctor, their child is gradually diluting Tu Hoa Lin's true energy. However, Q Tien and Tu Hoa Lin could not give up their child. Because her fetus sucked her vitality, Tu Hoa Lin's health became weaker and weaker. Even though he ate all kinds of seafood and magic pills, his illness still did not improve. When Lin Mi was born, Tu Hoa Lin's body was only a dry skeleton. When she gave birth, she lost all her internal energy, and her hair turned white like an old woman. But the child's birth shocked everyone. Because this child is a deformed twin with 2 hearts and 1 body. After all, the true energy has been absorbed by the fetus. Weakened, Hoa Lin could not bear the blow. Just after giving birth, she stopped breathing. At this time, Tu Ba Tien also became angry. He directly swung his sword and killed the woman who was giving birth, then turned and shouted loudly at everyone. For the next 15 years, no one will be allowed to step even half a step out of the mountain's sight. Anyone who leaks information will be killed without mercy. The tyrannical prisoner loved his 2 children very much, but the actions of the 2 children were extremely strange. They used sticks to beat to death the handsome horse that Tu Ba Tien loved so much. He also cut off the nanny's hand. Knowing all this, prisoner Ba Tien became madly angry. However, their response made people even more angry. Turns out they were just doing all this out of curiosity. Hearing that, Tu Ba Tien shouted, "Why are you so curious about these things?" The 2 children laughed in response. "Because we also want to cut off our hands." As soon as the words ended, the 2 children swung their swords and slashed at the connected arms. The 2 children separated their bodies and turned into 2 hearts. 2 bodies. A few years later, a nobleman named Tien Ko Tu visited Jia prison. When he saw 2 children, just one look to know that the 2 children were mutated due to the practice of Tu Ba Tien and Tu Hoa Lin. Both children practice magic. The white child practices the ice-breaking divine technique. The black child practices demon spirit technique. Tien Ko Tu estimates that in about 5 years their martial arts will surpass Tu Ba Tien. At this time, Tien Ko Tu said with a serious expression, "Kill it, it's still young. Not strong enough to destroy heaven and earth. If it matures, it will definitely cause bloody wind and rain." But prisoner Ba Tien did not have the heart to deal with his flesh and bones. Tien Ko Tu's prophecy comes true. That day, a terrible news came. Seeing the startled expression on his face, prisoner Ba Tien knew something big had happened. When they arrived at the village, they discovered that all the villagers had turned into ice statues. And 2 villagers swelled like balloons asking for his help. But right after that, the villager exploded in front of him. The tyrannical prisoner at this moment roared madly. These 2 devils dared to take the lives of 300 innocent people. When he found the 2 children, they slept soundly as if nothing had happened. He looked at the 2 children crazy. At this time, the 2 children also woke up from sleep. Prisoner Ba Tien's eyes were red with tears filling his eyes. Then he reached out and sucked the legs of the 2 children. But the black child raised his head and raised 1 finger. Tu Ba Tien's arm swelled up like a balloon. As soon as Ba Tien's prisoner's arm was swung out, it instantly became covered in ice crystals. The 2 children smiled and said, "Dad, it seems you still don't know, our martial arts skills have surpassed yours." The wolf-hearted twins massacred the whole district. He even killed his own father. From then on, people called them the two black and white ghosts. 5 years later, black and white twin ghosts came to Hoalak Valley. Will they slaughter this cup too? No matter how scary this man is, as long as it's something he touches. Immediately it swelled and exploded. Tama was hit by this attack but was unharmed. Just one fart, and it's over. Seeing that Tama had cracked the demon's spirit technique again, the two brothers were overjoyed. Everyone was jostling and fighting, wanting to clean up Suma's body. They compete by fighting. At this time, several people from Vo Lin Mon approached him and questioned him. Hoalak Kok was originally the area of Vo Lin Mon. You come from Ma Lin Tan, what is the purpose of coming here? The two brothers didn't pay any attention and continued to play rock, paper, scissors. However, the scolding of the Vo Lin Mon people continued to resound. Immediately afterwards, a stream of sword energy flashed. I only saw the head of Vo Lin Mon directly reach out and separate. It was the white devil who used this sword move. This scene frightened the heroes of Vo Lin Min, because they basically couldn't see clearly what moves Bok Devil made. On the other side, Tama also stopped laughing and his expression became extremely serious. A few people from Vo Lin Mon discussed for a moment, and decided to run away to get someone. White Devil laughed and chased after him. Before leaving, he also told Black Ghost to remember the destination. It seems he is very confident in the Black Devil. At this time, Black Ghost turned around and smiled at Tama. This kid seems to have some ability. What's your name? Haven't finished speaking yet. Tama threw a punch and hit him right on the chin. Suddenly, a surprise attack startled the Black Devil. He could not see Tama's movements clearly. In my heart I thought maybe I was negligent. Why did this evil demon attack him? While he was still thinking, Tama's move appeared in front of him. When danger came, Black Devil quickly raised his hand to defend. But he was horrified when he saw his arm being kicked to pieces by Tama. Tama did not give him any breath. A scepter appeared again. Looking back at the Black Devil, the places that were hit were cracked. Chin too. Shoulder. That Black Devil was extremely scared. The bigger problem is that I can't avoid this kid's fist. The power is so strong that it can shatter even Dan iron. In an instant, all the true energy in his body was destroyed. If he suffered one more blow, he would surely die without a doubt. Thinking of that, Black Ghost immediately retreated and turned to question Tama. Who are you anyway? Tama clenched his fist and asked. The people of Ma Lin Tan are truly powerful. From now on, I will use the power of the Stone City. Hearing that, Black Devil showed a puzzled expression. Could it be that this guy just pretended to be busy? Before he could react, he received a strong punch to the face. Recently, the Black Devil showed off a new move against the White Devil. This move is like a bamboo cannon, but is extremely dangerous. Once exploded, everything around became riddled with holes. Now the Black Devil officially uses this move. Right after that, he grasped Tama's loophole. Then, without hesitation, he launched a move. Tien Loi Violent Vu! Countless powerful energies pierced Tama's body. Moments later, only shattered pieces remained all around. However, when the smoke and dust cleared, Tama was still unharmed, even making fun of the Black Devil. Black Devil saw that scene and was stunned. He was frightened by Tama's aura, because right now in his eyes, Tama's aura turned into a Tien dragon. This young man relies only on momentum. Immediately possessed by Tien Long, even the murderous devil was so terrified that he was speechless, because he had encountered such a scary person before. That person once warned him. If your evil spirit Bao has no effect on your opponent then, so you quickly run away. Because that person is most likely a master of Hoakin. Thinking so, the Black Devil jumped a few times and backed away. He roared like a devil. You, such a cruel monster, why did you appear in this barren land? Tama paid no attention to him, raised his fist, intending to end this fight. Feeling Tama's aura, Black Ghost knew that if he was hit by this punch, he would die without a doubt. He then stared at Tama's feet. At this moment, he was ready to risk death with the opponent. Then he fiercely slammed a palm into the ground. At the same time, a small mountain appeared under Tama's feet. There was no time for him to react. The small mountain under my feet suddenly exploded. An earth-shattering explosion tore through the ground, creating a huge crater. White Devil, who was chasing Vu Lam Mana's people, suddenly noticed the movement here. He thought to himself, that black monkey, being so arrogant, I can't be inferior. In the blink of an eye, he landed on someone's head. The sword flashed, and the man was immediately cut into 2 pieces. The scene returns to Hoalak Kok. At this time, the Black Devil was exhausted and sweating profusely. He used up all his internal strength to perform this move. He just thought he had eliminated Tama. Tama appeared before his eyes. Tama still simply raised his fist. Then an aggressive force hit the Black Devil straight in the face. With one strike, another deep hole appeared on the ground. On the contrary, the Black Devil was now like a dead dog, lying motionless on the ground. This is Demon Spirit City, Rank 8 Black Demon. On the other side, 2 people of Vo Lam Min witnessed their comrades being killed. The 2 immediately separated and ran. White Devil smiled coldly again. Do you think we can't catch you if we split up and run away? One of them ran and looked back. He discovered that the White Demon had disappeared. But right after that, White Devil appeared next to him. He was no different, cut in half by the White Devil. White Devil did not stop. He jumped a few times and reached the top of the tower. He is scouting for the final target's whereabouts. Suddenly a large hand appeared in front of him. The person who came was Tama. I only saw Tama holding Bak Kui's face. Then pressed down. White Devil fell from the top of the tower to the ground. The entire tower was split in half by this force. The white ghost was thrown to the ground, its whole body trembling. He staggered to his feet and looked around. A horrifying scene met my eyes. He saw the black demon lying on the ground. At this moment, his face darkened. He realized that the Black Devil had been defeated. While pondering, Tama coldly asked, "Is killing people an everyday thing for you? I don't know why you came to Hoalak Kok." But before he finished speaking, Bak Kui swung his sword and slashed at Tama. But Tama was faster and threw a punch into Bak Kui's stomach. The powerful force of the wind blew away the wall behind Black Devil, leaving a giant birdwing-shaped hole. White Devil was hit, and immediately became angry. He suddenly jumped up, hovering above Tama's head. He swung his sword and slashed at Tama. But in an instant, Tama disappeared. He appeared, already in midair. Bak Kui turned his head to look at Tama. That place will be your grave. Even if you are in the air, you cannot avoid this move. Ice Break God's ultimate move. Snow Flower Dance. In an instant, countless sword energy condensed from the snowflakes simultaneously shot into the sky. The main target is Toma floating in midair. This splendid move is actually a killer move. Bak Kui wanted to defeat Tama and immediately performed his ultimate move. Countless sword energies rushed straight into the sky, rushing towards Song Ma. In the blink of an eye, Tama's entire body was covered. Seeing that, Bak Kui was also happy and grinned. However, in just a blink of an eye, Tama arrived in front of him. Bak Kui was instantly so scared that he peed his pants. But Tama didn't give him time to react and swung a simple punch. One move to knock away the white ghost. Even the house behind was punctured with a large hole. Just like that, he crashed into the wall before stopping. At this time, Tama absent-mindedly walked out of the cave. He clenched his hands and silently looked at Bak Kui. Until now, Bak Kui is still the 7th-ranked person in Demon Lin City. Suddenly, a pair of hands appeared, lifting 2 black and white shadows. The person who came was the hunchbacked horseman who was stronger than a camel and saw this scene. Tama asked, "Are you also a member of Ma Lin City?" The horseman glanced at Tama and said softly, "I am just a horseman. But what is your name?" Tama did not hide anything and directly stated his name. The horseman pulled the 2 black and white song ghosts away. Before leaving, he reminded, "You'd better run away. These 2 brats were beaten into this state by you. Ma Lin City will not let them go." Demon Lin Tan officially dominates 13 citadels. A total of 100,000 soldiers. In charge of a dozen citadels, more than 10 million people. Suddenly the hospital door opened. The person who came reported loudly, "Lord Demon King! The city lord has ordered a gathering. Please wake up quickly." The person known as Crazy Ghost is currently sleeping soundly. He was covered in sword scars and had a murderous aura. As soon as the family member entered the room, he spit out fresh blood. He tried to open his mouth. "Demon King, quickly put on your armor." It turned out that this man only relied on the murderous aura radiating throughout his body to be able to take the lives of others. Everyone who looked into his eyes vomited blood and passed out. His entire body was covered in armor made from tens of thousands of years of cold iron. But not to protect my body. It's to not hurt others. On the other side, in Tian Ma Quan, 10 great experts were discussing about the black and white twin demons lying on the ground. They don't care about the injuries of the 2 demons. They only worry about rearranging the hierarchy. Because 2 demon swords, one black and one white, are always side by side, they occupy the 7th and 8th positions. If we separate, I'm afraid it will be difficult to get into the top 20. The person sitting in the upper seat shouted, "Who dares to turn these 2 idiots into this situation?" Tama's name was immediately reported by the horseman. The person sitting in the main seat pondered for a moment. This was the first time he heard the name, Tama. At this time, a woman spoke up. Where is Bak So-na? Did you find it? Up to now, it has been a month since Bak So-na left the Demon Spirit City, but we can be sure that he is still in Hoalak Valley right now. Suddenly, a hand pushed the large door open. The person who came was Ma Dying. Seeing the Demon King appear, the person in charge shouted. He then turned to the crazy demon and instructed. You go to Hoalak Valley and bring Bak So-na to see me. Even if we destroy all of Hoalak Valley, it won't matter. Hearing that, the crazy ghost was so happy that his eyes turned red. Turn around and leave Tien Ma Quan. But this time he left. He wants to destroy the entire Hoalak Valley. The runner, Tama, finally received the order. Furthermore, the person who placed the order was a stunning beauty. The beautiful woman also enthusiastically invited him to her house, saying she wanted to interact with him in depth. She took me home. Waiting for Tama is dark, scary, and ghostly. He met a man with iron skin. Morning return time. At this time, Tama, as usual, set up his stall at the beginning of the village and ran errands for others. He only took 1 or 2 taels of silver, but no one placed an order. He thought everything was because of the white-faced guy next to him. He used bombastic advertising to deceive customers. If you don't surrender to Hoalak Kok, you will have no place to live. Thinking of that, Tama decided to teach this kid a lesson. However, the white-faced boy gave Tama a corn. So, Suma was chased away by the corn. At this moment, a group of vicious and evil people approached them. The person who came was a member of the Hoalak Kok Council. The chief commissioner suddenly glared at Tama. Feeling the murderous gaze of those people, Tama's intuition told him to pretend not to know and deny to the end. Then Tama stupidly raised his hand and said, Not me. The counter-revolution is not me. Hearing Tama's words, the chief commissioner frowned in suspicion. What's wrong? I haven't had time to ask yet. The president took out an application form. The application lists the losses that need to be compensated. It turns out that these losses were caused by Tama's previous battle with the 2 black and white ghosts. Tom came closer and looked closely. It turned out that the price to pay was up to 1,000 taels of silver. He immediately pretended to be stupid. Although I don't know what happened, I don't remember anything. The chief commissioner didn't believe his devil's words, so he pointed forward. Quickly see, there's a spaceship. Tama unconsciously turned to look after him. Then he received a sneak attack. Everyone who witnessed this scene was surprised. Could it be? Next, another sturdy guy picked up the stick. A stick swung straight towards Tama. Tama also immediately fell to the ground to begin his drama. Seeing that, several people immediately abandoned their doubts about Tama, then turned and walked away. After leading everyone away, Tama immediately sat up. At this time, someone gave him a handkerchief. Tama also instinctively reached out to receive it. While wiping his bloody nose, he said, The family almost went bankrupt, but luckily we still have a secret room. I only saw a beautiful woman in front of me speak. Can a tael of silver solve everything for me? Then he smiled and said, First get up and take a trip home with me. Hearing her say that she wanted to go home with him, Tama's mind immediately flew away, imagining the scene of him and her getting married and having a child. So Tama responded to the beautiful woman's request. On the way home, the beautiful woman silently thought. She couldn't feel any internal force in his body. It's unbelievable. He defeated the 2 evil demons of the white and black twin demons. Looks like we need to verify again. Soon, they arrived in front of an ancient mansion. Tama was stunned. Why does this look like an abandoned house? The beauty shyly said. It's already dark, please come inside and sit for a while. Hearing this, Tama's mind flew away again. He immediately thought of the scene of that woman seducing him. She pretended to be shy and said, We've only met for less than an hour, isn't this progress a bit too fast? But before he finished speaking, the woman kicked him inside. As soon as Tama walked in, an armored man spoke in a deep voice. Here we come. Rolling around a few times, Tama still held his head tightly. Tama's pupils shrank. She saw a ferocious demon appearing before her eyes, glaring at him. This is a scary devil. If you enter this place, you can only die. But Tama was tricked into coming here by a woman. He was also kicked inside by a woman's kick. He just entered the room and opened his eyes. A wooden statue hung upside down in front of him. This scene scared him so much that he thought he had encountered a devil. Tama quickly bowed his head and apologized to the puppet. Then he tried to turn around and leave, but unexpectedly he turned around. Another puppet with red eyes hung upside down in front of him. Immediately after that, the 2 puppets suddenly disappeared. Next are 2 sword energies. Thousands of troops and thousands of horses were facing each other, murderous aura filled the sky. Suddenly, Tama seemed to disappear into nothingness. As soon as Tama appeared, he reached the roof. Looking down at the tangle at his feet, Tama realized that if these two guys could use swords, they were definitely not ghosts. At this time, several more scarecrows suddenly appeared in the room. Immediately afterwards, all the scarecrows rushed towards Tama. Tama did not flinch. As long as it's not a devil, everything is easy to talk about. Bak Suna also heard the noise in the house. She seemed a bit excited. Has it started yet? But she was not happy yet. A puppet raised its blade high and slashed straight at her. Fortunately, she was also a person with good body skills, and in the blink of an eye, she dodged the attack. Then he roared angrily. Do you want to kill me too? It turned out that the demon general was ordered by Bak Suna to test Tama's strength. These wooden puppets are all controlled by General Ma. The reason for attacking Bak Suna was because she was being chased by the demon spirit city. The puppet swung its sword again and slashed down, yet Bak Suna only used one finger to grip the blade. Cracks appeared on the blade's body. In the blink of an eye it was violent. That's the magic of martial arts. That is the true strength of Bak Dao Na, the successor of Tam Tian Truk Chi. Suddenly, the puppet pulled out a sword from its arm. Another knife comes. Bak Suna still relied on her body to dodge. The scarecrow still stubbornly rushed forward. At this moment, Bak so elegantly became serious. She turned towards the puppet, holding out her right hand. Then he raised his hand and gestured as if he wanted to flick his forehead. The next second, the puppet's face was shot with a large hole. However, Bak Suna had no intention of stopping. She changed her stance again. A stream of air-breaking true energy shot out. I only saw the puppet being cut into several pieces. Even the house behind was cut into several deep grooves. At the same time, the thread on the demon general's hand broke off a strand. But strangely, the room was extremely quiet at this time. Bak Suna then threw herself up and jumped onto the roof. As soon as she set foot on the roof, she was stunned. At that time, the wooden puppets were all destroyed by Tama. The demon general also realized that the situation was indeed a bit troublesome. Looks like I still have to do it myself. Having said that, he jumped up. In just a blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the two Tama people. He held up a large sword in his hand, then fiercely charged down at Tama. A blade of gas suddenly passed by. The entire house was split in half. The ground was cut with a long groove by the blade. At this moment, Tama stopped laughing and his expression became serious. Is Tama finally serious? The demon general casually swung his sword and cut the house in half. The ground cracked into miles-long trenches under the blade. But what's scarier is that he's just a puppet. So how strong is the person behind him? Time returns to the present. General Demon didn't hit him with one attack, but another horizontal knife slashed forward. Tama dodged and landed on the ground. Before he could step forward, a large sword fiercely swung down on his head. The demon general also jumped down. Without making any unnecessary moves, the demon general pulled out his long sword and rushed towards Tama. But welcoming him was Tama's pillow. Just hearing a bang sound, the demon general's sword was knocked away. The wall behind him collapsed, leaving a huge hole. Seeing that scene, Bak so elegant was momentarily stunned. Because of her, I couldn't see Tama's movements clearly. Looks like the rumors about defeating the black and white demons are true. On the contrary, the demon general is a foot taller and wears heavy iron armor. However, the movement is extremely gentle. Furthermore, the sword hanging at his waist weighs hundreds of pounds. Just passing by is enough to kill the enemy. Tama only needs a short sword to block all of the demon general's attacks. Seeing that Tama had avoided all attacks, demon general became angry. He crazily swung his big sword and slashed at Tama. Tama uses Shun-Di to avoid attacks. Tama turned his head in midair to look. Next, an iron arrow shot straight towards the demon general. That one blow caused the demon general's skull to become distorted and flattened. Then, he fell heavily to the ground. But the demon general slowly stood up. He immediately held his concave head. There was a click sound, and the person's head popped out of his neck. This scene startled Tama. Suddenly, from the demon general's body, a female voice rang out. This brat who has no strength at all can display martial arts like that. We must experience it with our own eyes. Really curious. Tama, this idiot, knocked on General Ma again. Suma asked with suspicion. Who are you from? She replied. In the past, people used to call me Ma, but probably not many people remember that name anymore. As soon as he finished speaking, snow suddenly fell. Looking closely, it turned out to be cold air emanating from that woman. She glided in the air, leisurely walking forward. In the blink of an eye, a woman with white hair and white eyes appeared before the two of them. Seeing the woman's appearance clearly, Bok So Elegant was stunned. A memory suddenly flashed. She is still in Ma Lin City. Someone once said that Tian Sun Tuat Nu massacred martial arts in cold blood 100 years ago. The White Devil's practice of I-Soul divine art was created by her. She is the great witch of the western regions who once caused a stir in the martial arts world. If so, no matter how strong Tao Nan is, I'm afraid she's no match for this witch. At this time, the witch quietly looked at the moon. The old woman said slowly, "It's been 10 years since I went out, so you guys have to play with me first. A beauty like this is an old monster who has lived for 100 years. She is also the witch who, hundreds of years ago, had bloodbathed the entire martial arts forest." Faced with such a terrifying demon girl, Tama thought she wanted to compensate for the damage to her house. Looking at the house full of holes, Tama suddenly panicked. He immediately pointed to Bok So Na, saying that everything was dictated by her. Bok So Na frowned and looked at Tama. This idiot still doesn't seem to understand the current situation. Seeing that Ghost wasn't paying attention, Tama started talking again. As a result, a second later he was sent flying by Ghost Devil with a punch. He suddenly rushed straight into the wall. The wall was immediately dented with a large hole. Clearly the devil is interested in Bok So Na. Because Tam Tien Chi is the unique technique of Not Hoa Palace. How could Bok So Na love me? Seeing the witch in front of her eyes, Bok So Na suddenly had the idea to run away. But soon General Ma appeared in front of her. The heavy blade slashed down on her body. Bok So Na intended to use the old trick to break the sword, but this blade was indeed no ordinary one. She had to dodge the attack. A few jumps later created the gap. But General Ma moved faster and caught up in the blink of an eye. At this time, Bok So Na secretly thought to herself, "The demon general is just a puppet controlled by the devil. Only by subduing her can we escape this place." At this time, Ma Lin spoke up and asked, "I heard that 10 years ago, when Di Hoa Kung was in trouble, there was a young girl who escaped death and came to take refuge in Ma Lin. Could she be that girl?" Seizing this opportunity, Bok So Na also came before the ghosts. She first pretended to admit defeat. Then he forcefully threw the smoke bomb in his hand towards the demon. She did not expect that Ma only needed a layer of shield to block all the smoke. Next, Bok So Na immediately performed the 3,000 talismans, and the third move was the yellow dragon claw. She imagined the scene of the devil being torn apart. But in reality, she couldn't even break the demon devil's shield. Blinking, the ghost gently placed his hand on Bok So Na's body. Difficult breathing. At this time, the cold air had penetrated into her internal organs. If you don't detoxify in time, you will definitely die. At this time, Ma slowly walked towards Bok So Na, then used an invisible internal force to tighten Bok So Na's neck. Then she said harshly, "Say it." The secret of immortality turned out to be 30 years ago. The ghost was injured in the shoulder by Bok So Na's mother. Therefore, she was certain about Bok So Gi's identity, and the secret that Not Hoa Kung holds is immortality. Met Bok So Na, but did not answer. The ghosts increased their strength. Just when Bok So Na was about to suffocate, a sound rang out. The person who came was Tama. "I just saw him laughing. Something I left before." Bok So Na seemed to see the straw that saved her life, and immediately asked Suma for help. But Tama completely ignored her and turned around to leave. At that moment Bok So Elegant opened her mouth again. Hearing that, Tama immediately stopped. Then turned back and pointed towards Demon Devil. "This god is not your average type." Bok So Na increased the price to 10 taels. Tama lowered his head and thought for a moment. Then he opened his mouth to speak. "Release her." Seeing this scene, Devil immediately laughed. She directly controlled the ghost general to rush towards Tama and slash. But Tama didn't even bother to look. With just one punch he smashed the ghost to the ground. Is this Tama's true strength? The powerful ghost general was punched until he was disabled by Tama. To receive 10 taels of silver, Tama firmly accepted this application. I saw her whole body begin to accumulate strength. Then she threw herself into the air and threw another simple punch. The female ghost easily accepted this blow, and said very contemptuously, "That's all." There was no time for her to be happy. A large foot 45 meters long was rushing towards her face. Kicked to the ground with a bang. The entire ground immediately rose in dust. Waiting until the smoke cleared, Demon Devil slowly stood up, still muttering, "This kid doesn't use any force, so he can't feel his moves. But without martial arts ability, why is it so high?" After speaking, he raised his hand. Having been abolished, the demon general has once again risen. I only saw the demon placing his palm on the demon general. The next second, the ghost general immediately recovered fully. With a small wave of his hand, the demon general immediately rushed out. Then he rushed forward and slashed wildly at Tama. Tama slightly tilted his body a few times before avoiding the attack. Immediately after, he bent his body in front of the demon general. A simple punch powerfully attacks again. Just hearing a spray sound, a large hole immediately appeared in the demon general's chest. Currently, Tama also proudly poses. But how could the devil make him arrogant? He only saw her waving her arms. Immediately, countless streams of cold air flew towards Suma. Seeing that, Tama immediately raised his hand to stop him. But the great power still pushed him back a few meters. Before he could react, the demon devil arrived in front of him. A negative wind seal was launched. A stream of cold air immediately penetrated into Tama. Tama was also shocked and flew into the air. In the blink of an eye, the ghost fell into Tama's arms again, placing his small hand on Tama's chest. Tama immediately felt a huge stream of power coming. In the blink of an eye, he was sealed to the ground. The ground once again crumbled, rocks flew everywhere, and smoke billowed out. I only saw Tama holding his chest and slowly standing up. Then, take a deep breath and start pushing the cold air out of your body. Seeing this scene, Ghost was stunned, in a vague state of coldness. Incorrect. This kid's cultivation level is higher than that. Is it because the body is not still? This also made Ghost feel interested, so she opened her mouth to ask, "Who are you?" But Tama didn't want to mess with her. He rushed straight forward, shouting, "I'm just an errand boy." Next, these punches did not miss. They all hit Demon Devil. But right now, Ghost Devil is thinking about profound and unpredictable martial arts, just like him in the past. Is it really him? Immediately after that, he immediately reached out to block Tama's fist. Then he spoke, "I finally know who you are." Immediately afterwards, Ghost Demon emitted countless cold auras. This cold air is centered on Ghost, spreading crazily all around. In a moment, the entire area was frozen into ice sculptures. At this moment, Kui reached out to touch Tama's cheek, muttering, "It's so beautiful. The only man who makes my cold heart beat again. Fai Long, and this is a long-buried memory that gradually floods back into my mind. This girl was born with white hair and white pupils. Anything she touches will turn into sculpted ice. Therefore, the children in the neighboring village all called her a monster. Even used rocks to throw her. Actually, she really wanted to make friends, but no one was willing to be friends with her. That night, her mother finished treating her wound, smiling and telling her, 'Get a good night's sleep, we'll leave tomorrow.' Hearing these words, the girl immediately felt sorry for herself and burst into tears. Obviously, they didn't do anything wrong. She didn't understand why they had to live a life of hiding like this. She doesn't understand why she can't make friends, why she can't touch words. I don't even have the right to cry. And at this moment, a rumbling sound came from outside the cave. Her mother immediately led her out. But when she went out, her mother was scared and turned pale. All they could see was a group of people holding weapons surrounding them. And the person who came here was because of that illusory female inner alchemist. Even though mother said that they don't have this type of internal pill at all. But human greed is unimaginable. A group of people did not listen to his explanation at all, immediately pulled out knives and rushed towards the mother and child. Just like that, the girl witnessed her mother's tragic death right in front of her eyes. Until the last moment, her mother still smiled and told her that she must live well. However, Single-Eyed Dragon has no intention of sparing her. Just when he was almost in front of her, the girl finally exploded, only to see her eyes bloodshot. The huge energy instantly crushed the one-eyed dragon into ashes. Even everything in Phuong Vien Tap cannot escape this fate. From here on, the Wanderer appeared a terrible demon girl. Where she passed, no one could escape. Everyone turned into ice sculptures. Until she met him, the only man who made her icy heart flutter once again. This man is Fai Long. At this time, Ghost was stroking Tama's cheek. He muttered, "Why would I have such a wild idea, and even try to find the long-lost flying dragon on you?" As soon as he finished speaking, the ice on Suma's body began to crack little by little. The next second it completely exploded, and at this moment, Demon Devil leisurely spoke. "Let's stop here. I have no reason to fight you, nor any reason to kill you. If I didn't guess wrong, you probably have many things to ask. But don't rush, because very soon you will know everything." Having finished speaking, the ghost demon gradually disappeared. Unexpectedly, this is also a puppet. The person who was really Ghost was standing far away, quietly looking at them. A moment later, she jumped up and left. When she left, Bak Sona also spent dozens of taels of silver to keep Tama as her personal assistant. On the other side, Ju Bok was posing when suddenly a voice came. Is this you? Is Hoa Lakat running errands? The person who came was Kwang Ma, ranked 6th in Ma Lin City. Hearing the question, the little white knight pointed to the side and said, Ma is over there. Seeing that Suma was not there, Kwang Ma immediately turned around and left, at the same time saying, Call that kid for me, saying that Lord Kwang Ma was looking for him. But upon hearing these words, the little white face slowly stood up and spoke. Although we cannot prevent war, but you and I have already grasped it. Having finished speaking, the white-faced man immediately disappeared from the spot. Immediately, he stabbed a sword through the crazy demon's body. Can you believe this little white-faced guy in front of your eyes? Before, he was a chubby boy. Him. Phi Lu is the only son of the No family through 7 generations of single inheritance. But as soon as he was born he was sick. Therefore, No Ventuong sent people to search for precious medicinal herbs. As soon as Phi Lu was born, he was given Shaolin's secret elixir, Dai Hon Dan. At his birthday party he ate Wake Up in 1,000 Years, which only blooms once in 1,000 years. When he was 3 years old, he swallowed his 100-year-old father's pills. Everyone can use a shovel to dig Bok Sun Philo wine. After that, No Ventuong used all kinds of magical elixirs as food for Phi Lu every day. At the age of 10, he even drank the Earth Dragon evil treasure that could bring him back to life. Because the magical elixirs that Phi Lu used were worth thousands of gold, No Ventuong's family's situation gradually collapsed. But his love for his son remained the same. Finally, at the age of 15, Phi Lu swallowed the fire spirit pill of the 1,000-year giant python of Li Hoa Fist. Just like the thousands of years of ineffective Bang Nok Dan in the north, the 2 pills in Phi Lu's body caused a strange change. At this moment, it was as if a fierce fire was burning his body. Then, he immediately dove headfirst into the lake water. Just like that, his body boiled in the lake for 5 days. Even the water in the lake evaporated a lot. Over the next 5 days, his body became ice cold again. Directly freezes the waterfall water. Up to now, he has always used the magic elixir. At this moment, Phi Lu has the body of Yin and Yang, and is reborn as a beautiful man. But his father was miserable, falling into a situation where there were only 3 cottages left. Not long after, the 12th elder of the 5 spiritual sects, Tong Dai Hao, came to visit No Ventuong. As soon as he entered the door, he realized that Phi Lu was the only Yin and Yang of 1,000 people. So he told Wu Ventuong that he could accept Phi Lu as his disciple. And so Tong Dai Hao led Phi Lu to the side of a cliff. Looking at the bottomless deep cliff, Phi Lu was very confused and didn't know why he brought him here. Just when he was about to turn around and ask, Tong Dai Hao kicked him again, causing him to fall, and at the same time said, When you come back alive, we will talk about other things. The adventurer kept falling into the abyss with a face full of wonder, but he miraculously survived. From then on, Song Dai Hao conducted demonic training for him. It wasn't until his basic training was solid that he began to teach him sword techniques. But this set of sword techniques is not simple. Only people with natural Yin and Yang physiques, and must have at least 3 internal strength to be able to practice. This invincible sword technique has great power, and can kill with 1 strike if practiced to achieve great success. Can open mountains and destroy seas, can even cut off thunder and lightning. And Phi Lu was the second person to refine the great success, besides the founder. Now, he stabbed through the crazy demon with 1 knife. But this knife did not hit a dangerous place and was blocked by Kwang Ma. At this moment, Kwang Ma's eyes became red. A terrifying murderous aura immediately spread everywhere. But Phi Lu was not affected by the murderous aura. He slowly closed his eyes, muttering, It must be light, but it must also be heavy. When he opened his eyes again, a blade of light flashed, and the hand that Kwang Ma caught along with the remaining arm were both severed. He was just about to play a trick. The next second, a blade of light slashed towards his neck. This is the true strength of the captain of the action team Vulam Mong Phi Lu. But is the crazy demon defeated so easily? You must know that he is one of the 6 strongest people in Ma Lin City. Was Ma Lin Tan, the 6th ranked player, Kwang Ma, really defeated? The answer is obviously no. Before that, there was a scene that was just an illusion caused by the poison emitted by the crazy demon. The next second, the crazy demon lifted Phi Lu and his sword, then forcefully threw it out, and immediately the whole wall was smashed into a large hole. Meanwhile, Lu Fai was still stunned. At this moment, he felt like he was still in a dream, and the crazy ghost doesn't stop. I just see him jumping up. After a blink of an eye, there was the sky above Phi Lu, then strongly stomped Phi Lu under his feet. In the blink of an eye, the huge force hit the ground, creating a large hole. But according to the law of no smoke, no injuries, Tu Bok Kim should be okay. Sure enough, Phi Lu used his long sword to block this attack. It turned out that he had prepared in advance, and had the antidote ready. Then, he slashed horizontally, causing Kwang Ma to be shocked. Phi Lu slowly stood up, secretly happy in his heart. Luckily I took the antidote first, otherwise I would have been tricked. While he was stunned, a large foot hit him hard on the forehead. A heavy blow directly pushed Phi Lu into the room. Seeing this scene, the villagers were scared and ran away. Looking at the crazy demon in front of him, Phi Lu's face was full of seriousness. Overwhelming power and unbelievable speed. Still the most difficult poison master to deal with. Thinking of this, he lowered the blade and took a stance. Immediately after that, a giant blast of gas burst into the sky. An explosion rang out. The roof was immediately blown away in a giant circle. And the crazy demon's toxins were also blown away by the blade's energy. After seeing Phi Lu's moves, Kwang Ma also recognized him. Initially, he only intended to teach Suma a little and then take Bak So-na away. But since even the captain of the Martial Master Alliance's commando team had arrived, he could only follow until the end. Say it, his entire body emitted a terrifying toxin. Bright red venom was flowing along the fist. Phi Lu immediately took action. He immediately swung out countless swords and slashed at him. But the crazy demon just needs to lift his hand to block all attacks. The armor made from thousands of years of cold iron combined with protective energy could not cause him any damage. Facing head-on, Phi Lu suddenly attacked from behind but was predicted by Kwang Ma. In the blink of an eye, both the person and the sword slammed against the ground. One punch after another. The pilot immediately dodged aside. But the speed of the crazy demon was extremely fast. A large foot arrived in front of Phi Lu. At this moment, Phi Lu could only be filled with surprise. The next second, the whole person immediately passed through the wall and flew out. The maniac slowly walked out and at the same time mocked. Why is the commando captain so weak? The opponent is already us, so we should do our best. Having finished speaking, another punch came. Phi Lu quickly raised his knife to block. And Kwang Ma is very cocky. His mouth keeps talking. The next second, his helmet was kicked off by Phi Lu. This also made him extremely angry, immediately launching a Demon Emperor soul-slaying seal. Phi Lu risked avoiding this attack. But as soon as he dodged to the left, Kwang Ma's fist hit his hip. This punch has great power. The whole hip is punched deep inside. Even the giant tree behind was shaken by the wind and fell. And at this time, Kwang Ma's toxins began to slowly spread. Within an hour, it will cover the entire flower flesh bone, and by that time, people without internal strength will definitely die. The sword pushed Phi Lu to stand up with difficulty. Pick up the knife and slash towards the crazy demon. But the crazy demon only needed one blow to send his sword flying. Phi Lu immediately showed panic on his face. Seeing this situation, Kwang Ma intended to give him the final blow. At this time, Phi Lu calmly closed his eyes. Third Heavenly Dragon Breaking Blade. Lightning Blade. As soon as the words ended, a bolt of lightning rushed down from the sky. In a moment, a long sword pierced straight through the crazy demon's neck. Who would have thought that Kwang Ma, ranked 6th in Ma Lin Tan, would fall like that? As soon as Kwang Ma fell down, Phi Lu pulled out the long sword and stuck it in Kwang Ma's body. Seeing the long sword full of poison, the pilot fell into contemplation for a moment. Then, he put the long sword behind his back, letting the water drip out. To the members of the squad, ordered, "Dispose of the body of Kwang Ma, and quickly clean up the scene." Everyone immediately shouted loudly. Obeying the order, the person who received the long sword fell into deep contemplation. As expected of the leader of the Vu Lin Man commando team, his strength is truly worthy of this position. If in the battle just now, even a small mistake had occurred, the crazy demon will not fall so easily. On the other side of Ma Lin Citadel, a soldier giving orders is rushing to Tian Ma Bao. Seeing this scene, Thiat Ma was full of doubts. Did something big happen? Ranked 4th, Huan Ma also received news at this time. He was a bit surprised to see Kwang Ma lose again. At the same time, 3rd place is Q Tien Huan Nu. Even 2nd-ranked Bok Tru Ven also received news of Kwang Ma's fall. Both of them exclaimed, "Could it be that Hoa Lak Kok has monsters?" Of course, the first person to receive the news was definitely the Chaos Demon Emperor Lin Tin Demon. At this time, he looked into the distance and muttered, "It seems like it has been quiet for too long, even the ants are gathering in groups." Immediately after that, his face darkened and he ordered, "Notify all city lords under his authority, and start war 10 days later." Meanwhile, a small boat was slowly advancing on a dead sea. On the boat was Phi Lu's master, Song Dai Hao, along with one of the 12 elders, Thap Kai Tien. They had to go to the headquarters of Vo Lam Min to join the Association of 12 Elders. And this meeting is to discuss how to deal with Ma Lin Tan. After everyone finished discussing, Tong Dai Hao opened his mouth to analyze. If there were only internal cadres of Ma Lin Tan, it would not be difficult. What would be difficult would be the city lords of the 13 cities under its command and its hundreds of thousands of generals. And there is a possibility that Hell Demon will ally with Ma Lin City. If so, the Martial Arts Alliance is afraid it will be difficult to defend. On the other hand, after more than a dozen days, they also commented that the Martial Arts Alliance does not have the strength to come to support. Just deal with Vo Hong Tan. Tai Bin Fu and Thap Bat Tray caused great difficulty with provocation. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone looked towards the Great Elder. Seeing this situation, the Great Elder also spoke up. The owner of the Ghost Soul Valley, Dezoa, after Flying Dragon dominated the world, became the first person to rank among the top 10 martial arts masters. Such experts teaming up with Tien Ma is disadvantageous for us. I have sent soldiers to Kok Ghost Soul. It is estimated that he has arrived at Kok Hoa Lak at this time. The person the Great Elder mentioned was this person. He was also the Deputy General Manager of the Martial Arts Union Lai Quan Nak. Just as the small boat was about to dock, Lai Quan Nak suddenly disappeared in the blink of an eye. This young man, at a young age, sat down to the position of Deputy General Manager of the Martial Arts League. At the same time, he is still a boatman of the 36th Lo De Ka Bong Gang. This time he received orders to go to Kok Ghost Soul to negotiate cooperation with one of the 10 great masters Dezoa. But he has another mission, which is to eliminate Bok So Na. Although the news that the Demon Spirit City was preparing for war was spread by Bok So Na, she must be killed. Phi Lu was very confused as to why the master of Vo Lam wanted to cruelly attack a girl who had helped him, even sending Lai Quan Nak to spread the word. However, Bok So Na was completely unaware that she was telling to Ma about her background. When he was young, her older sister took her to practice martial arts every day. He also took her out to eat all kinds of delicious food. At that time they were really happy. Until one night, a group of assassins broke in and broke everything. Their mother chose to stay alone to hold off the assassins, to help them escape. And her older sister had such good sense that she could run away. At that time, because he was so scared, he stopped thinking and could only run away without stopping. When she woke up, by performing magic, Hoat Song was burned by a fierce fire. In the end, she was the only one left alive. And at this moment several experts of the Demon Spirit City appeared in front of him. As soon as she arrived, she aggressively pressed her to ask about the whereabouts of the immortal grass. So, she lied that she knew where immortal grass was. But she also asked Ma Lin Tan to protect her for 10 years before she handed over the immortal grass. This is also the reason Ma Lin City hunts her down. And this time Lai Quan Nak came to get rid of Bok So Na, ostensibly to prevent the hot blood rising in his heart that the immortal grass would stir up. Actually, the superiors don't want immortal grass to fall into someone else's hands, right? If the immortal grass falls into the hands of Yaksha of Ghost Soul Valley or Heavenly Demon of Demon Spirit City, the consequences will be unimaginable. After that, she immediately took out Vu Lin Min's letter and wanted to give it to Phi Lu, but Phi Lu did not move. Lai Quan Nak was very helpless. He also knew in his heart that Phi Lu would not do this kind of thing, so he decided to take action himself, only to see him using the stick in his hand to knock on the window. Immediately, a stream of true energy passed through Bok So Na's ears. This scene also made Tama stunned. But when he woke up, he discovered that his pig's leg had a hole in it, which made him angrily grit his teeth. After that, he asked Bok So Na if she was injured. But Bok So Na shed tears. She guessed that either people from the Demon Spirit City or the Martial Arts Alliance had betrayed her. However, she soon got used to these things. Bok So Na was just about to advise Tama not to worry about anything. But it was discovered that Tama was no longer there. At this time, Tama arrived in front of Phi Lu and two people. "Is it you? Who poked a hole in my favorite hoof? Can you believe it, just for a hoof?" These two people immediately started fighting each other. The reason was that Tama was happily munching on pork trotters, but Lai Quan Nak hit him with a stick, making him cry. It was very difficult to eat meat, so of course Su Ma couldn't bear it, not to mention this attack was aimed directly at Bok So Na. I only saw Tama clenching his fists until he sat down. Right after that, a punch immediately caused Lai Quan Nak to retreat, and Lai Quan Nak still smiled brightly and said, "This punch is really powerful." Before he finished speaking, Tama kicked him again. This kick directly kicked Lai Quan Nak to the ceiling. This scene scared the members nearby. Even the little cat came to make fun of him. At this moment, Lai Quan Nak moved slightly and then fell, still muttering. Even though I don't know what relationship you have with Bak So-na, it's okay to do this to this point. Having finished speaking, he swung his stick and stabbed it out. The wall immediately appeared another hole. But he did not attack Tama with this attack. He just wanted to give Tama a warning. If Tama takes one more step, his small life will no longer be possible. At this time, the villagers outside also heard the movement, and immediately ran away. Day after day, these errand boys almost brought down the entire village. Returning to the battlefield, Tama once again swung a simple punch. A blow caused the wall to cave in. Luckily, Lai Quan promptly dodged. Then he also performed a set of combo shots. The wall immediately appeared countless small holes. Just like that, the two sides fought back and forth for a few moves after that. Tama also grasped the loophole. Directly threw a powerful punch into Lai Quan Nak's face. This punch directly knocked Lai Quan up against the wall. A large hole appeared on the wall. I only saw Tama seriously say, "This punch is for Bak So-na. Next, replace my most beloved pig's hoof." After speaking, I rushed forward. But this punch was blocked by Lai Quan Nak. Then, he also performed a killer move, a stick hitting Tama in the stomach. This blow caused Tama to retreat a few meters before stopping. At this moment, a voice came from behind. "This is enough." I only saw Fai Lu holding the long sword and slashing it down for a while, then opened his mouth and said, "Just now was his strongest killing move. It seems he really intended to leave a few holes in your body." When he saw the pilot calling him to stop, Lai Quan Nak did not intend to continue fighting. He walked quickly towards his chest, and at the same time said, "If Bak So-na knows the whereabouts of the immortal grass, as for handing her over to Ma Lin Tan or Ghost Soul, this responsibility must be shouldered by Fai Lu." But unexpectedly, Fai Lu asked him a strange question. "Who are you?" At this time, his teammates also raised their swords to his neck. Because Lai Quan Nak has never considered the concubine his friend, nor has he ever called the concubine by name. He wanted to argue a little more. But the next second, Fai Lu's long sword was close to his neck. Seeing this, Lai Quan immediately exerted his strength, and directly repelled two Fai Lu people. Then laughed coldly. "Ask a question. If I'm not Lai Quan Lak, then who do you think I am?" He is actually Yen Zoa, one of the 10 great martial arts masters. Faced with such a terrifying character, Tama was still able to stand firm and win. But Fai Lu did not know Dezoa's identity, so he completely did not care about these things. Now he just wants to know if Lai Quan Nak is alive or dead. Faced with Fai Lu's question, Dezoa clearly did not want to answer. Hearing that this person was a fake, Tama was also interested and expressed that he wanted to personally take off his mask. Hearing that, Dezoa reluctantly scratched his head, then provocatively wiggled his fingers. "Can you take it down?" Fai Lu and Tama were both prepared. Then he rushed towards Dezoa. In the blink of an eye, a loud explosion rang out. The entire roof of the inn was blown off. However, both of their powerful blows were blocked by Dezoa. Right now, his expression is still extremely comfortable. The next second, he immediately forced the two Tama people to retreat. But the two people's speed was extremely fast, and they attacked Dezoa. After blocking this move, Dezoa also sighed for a while. As expected, relying on this body to deal with the two people was indeed a bit difficult. Said that his whole body burst out with a terrifying aura. The power emitted caused the floor to shake and crack every inch. A moment later, I saw him tearing the camouflage layer on his body like tearing his clothes. Then, walked quickly towards Tama. At this time, Yiksha's true body finally appeared. My pupils couldn't help but shrink for a moment. Because he is a master in contemporary martial arts, calling himself Dezoa. And this Tama innocently scratched his ears. Is Dezoa the name of the fork? And Yiksha is very interested in Tama, because his body was missing the Demon Emperor's soul control needle. Could it be that someone abolished his martial arts? Erase his memories. At this time, members of the real estate team, not knowing whether to live or die, slashed towards Dezoa. Immediately after that, his sword shattered. Then his hand was twisted into the shape of a paddle wheel by Dezoa's protection. The whole body was thrown hard to the ground. When seeing this scene, Tama said in a deep voice, "Thank you for caring about me. However, perhaps you will be disappointed, because I only drink JT." Hearing Tama's words, Dezoa hugged his forehead and laughed. His laughter made the whole inn shake. Tama felt that his laughter was hard to hear and once again scratched his ear to signal that he should act quickly. A real man should talk with his fists. Then, Tama threw a punch at Dezoa's cheek. Dezoa did not move at all, raising his fist. The next second, Tama was sent flying to the first floor. Immediately after that there was a loud noise. Fai Lu was also immediately punched and fell down. Fai Lu looked solemn and said to Tama, The opponent is someone in Leap Vu's temporary expert rankings. You also have to risk your life in a battle. And at this time, Yiksha slowly walked in. Just relying on the lives of the two of you is probably not enough. While talking, Fai Lu kicked the table towards Dezoa. Yiksha waved his hand, and the table immediately turned into a pile of wooden pieces. Suddenly Fai Lu came quickly. A fierce sword slashed down. But Dezoa still gently neutralized this attack. Then Dezoa gently raised his palm. A sudden force of gravity rushed towards Fai Lu. After a loud noise, he was pressed hard to the ground. However, facing such great gravity, Fai Lu still slowly stood up. Then, he used all his strength to throw the long sword at Dezoa. But this blow hit Dezoa's afterimage. The next second, he was defeated by Dezoa. Dezoa said boredly, "If there are any other tricks, just use them." As soon as the words ended, a bolt of lightning came from behind Dezoa. This attack is the move to kill the crazy demon. But in the next moment, Fai Lu was stunned because Dezoa used his bare hands to block this blow. Fai Lu was full of surprise. You must know that this is the first Dao Dharma in the world, Kuang Long Kuk Tien Dao. But in Dezoa's eyes, this is just a tactic used to attack. He immediately threw Fai Lu aside, and at the same time crushed Fai Lu's long sword. At this moment a voice came. That was Tama, swinging his fist and rushing towards him. Dezoa raised his hand and directly grabbed Tama. Then, a stream of powerful energy passed through Tama's arm. A large blast directly sent Tom flying backwards. As soon as the Toma landed, it rushed forward like a yiksha. One footstep down, the entire floor was smashed to pieces. Under this blow, Tama immediately fainted. This made Dezoa feel extremely bored. This kind of fighting power really disappointed him. But at this moment, Tama's voice rang out from behind. I just saw him speaking coldly. Is it a bit bad to say disappointed now? Two ambassadors run errands of Min Tran Zhang Ho. One person had his long knife crushed by De Exe, then threw it aside like trash. Another person was trampled until he fainted. This fighting power also made Dezoa extremely disappointed. Just as he was about to leave, Tama slowly stood up again. Then, he grabbed the giant piece of wood and smashed it towards Dezoa. Then there was another kick. But Dezoa immediately raised his hand to block Tama's attack. After that, Dezoa spread his arms wide and showed that he would not leave this position even half a step. Furthermore, he doesn't even need to use his hands to attack. In addition, I also gave Tama 3 moves first. After that, he laughed and said, in 3 moves, if you can make me take action or retreat half a step, I will let Bak Sona live another day. Hearing these words, Tama raised his fist, gathered all his strength, and rushed towards Dezoa. It was a blow from Dai Luk Tran that caused the surrounding pieces of wood to fly up. But Dezoa was completely uninjured. Immediately after, he opened his mouth and released a lion's roar. A stream of cause and effect spread out, immediately causing Tama to be blown out of the room. But Tama's speed was extremely fast, and in a few flashes he was back in the room. At this time, his foot was aimed straight at Dezoa's head. A kick came down. Dezoa only tilted his head to dodge this attack. Dezoa also immediately threw a high kick towards Tama. This kick actually sent Tama flying several hundred meters into the air. Fortunately, Tama also grew up watching Tinjia's movies. From there, learned the technique of descending from the sky. Even Dezoa felt the power of this blow. Must take action to stop it. But at this moment, Tama smiled strangely. Seeing him increase his strength again, a crack sound rang out, and Dezoa was knocked to the ground. This blow directly made the floor cold. Immediately, the whole area became billowing with dust. When the smoke cleared, Dezoa slowly rose into the air. He was a bit reluctant. This time it was considered a big loss of face. Tama shouted loudly, "You better keep your word." Right after that, Biksha landed on the ground and said that he would not attack Bak Sona today. He turned his head to look at the sky outside the window. Since there's still some time, let's play with you a little longer. Suddenly a heavy force came. Tama was immediately forced to the point that his back was bent, and his whole body could not move. But at this moment, Dezoa increased its gravity. But facing such strong gravity, Tama still gritted his teeth and persevered. When seeing this scene, Dezoa couldn't help but exclaim, unexpectedly, not only was it hard, but it was also absorbing my internal force. However, absorbing internal force also has limits. As soon as the words ended, Yiksha increased the gravity again. This time the gravity was even more fierce than the previous 2 times. Under the enormous pressure of gravity, Tama was pressed firmly into the ground. Dezoa arrived at the cave entrance, and coldly looked down. At this moment, the entire ground suddenly shook loudly. A moment later, a giant Tien dragon suddenly emerged from underground, coldly staring at Dezoa. That giant heavenly dragon kept closely following this man. But he was not afraid at all, on the contrary, he seemed extremely excited. In his eyes, things had finally become more interesting. And the one who summoned the Tianlong was this young man in front of him. At this moment, he was like a crazy person staring intently at Yiksha. In just a blink of an eye, his knee was in front of Dezoa. With a loud bang, he directly hit Dezoa and fell backwards. But his attack still hasn't stopped, just seeing him raise his hands high. Another powerful blow fell. At this moment, Tama was like a wild animal completely controlled by instinct. To be more precise, it was a real beast. This made Dezoa extremely disappointed, so he conveniently threw Tama out. At this moment, he thought to himself, is it because my expectations are too high? This kid doesn't seem to have anything worth exploiting further. In his eyes, Tama's movements were too monotonous, completely without a plan. If he is not a flying dragon, just a wild beast, then there is no need to waste any more time on him. As soon as the words ended, Tama rushed towards him again. But in the next second, Dezoa raised his hand and threw an elbow, causing Tama to be thrown far away. But Dezoa had no intention of stopping, sliding forward to deliver another powerful punch. With one blow, Tama immediately fell down and could not get up. When Tama fell, the heavenly dragon, transformed by true energy, also fell with Tama. Seeing this scene, Fai Long did not choose to run away, but told the members to throw the long sword over. He then ordered the entire rangers to withdraw from the hotel. No matter what happens to me, you are not allowed to interfere in this battle. In case I die here. But the words haven't finished yet. He's already holding the long sword tightly. Don't worry, I'll definitely survive. Then, he steadfastly looked straight at Dezoa and rushed forward. He grabbed the long sword with both hands and swung it powerfully. A giant blade of gas flashed past. In the next moment, the entire house was kicked into two pieces by him. But even though it was such a cruel move, Yiksha still easily blocked it. The Yiksha kicked the flying dragon and fell to the ground. But he did not notice that Tama was slowly standing up behind him. I only saw Tama gently raise his hand, muttering, "Vo Tat, this Yiksha has a fierce face, what is this kid doing?" But right after that, a huge stream of true energy passed through the house, and the already damaged and completely collapsed. And the Yiksha received this blow, and his whole body couldn't help but start shaking. At this moment, he thought to himself, this kid's innate true energy was unimaginably deep. Is it true as Ghost Devil said, he is a seed that can change the situation of martial arts? But think again, no matter how powerful a seed is, it is still just a seed. After speaking, he raised his hand, then immediately knocked Tama unconscious. Looking at Tama falling to the ground, Yiksha couldn't help but exclaim, I want to see if you are worthy of a woman like Demon Devil sacrificing her life for you. Why did Dezoa, who stood among the top 10 masters of martial arts, set foot alone in Hoa Lao Kok? The story begins when the Demon Devil enters the Demon Soul Kok. When the Demon Devil entered the Valley of Ghosts, a group of little CACA rushed towards him. But facing these supporting roles, Devil doesn't even need to take action to solve them all. And at this time, someone recognized the ghost and immediately told everyone to retreat, because that ghost was the former owner of Ghost Soul Kok. Very quickly, Demon Ghost arrived in front of the main gate of Demon Soul Kok. And before that, Lai Quan Nak, who came to negotiate, was tied up by the Yiksha. At this time, Dezoa was interrogating him. Because of the ghost's appearance, his subordinates immediately went to report to Dezoa. A moment later, Dezoa arrived at the main hall. He came to the seat, coldly looking down at the ghost below. When you left at first it seemed like you would never return, now why return? In response to Yiksha's question, Ghost Devil also played a little mischievously. The position of Kok Master was mine from the beginning. Then he said in a deep voice, I didn't come to take back the position of Valley Master. The reason I came here is completely opposite. Ma Lin Tan and Vo Lin Min declare war on Ghost Soul Kok located in the middle. Even if you refuse to become a demon spirit, or join them in fighting the Vu Lin Min, the Ghost Soul Cup will not gain any benefits, and may even cause the Ghost Soul Cup to perish again. And I can help you maintain the Demon Soul Cup. Speaking of this, Kwee seemed a bit tired and needed to find a place to sit down and rest. So, she gently raised her small hand. A long spear immediately flew towards a fat man. The fat man reacted extremely quickly and grabbed the long spear directly. Immediately jumped in front of Demon. He very arrogantly held the tip of the spear and pointed it at the Demon Ghost, indicating that the times had now changed. The Demon Soul Cup had no more room for the Demon Ghost. But Ghost didn't even bother to glance at him, and directly raised his hand through his stomach. Just like that, The fat boy turned into an ice statue blocking the river. The next second, he was beaten into pieces by Ghost, and at the same time said, Tam Lang's position could not withstand a single blow, which was disappointing. Immediately after that, Kui sat in Tam Lang's position and said to start over with the previous topic. Dezoa also did not pay attention to Tam Lang being killed at that time. He said in a deep voice, You can't help me for no reason, surely there is something you want to ask for? And the Ghost conditions were only one, the life of Tama, the errand boy at the Pure Land Valley, and the life of Lu Tai. Hearing that, Dezoa directly told the people of Ma Lin Tan, conveyed word to the heavenly demon that Bok So Na's kidnapping and Hoa Nak Kok's employee were no longer accepted. Just kidding, no matter who the devil is, Dezoa naturally chose to cooperate with her. The more important reason was that such a strong woman had indeed proposed this experience, which also aroused Yaksha's strong curiosity. At this moment, Tama's voice was heard from behind. So what? What do you feel after meeting me? Dezoa didn't answer, he was just a little surprised in his heart. It was unbelievable that this kid could recover so quickly. When seeing that Dezoa did not answer, Tama immediately looked straight into his face and asked again. The Yaksha said somewhat reluctantly. Can't say clearly right now. That's it for today. Before leaving, he also reminded that if you want to know Lai Quan Nak's life or death, you should go directly to the ghost. Then he coldly stared at Tama. Next time we meet again, your life will be mine. It's evening time, people are eating barbecue and singing. At this time, Phi Lu asked Tama, What are you planning to do now? Regardless of whether you want it or not, you are already involved. Tama was eating meat, so there was no time to pay attention to him. Therefore, little Bok Kim can only talk to Bok So Na. At this time, Tama came up with a bold idea. That is to directly destroy the demon spirit city. Just deal with the Tien demon, then all problems will be easily solved. A plump hand holds a scorpion. Then stuff it into your mouth and eat it. Don't look at how cute he is now, he is the heavenly demon who will dominate the entire Demon Lin city in the future. And Bak Tien Vuda happened to travel to this place. He was very curious in this desolate and deserted place. How could such a small child survive? But without much fanfare, he brought the boy back to Ma Lin city. But this is also the thing that Emperor Bak Tien Vo regrets the most. When Tien Ma was 5 years old, his body was no different from that of an adult. At the age of 7, he defeated the number 1 master of Ma Lin. After that, Tien Ma's nature was completely revealed, he became extremely brutal, intending to kill him to prevent him from causing greater carnage in the future. But Emperor Wu did not expect that Tien Ma's martial arts skills had already surpassed his, using only his bare hands to pierce his chest. At this time, Tien Ma also revealed the incident. That year, when he was just born, he killed everyone in the village. This is the growth process of Tien Ma Lin Tin Tin. Time returned to the present. After Tama proposed that bold idea, Phi Lu felt very foolish. But he thought carefully, this was indeed the only feasible plan at present. So he started planning. The Ma Lin Citadel army needed 10 days to assemble. If they can get Tien Ma's head before then, maybe they can stop the war. And his plan is to form a small team to conduct an attack. The members of the squad include Bok So Na, who clearly understands the magic formation of the demon spirit city. And he is the leader of the special task force of Vo Lin Min. Furthermore, they also have the 3 generals, the deputy general manager of the martial arts union, Quan Nak, bounty hunter Vo Nan. There is also a rough ghost snoring. However, if you want the sneak attack tactic to be successful, you need a bait, for example. Immortal grass. Hearing these words, Bok So Na also silently looked up at the sky. Then he turned around and said immortal grass really existed. At this time, Tama suddenly grabbed Bok So Na's leg, still muttering in her sleep. Bok So Na angrily kicked him away. Then he said, if no one found it, immortal grass would probably still be there. A public servant laboring in prison. As soon as the words ended, Tama hugged Phi Lu's leg again, this time shouting Miss Hoa. Phi Lu also threw a kick at Tama. This kick directly kicked Tama into the fire. However, the cruel Tama was still sleeping soundly. The concubine ignored him and told Bok So Na, well then, just follow the plan. The next day, everyone acted separately as planned. Phi Lu went to meet part of Vo Lam Min's army, and Tama and Bok So Na went on a trip to the infinite sleep, then went in search of immortality grass. Some people promised to meet at Kok Ghost Soul after 3 days. This teenager was cruelly hung upside down in a cave by his family for 10 years. When hungry, you can only catch poisonous insects in the cave to fill your stomach, and even going to the toilet can only be solved by hanging upside down. However, every month someone opens the cave. Accompanying it was a falling book. From then on, the teenager began practicing according to the exercises in the book. Just like that, a full 10 years have passed. The strange thing is that later he can walk backwards and jump, as if he were on flat ground. However, from then on the cave door was never opened again. Only then did he suddenly realize that he could rely on his own strength to rush out. Finally, he walked out of the cave. For him, the world in front of him is very new. At this moment, 7 people wearing black cloaks appeared behind him. People who came to see the teenager also felt awkward. It seems that among so many children, he is the only one who survived. Just like that, he was taken away by the black-robed man. After that, black-robed man gave him a magic technique book, and this book has a huge background. It is one of the most famous martial arts in the world. In the evil demon palace, it also ranked first. Successfully refining the 3 parts can erase the aura and sound of the object, and those who possess internal power can also erase their own shadow. Refining 5 parts, people under the painting mirror realm cannot detect their appearance at all. When the young man grew up, he also became a famous bounty hunter. His assassination targets were all notorious masters of desperate situations. 17 assassination attempts is a fatal blow that has never failed. He is not Vohan. At this time, he was waiting for the appearance of Blood Fire Demon Hand and Van Tam, hiding in the small temple for 17 days. Right now, Hoa Van Tam finally arrived here. As soon as he entered the door, he immediately detected Vo Nan's aura. You are a little stronger than I thought. It seems that the rumor that you are more powerful than Fire Cloud Evil God is not unfounded. Hearing this, Hoa Van Tam was angry. I really dare to put myself on the same level as that old man. In the blink of an eye, a terrifying aura erupted. Even the floor was shattered. The explosive aura swept across the entire room. But Vo Nan couldn't do anything. His face was full of hate, causing dust everywhere. And at this moment, Hoa Van Tam revealed a surprised look, because he discovered that the person in front of him had no eyes. Could it be that this kid was the bounty hunter of Chaos World Demon Palace? While he was stunned, a black pearl soared towards him, but he reacted extremely quickly, raised 2 fingers and grabbed the pearl. But this pearl had a silk thread connected to it that tightened his neck. Entwined with each other, he immediately broke out, not expecting to play this petty trick on him. You must know that this body of his is no longer afraid of swords. But in the next moment, his head was separated from his neck. I saw not Vo Nan take back the thin silk and calmly said, "The sword is not light at all, and this is dragon's silk." As soon as Not Vo Nan stepped out of the small temple, the entire temple collapsed in the blink of an eye. Even the trees and imps outside were cut in half. And Not Vo Nan did not know that he was about to meet a terrifying runner. He is a famous bounty hunter. To assassinate the target, he lurked in a small temple for half a month. When he completes his target, I just suddenly realized I haven't eaten anything for half a month. So he immediately went looking for food. But on the way he discovered someone was following him. He immediately decided to stop. Immediately after that, he pulled out 3 flying knives and threw them at the watcher. His whole body followed the flying knife and jumped down. But after going down, I discovered there was no longer a spear left. Suddenly there was a tearing sound in the air. Before he could react, his whole body was knocked to the ground by a strong punch. At this moment, the person who had just made the move slowly walked towards him. The person who came was Tama. As soon as he arrived, he cursed. "Why did you throw a flying knife at me as soon as you came up?" Flying something made Vo Nan angry, so he turned on stealth mode, secretly thinking that this person had no murderous intent. It's still better to leave. So, he turned around to leave, but Tama directly stopped him and scolded. "If you attack someone for no reason, don't you apologize and want to leave?" And Vo Nan pressed hard again. This kid can see me again. It shouldn't be. So he immediately activated level 2 stealth and asked him, "How can you still see me now?" And Tama directly reached out and rubbed his head. "You kid, you're not seriously ill, are you?" Seeing that, Not Vo Nan immediately retreated far away. At this moment, he was finally no longer calm, thinking that perhaps he had encountered the expert Hoakin. Tama did not intend to let him go. Today he was determined to teach him a lesson. Vo Nan also took out the pearl containing dragon's silk. A ding sounded, then the pearl was shot out. In just a moment, he surrounded Tama and said threatening words to Tama. "If you don't want to die, leave immediately." Tama is not a person who is afraid of things. If you don't apologize, then wait to be beaten. At this moment, he imagined Tama's head falling to the ground. He leisurely put the pearl in his chest, but suddenly Tama's voice was heard from behind. Turning around to look, Tama was indeed unharmed, and was still gnawing on Long Tan Tea. Vo Nan was completely frightened and unconsciously took out the pearl in his hand again. And at this moment, another shadow landed. The person who came was Bak So Na. As soon as she arrived, she scolded Tama because this idiot ran too fast. Moreover, I don't know the way. Bak So Na also recognized not Vo Nan, so the three of them went to a thatched house. Bak So Na directly explained their plan to everyone, but Vo Nan believes that this plan is completely aimed at death, and has no benefit to him at all. Therefore, Bak Chu Na invited him to join for 1,000 taels of gold. Hearing this number, Tama was immediately excited. Now his mind is full of gold. After that, she crazily cooed in his elegant ear, but she ignored him and continued to chat with Not Vo Nan. After a while of chatting, Not Vo Nan said in a deep voice, "I don't care about the others, I only deal with Wind Demon." So Na did not stop and immediately set out for Not Hoa Palace. And Tama is still making a fuss about the money issue. "You destroy Heavenly Demon, 1,000 taels at a time." Tama was suddenly stunned. The opportunity to change his life was right before his eyes. Perhaps this is also the reason why Tama must defeat Tianma. Have you ever seen a thief like this? Go to someone else's area to steal things but lock yourself up. Furthermore, this confinement lasted for several months. While the teacher and student were glaring at each other, suddenly there was a loud sound of the door opening. The people who came were Tama and So Na. Seeing this pair of teacher and student, Bak So Na immediately realized that they were trapped here. It turned out that this was the prison of Not Hoa Palace. And this time the two Tama came to take away the immortal grass in the box. Seeing this, the old man also reminded the two of them that the immortal grass's surroundings were all melted silk and could not be touched at all. But before he finished speaking, Tama easily took the box. This action made the old man feel very embarrassed, but his mouth was very strong. "You really have some bravery. But even if you get the box, you won't be able to get out." But as soon as he finished speaking, he was slapped again. I only saw So Na pressing down on the mechanism of the big gate. The loud bang of the door opening rang out again. Just like that, the two of Tama left directly, leaving only the bewildered faces of the thief couple. Looks like there's a reason for being stuck for a few months. But at this time, the fat man laughed and said, "Master, I said I was stupid enough, but I didn't expect you to also." Before the old man could finish his sentence, he directly gave the fat man a heavy slap. Finally, out of his misery, the fat man happily ran away, completely not hearing his master telling him to pay attention to his feet. The next second, he stepped on the organ on the ground. In a moment, countless sharp arrows rushed towards them. Almost even my little brother was left here. Finally, they arrived at the most dangerous place, because tens of thousands of pounds of explosives were buried here. If nothing is unexpected, it will happen unexpectedly. Sure enough, the next second the fat guy's foot hit the organ. At this time, Tama and Bak So Na returned to the ground. Suddenly there was a loud explosion, and the small pavilion in the middle of the lake was blown into pieces in the blink of an eye. When the lake surface became quiet again, the two teachers and students also emerged from the water. But in the next moment, they were hung upside down by Tama, and he also swallowed everything they had stolen. At this time, Bak So Na also gently opened the box in her hand. But when the box opened, he looked disappointed. Because the box was originally not immortal grass but the secret martial art Tam Tien Truck Chi of Not Hoa Kung. The old man also recognized Bak So Na and said he knew the whereabouts of the immortal grass. But Bak So Na clearly did not believe him. Seeing that, the two teachers and students directly broke the iron chain. Does the illusory iron chain really think it can imprison the dragon man killed two monsters? Tama did not refuse, telling him to immediately hand over the news about immortal grass, otherwise he would fight him. As soon as he finished speaking, the old man's feet arrived in front of Tama. Tama only slightly turned around to avoid this blow. The move didn't hit, and the old man was a little surprised. One must know that the speed of this move of his was already extremely fast. Looks like this kid is not easy to deal with. Therefore, he set up his stance and prepared to execute his big move. The next second, I only saw the old man drawing a few cruel lines. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Tama. Under the fierce attack, Tama was also kicked back out. It wasn't until it hit the big mountain behind that it stopped. The person who was hit, Tama, no longer laughed. His face immediately became serious. The job runner finally has to get serious. In just a blink of an eye, he kicked his 48-sized foot towards the old man. But the old man's body techniques had been cultivated to the limit, leaving only a shadow behind Tama. In the blink of an eye, he kicked Tama's face from the right side. But his attack did not stop. In the blink of an eye, he reached Tama's top. Tama quickly raised his hand to block, but the old man's attack did not land, because that person came to Tama's place. A lift of his hand sent Tama Ko flying into the air. Tama also took advantage of the situation and displayed his fists, falling from the sky. This punch was extremely powerful. The ground exploded, rubble flew everywhere, but what was attacked was still the old man's afterimage. At this time, the old man began to show his noble expression, only to see him cross his arms and speak slowly. Just like movement is movement, using stillness to control movement, this is the mechanism of the immortal Min Vong method. Normal progress is absolutely impossible to grasp. At this time, Tama's pupils suddenly shrank. Countless feet rushed forward. There was a loud explosion, and the ground was bombarded to the point that rubble flew into the sky. But at this moment the old man showed an extremely frightened expression. All of his attacks were completely blocked by Tama. The next second, Tama grabbed his leg and thanked him for such a detailed explanation, even personally assigning the task. Immediately after that, he shouted too loudly, then cruelly pushed the old man out. This attack was also aimed at the fat man, easily knocking him out. It wasn't until he crashed into the wall, creating a large hole, that he stopped. Having a fat guy as a meat cushion, the old man is not harmed at all. However, he was a bit surprised that his immovable Min Vong set was broken so easily. Unexpectedly, Tama used his move to kick towards him. It's also convenient to give the fat guy a part. After a while, I saw Tama standing on the fat guy's head, then turned towards the two people and asked, "Do you still want to continue?" The fat man's panicked expression said it all. Seeing that, Tama also mocked. "I see you are much weaker than Dezoa." Tama did not fight and cleaned up the spoils, but the two monsters did not dare to attack. After all, the opponent had already fought with the Iksha. After finishing cleaning up, Tama suddenly turned around and asked, "Do you also know Dezoa?" This question made the old man feel awkward. Who doesn't know the 10 great masters of martial arts? So Tama and Bak So-na immediately departed for the Ghost Palace. And the old man was also very curious about Tama's identity, so he decided to secretly follow Tama, because of the steps Tama performed. It is the first step in the world's imperial kingdom created by the great Supreme Phi Long. On the other side, 2 masters of the demon spirit city ambushed them on the road they had to go through. Their target this time is Bak So-na. These 2 men ambushed here for 3 days and 3 nights to capture Bak So-na. When Bak So-na and a few people appeared, the bandaged man suddenly attacked them and saw him first throw down a few smoke bombs. After that, he wrapped himself around Phi Lu again. Taking this opportunity, the water demon immediately attacked Bak So-na. Before Bak So-na could react, she was dragged into the water by the water demon. The water demon has successfully practiced water magic, and his speed is extremely fast. A moment later, he arrived at the position where the boat had been previously arranged. But when he got to the boat, he discovered that Tama had caught up with them. Seeing Bak so elegant, Tama immediately became angry. One kick directly kicked the water demon out. Even the small boat was half destroyed. On water, water demons cannot exert their full power. Therefore, he used an iron chain to drag Tama to the bottom of the water, then raised the sickle and slashed towards Tama. But Tama's speed in the water did not decrease, and in the blink of an eye, he avoided his attack. Tama, in anger, his whole body exploded with terrible power. This power forms a giant vortex, directly pulling the water demon inside. He then threw a punch at the sea monster's chin. The whole body was pulled directly out of the water. But Tama did not intend to let him teleport to the air. At this moment, Tama's face was extremely cold. He raised his fist and rushed down quickly, along with the big waves rising on the surface of the lake. From then on, the 9th-ranked water demon of Demon Spirit City became a true water demon. Meanwhile, Phi Lu's side also solved the foe ranked 10th. Furthermore, he also discovered a good item among the treasures that the 2 monsters in Wang Mountain had. This thing is the demon knife of death. When there was no knife to use, Phi Lu happily accepted this sword. On the other hand, Bak So-na also woke up. Seeing Bak So-na awake, Tama also smiled happily. After that, Tama rowed the boat towards the shore again. While walking, Bak So-na and Tama talked about the story of the Ghost City. After Tien Ma killed Emperor Bak Tien Vu, he immediately took control of Ma Lin City. Tien Ma believes that the strong will defeat the weak, regardless of whether it is Ha Mon sect or good or evil. As long as it is a strong person, he will accept it under his command. Extremely cruel people like Black White Song Devil who bathed in the blood of Trung Nguyen's martial arts forest all flock to Ma Lin Tan. Among them there are even experts in desperate situations. The second is Lightning Sword Bak Chiu Van, a Tay Thatch killer who takes pleasure in killing people. Rank 3rd is Qtian Xian Nu Duong Tenu. She used poisonous snake blood to soak her body, and then carried it away. Tam Truck's crimes are hard to match. While chatting, the two reached the shore. And at this time, Bok So-na opened her mouth again, so even if it wasn't an excuse to stop the war, she had to think of another way to judge these people. But Tama made an unexpected decision. He let Bok So-na go to Ghost Soul Valley to reunite with Fai Lu and the others, and he himself would go to Demon Spirit City first. Bok So-na was stunned. You idiot, do you want to rely on your strength alone to solve the entire Demon Spirit City? But Tama said very seriously, anyway, I need some time to think. Having finished speaking, he said goodbye to Bok So-na and quickly walked forward, leaving Bok So-na still with that naive back. One demon is scary enough, now there's another one. Just now, Ghost came to a secret room in Ghost Soul Valley. There is also a coffin here that has been covered in dust for a long time. The devil raised his hand and broke the coffin lid. Then amidst the poetic scene, a woman slowly sat up. Looking closely, this girl looks exactly like Demon Devil. The two of them were still caressing each other's cheeks and said at the same time, You haven't changed at all. When he saw the two ghosts appear, even Dezoa was a little panicked and quickly asked, Master, why are you using this doll again? Don't you want to take my life? And the devil said that this was her private matter, told Dezoa not to worry, and asked her to release Lai Quan Nak. That way at least she wouldn't make enemies with the Martial Arts Alliance. At this time, Dezoa also asked Tama why he had placed the soul needle of the Demon Emperor inside his body. Yuksha said that he did not know very well, only knowing that the Demon Emperor's soul crafting needle was a secret treasure of Tien Gie. The only person who knew its true method was the head of the Tien family, Tien Tuat Hung. The important thing is that Tien Tuat Hung can prophesy. If she had arranged Tama and Hoa Lo, there must be a reason. As he spoke, the two also went to the place where Lai Quan Nak was being held. After that, the ghosts let Lai Quan Nak down. Seeing that, Lai Quan Nak was also a bit surprised. If you let him go, then you don't intend to join forces with the Demon Spirit City. And Devil also gave a definite answer. At the same time, Fai Lu and Bok So-na also arrived at the ghost's place. The two of them are still discussing how to save Quan Nak. Suddenly, a voice rang out from above. The person who came was not Vo Nan. He said that he just came to watch, and had no interest in saving Lai Quan Nak. His target is only Illusion Demon, the 4th-ranked person in Demon Spirit City. The fact that not Vo Nan did not take action also made the two of them a bit awkward, because their time was running out. The Northern Mongol army would pass through Ghost Soul tomorrow. At this moment, Lai Quan Nak slowly walked over, muttering, It really makes people speechless. Are you planning to attack Demon Lin City now? Are you crazy? Although it was not known how Lai Quan Nak escaped, looking at his hateful appearance, Fai Lu was very uncomfortable. After that, the two immediately started arguing. Bok So-na also promptly stopped them, introduced herself, and not Vo Nan. But not Vo Nan discovered a problem. The scary messenger was not here. Bok So-na also told the truth. Suma was already one step ahead to reach the Demon Spirit City. Hearing this, all three people were surprised. Fai Lu, who understood Tama's temper, became even angrier, blaming Bok So-na for not stopping him. With Suma's personality, he will definitely choose to directly confront her. Sure enough, at this time the errand boy had arrived at Ma Lin that Tan. As soon as he arrived under the citadel, he shouted loudly, telling Tian Ma to come forward. Hearing that, the two soldiers angrily shouted, You rotten brat, dare to directly call the great city lord's nickname. If you don't want to die, then shut your mouth. Seeing that he couldn't talk, Tama stopped talking nonsense. He directly destroyed the city gate. Then he said word by word, Bao Tian Ma, get out of here! How strong is this man to dare to confront an entire stronghold alone? Without saying a word, he smashed people's city gates, and even loudly demanding that their superiors come forward. At this time, a muscular one-eyed man stopped him and told him that Tian Ma was in Dai Ma Lin Tan, and this was Ma Lin that Tan. Because Tian Ma was not here, Tama turned around to leave. But a group of armored teams stopped Tama and asked him to compensate for the damage to the city gate before he could leave. Tama was immediately unhappy, knowing that he had destroyed so many houses in Hoa Lak Kot without ever having to pay a penny in compensation. If you can't talk, just fight. The Iron Armor team immediately took up their weapons and rushed to slash Tama. How can a group of chickens compete with Tama? As soon as the warning was issued, he used true energy to deal with them. Seeing that they couldn't get close, a group of red shirts used gray iron chains to attack Tama from afar. Faced with this type of attack, Tama only needed a few steps to dodge. At this moment, suddenly a giant iron ball fell from the sky. With a bang, the ground was smashed into a large hole. A fat guy smiled and said, "So that's it? It's so boring." As soon as he finished speaking, Doc Nan sneered, "Your dreams are a bit too much," because Tama had already dodged his attack. At that moment, the archers on the city wall aimed at Tama. Countless sharp arrows flew towards him in the blink of an eye. Tama quickly dodged. The fat guy also took the opportunity and swung the iron ball. Not having time to dodge, Tama was thrown into the house by this blow. At this time, Tama also realized that gently pressing acupuncture points was probably not possible, because right now there was a group of people staring at him with a ferocious expression. Furthermore, looking at their aura, their strength is not weak at all. When Tama burst out with momentum, everyone also rushed towards Tama. A moment later, the roof was broken into pieces and everyone was sent flying into the sky by Tama. Witnessing that scene, Doc Nan shouted in horror, "The entire army obeyed the order and must capture that brat." Immediately afterwards, countless soldiers rushed towards Tama. Tama swung the iron ball up, and a horizontal sweep took out a wave of soldiers. Doc Nan also wanted to take the opportunity to sneak attack. But Tama hit the ground hard. The whole ground was immediately smashed into a large hole. In another development, the Lion King also rushed over after receiving the news. Hearing that the other party was alone, the Lion King was also surprised. Suddenly an iron ball flew quickly towards him. As a leader, the Lion King is of course not an ordinary person. He raised his hand and squeezed the concave iron ball. At this time, Tama was still happily destroying his house, and by the way, also destroying himself. Seeing this scene, the Lion King also had a headache. This kid was really causing trouble. Su-ma, who was destroying the house, also noticed the Lion King. After dealing with the last wave of soldiers, in the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the Lion King. "Are you the leader here?" he said, and then threw a strong punch. The fierce punch went straight through the house. However, the one who blocked the attack was one of the 4 generals. Immediately after that, he swung his stick towards old demon Tama. But this blow only seemed to injure his stick. Sure enough, Tama jumped up in front of everyone. After that, he said, "I just came to find Tianma. I don't want to hurt anyone. So it's best for those who aren't Tianma to stay away." Seeing Tama so arrogant, the 4 generals simultaneously attacked him. But their attack missed. Tama dodged for a moment, and then said, "I will only say this warning once." However, the Lion King clearly did not intend to let Tama go. He directly performed the famous skill Lion Vu Claw. In the blink of an eye, he attacked Tama. A stream of energy suddenly shot up into the sky. Even the floor was destroyed. But Tama only needed to raise his hand to control the Lion King. At this time, Tama was clearly angry. He said in a deep voice, "This time there will be no more warnings. This man only uses one person, one fist." Destroyed 7 parts of Demon Spirit City. Witnessing this situation, the Lion King finally couldn't bear it anymore and rushed to fight him. The Lion King, with strong confidence in his own evil spirit, competed with Tama. However, what he did not expect was that he used all his strength. But Tama seemed extremely comfortable. Immediately afterwards he was pressed to the ground by Tama. It must be said that the Lion King is also a cruel person, directly pulling out his knife and slashing his own arm. Witnessing this scene, Tama was also extremely surprised. This guy didn't hesitate to cut off his own arm. The Lion King also said cruel words. "Before I turn into a pool of blood, I must chop you up." Seeing this, Tama also revealed a strong aura. It seems impossible to stop here. As soon as he finished speaking, a person swung a knife and slashed at Tama. But Tama easily dodged. At this moment, his body was as light as a feather. As if possessing an endless source of power, he became stronger, also more agile. At this moment, Tama felt something he had never felt before. It must be said that the power that the other 5 people called Shi could be clearly seen. This feels like time is slowing down. In Tama's eyes, the Lion King's movements became extremely slow. In just a blink of an eye, Tama had blown them all away. At this moment, Tama seemed to have a feeling that from now on, he would not lose to anyone again. At this time, the Lion King stood up with difficulty and asked, "What is your name?" Tama also directly stated his name. The Lion King ferociously said that he would remember this name well. Then, he swung his knife again and slashed at Tama. Tama was very confused. The 2 of them had already won and lost. Why did they continue? At this time, the Lion King also told the truth, because their family was controlled by Tianma. Having finished speaking, he swung his knife again. Tama directly raised his hand to block the big knife and said, "Then let's stop here." Anyway, the person who has to die is not you. It's Tian Ma. You wait for me one day. I will go kill Tian Ma and avenge your family. Having finished speaking, Tama strode away. This time, the Lion King did not stop him. He chose to trust this young man in front of him. 2 hours later, Bak So-na and 4 people arrived at the demon spirit's 7th city. Seeing the situation here, several people could not help but be frightened. The Lion King pointed behind him. If you came to look for that kid, you would have been 1 step late. It seems his name is Tama. He left 2 hours ago. Hearing that, several people immediately chased after him. Looking at the scene before him, the Lion King could not help but feel emotional. In such a chaotic battle without anyone dying, is this considered a blessing? A few people on the way also discussed countermeasures. If Tama had left 2 hours ago, I'm afraid he wouldn't have been able to catch up. With his personality, he will definitely choose a direct breakthrough. But breaking directly into the great demon spirit city is almost impossible. Want to cross Kaiha Bridge guarded by water Tsung experts is very difficult. Wanting to destroy the 3-meter-thick main city wall made from Van Nienham Thiat Nan is even more difficult. Not to mention the main gate is also guarded by Captain Thiat Ma Thursday. If you don't defeat him, you won't be able to enter. Therefore, we have to leave Tama alone. Just follow the plan and take action. At the same time, the forces of the 7 demon spirit cities gathered in front of the great demon spirit city. And Su Ma didn't know when he had infiltrated it. Tama raised his head to look at Dai Ma Lin Tan, and couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, how majestic. And at this time, Tama discovered Thiat Ma on the wall, and Thiat Ma also looked down at Tama below. The great war between the demon spirit city and the Vo Lam Min is about to break out. 13 strongholds under the command of Ma Lin Tan also began to gather troops to march towards Dai Ma Lin Tan. The first to arrive was Ma Lin That Tan, and Tama did not know when he infiltrated it and reached Dai Ma Lin Tan. As soon as Ma Fu looked on the wall, he recognized Tama. Immediately, he said to Thiat Ma, "That uninvited guest is Tama, the person who defeated the black and white twin ghosts." Having finished speaking, he immediately turned around and reported this to Tian Ma, because he felt that Tama could not come alone. As for Tama, he seemed to have heard a familiar voice. It turned out to be Bang's son Nikkei. They had also mixed into the team with Tama. Both also claimed that they disguised themselves very well. Who would have thought Tama was standing right behind them, staring at them? Tama was very confused as to why these 2 people kept following him. The fat guy was about to say it was because he had the Phi Long martial art on him, but his master stopped him and asked, "You don't intend to cause trouble at Dai Ma Lin Tan, do you?" Tama foolishly responded loudly that he had come to destroy Tian Ma. Hearing that, both of them were scared to death. The old man immediately jumped up and covered Tama's mouth. But Tama's words were clearly heard by the people around him, all of whom stared at him with fierce eyes. Seeing that, Tama directly snatched the long spear from the old man's hand. Test the toughness of the spear. Then he jumped up and flew towards the city gate. When he reached the air, he used all his strength to throw the long spear in his hand out. The spear was also accurately inserted into the city gate. Thanks to the elastic force of the spear, Su Ma flew directly into the air above the city wall, then landed on the roof. At this time, Tama had an action that surprised everyone. He directly broke the flag of Ma Lin Tan, then threw it away like trash. Thiat Ma quickly caught the falling flag and said, "I see you don't seem to know what you are doing." But Tama did not want to pay attention to him, bluntly said that he came to find Tian Ma. But Thiat Ma wouldn't let him leave so easily and directly stopped Tama. He brushed off the cigarette butts in his hand and said in a deep voice, "Let me see your ability to cripple the black and white twin demons." But before he finished speaking, Tama threw a punch into his stomach. Next was a punch straight to his chin. A series of consecutive moves caused Thiat Ma to be continuously beaten back. The opponent hasn't finished preparing yet, and he's already made his move. This is true loss of martial virtue. Thiat Ma wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, then muttered, "With such a powerful fist, it seems I can only use a special move." Having finished speaking, he tore off his shirt and his whole body emitted a terrifying aura. Next, his entire body became as black as ink. His whole body was like a block of iron. Looking at his perfect body, Thiat Ma smirked. "So let's get started." This man has been afraid of pain since childhood, so he practiced all kinds of defense-enhancing martial arts, until mastered. Since he was young, he has practiced Dong Jab Kung, and when he reaches its peak, his body is as hard as iron. But no matter how tough the body is, it cannot withstand the sharp sword in the hands of an expert. Therefore, he practiced another martial art called Rubber Song. After practicing this martial art to its peak, his skin, which was originally as hard as iron, became flexible. Even sharp swords couldn't leave any marks on him. But even so, he still cannot block experts who possess 3 armor internal strength. For people with such internal strength, just one punch is enough to crush his internal organs. Therefore, he practiced Kim Chung Treo again. When Kim Chung Treo receives impact, his body will vibrate like a hollow iron bell, to disperse impact force. Only after practicing these 3 martial arts did he have such a perfect body. Furthermore, he also merged these 3 external techniques, creating an extremely powerful external technique, called Black Soul Demon Technique. He has now reached 8 points of practice, so his skin is dark brown. Wait until he reaches the peak of his training, then he will turn into a true African black man. At this time, Tama also said that he had heard enough of his nonsense. In short, your current state has not yet reached perfection. Just in time, I've always felt an endless source of strength lately. Before confronting Heavenly Demon, I will use you as a test first. After speaking, he raised his fist and aimed it straight at Thiat Ma's face. Thiat Ma immediately raised his hands to block. Tama's fist fell on Thiat Ma's body, like hitting a big bell. The resounding sound spread throughout the great demon's spiritual field. Thiat Ma was a bit surprised to block this punch, because this punch used internal force. Isn't it said that this kid has no internal strength? Before he could react, Tama threw another punch into his stomach. Having absorbed this punch, Thiat Ma was in so much pain that his whole body trembled. Seeing that, Tama immediately sneered. The sound of your bell seems to be getting quieter and quieter. Hearing that, Thiat Ma couldn't bear it, and in 1 second threw countless punches. Tama's mouth was stiff and he didn't have time to react, but his mouth was knocked out. Seeing that, Thiat Ma rushed forward, jumped into the air and threw a strong punch down. Reacting, Tama immediately raised his hand to grab his fist. After fighting for so long, Tama was a little impressed. A gatekeeper is also this powerful. Just how strong is Tien Ma? Thiat Ma said with a serious face. Tien Ma, he is heaven. But Tama doesn't think so, because he came here to pierce the sky. Having finished speaking, the 2 sides rushed to fight again. But gradually, Thiat Ma fell into a weak position. Moreover, every punch Tama hit him caused pain to his bones. His internal strength is quickly draining. On the contrary, the more Tama fought, the more aggressive he became. Following Tama's punch, Thiat Ma's face was dented. Even the ground was smashed into a large hole. The smoke and dust cleared. Thiat Ma sat down on the ground in a daze, wondering if he should admit defeat like that. But as someone who has been proud all his life, how can he be willing? At this moment, he decided to risk his life. Although this move was still incomplete and even harmed his life, he had no other choice. I saw his entire body erupting with a terrifying aura, his whole body becoming larger and larger. This move was the Great Wing Black Ghost technique, nicknamed Tu Dang. But even though he transformed into a 4th class, he still couldn't do anything to Tama. Even his moves were copied exactly by Tama. The move Tama used was exactly the same as his. What's more terrifying is that Tama is like an eternal machine. There is not a single drop of sweat on his body. At this time, Tama had completely mastered how to use internal force. And Thiat Ma is just a tool for him to practice his internal strength. I only saw Tama concentrate his internal strength in his left hand. One sweeping blow almost took away Thiat Ma's kidney. If so, Tama intends to end this battle right here. Tama put all his internal energy into his fist, and then delivered a powerful blow. This punch directly penetrated the entire city wall. Even the city gate, made of Van Nianhan iron, was dented in half. At this point, even the man who owned Gear 4 was defeated by Tama. On the other side, Phi Lu and the others clashed with Bok Tru Van, who was second. These people planned to dive into a well to break into Ma Lin Tan. But unexpectedly, he was discovered by an uncle, and this uncle's identity was not simple. He is Bok Tru Van, the second person in Ma Lin Tan. As soon as he saw Bok So Na, Bok Tru Van immediately scoffed. All these are strange faces. Bok So Na, have you finally become the hunting dog of the Martial Arts Alliance? At that moment, the bell rang from the direction of Ma Lin Tan. Bok Tru Van immediately realized that Thiat Ma must have encountered something. He turned around to leave to support Thiat Ma. But Bok So Na obviously didn't want to let him leave and immediately attacked him. Although this sneak attack did not hurt Bok Tru Van, it was enough to make him angry. In the blink of an eye, he strangled Bok So Na and threw her straight into a tree. This blow was so fast that even Phi Lu and a few people had no time to react. Lai Quan Nak was the first to react and attack, but this attack only hit the afterimage of Bok Tru Van. Immediately afterwards, Vo Nan also launched Long Tan too. But also, his attack failed to reach Bok Tru Van's feet. But these are just their outward attacks. The person who really deals with Bok Tru Van is Phi Lu. But before Phi Lu's knife fell, a blade of gas rushed at him. Phi Lu quickly changed his archery to block this attack. But in the next moment, Bok Tru Van exploded countless swords. Luckily, Phi Lu's speed was also very fast, blocking all attacks. However, he was also so tired that his head was covered in sweat, and in his heart, he secretly thought of taking this opportunity to use the invisible sword. But at that moment, Bok Tru Van suddenly started counting. When he counted to 20, Phi Lu immediately contracted his pupils, revealing surprise. He immediately turned around and shouted, "The entire security team! Run quickly!" He wasn't worried at all, because his target was just illusionary demon. Seeing this situation, Lai Quan Nak and Bok So Na could only act according to plan and jumped into the well. Meanwhile, Phi Lu continued to chase after Bok Tru Van, but with his speed, he was completely unable to catch up. In just the blink of an eye, Bok Tru Van took the lives of 3 people in the guard team. But Bok Tru Van had absolutely no intention of stopping. Several times he dodged and caught up with the main army. The next second, all members of the team were cut in half. Seeing his comrades being massacred like that, Phi Lu was extremely painful and stood frozen on the spot. But when Bok Tru Van landed, he mocked him. "Your performance makes me very disappointed. With your power, can you really kill the crazy demon?" At this time, Phi Lu also calmed down. He began to analyze. Bok Tru Van had not yet pulled out the long sword. Could it be that he has reached the realm of controlling sword energy? But thinking back, if so, he would have long been on the list of 10 martial arts masters. Therefore, Bok Tru Van used hidden weapons. At this time, there were definitely hidden swords and knives around, and there were probably a lot of them. This also shows that Bok Tru Van is a super expert. Bok Tru Van was also a bit surprised when his move was discovered. Usually not many people can recognize his move. Then he pulled out 2 hidden weapons and said, "To deal with you, only 2 are enough." Kim Trong Phi Lu also prepared his stance. The opponent was a master of swordsmanship. He had to shorten the distance. Then he jumped up and rushed forward. But his attack was easily blocked by Bok Tru Van. Bok Tru Van intended to sarcasm. The next second, a sword strike sent him flying out. Phi Lu immediately took advantage of the victory, jumped strongly into the air, and performed a Fa Tien Vu move to stab Bok Tru Van. But this move was blocked by Bok Tru Van's swords. Looking closely, there are now 3 swords floating next to Bok Tru Van. It seems Bok Tru Van is also serious. This man had not drawn the sword at his side for decades. But he can still kill people invisible. Even when facing a strong enemy like Phi Lu, he still leisurely sat on the rock. On the contrary, Phi Lu, despite using all his strength, still could not touch the hem of Bok Tru Van's shirt. After fending off an attack from the case, Phi Lu seized the opportunity to quickly jump in front of Bok Tru Van and slash horizontally. Even the bamboo tree behind Bok Tru Van was cut in half by the sword. But this strike was blocked by 2 other swords. At this time, next to Bok Tru Van were 5 swords floating. Looking at this scene, Phi Lu's face became extremely serious. This guy most likely had another sword hidden. He used the Chi Duk sword, which was completely impossible to distinguish accurately. Gentle and elegant, the trajectory is almost straight, the swordsmanship has no flaws. But he wore a long sword on his waist, nicknamed Thunderbolt Sword, using not a sword technique but a sword technique, which was really strange. Could this be some kind of magical swordsmanship? No matter what, make him use all his hidden moves. Therefore, Phi Lu asked, "What sword technique do you use?" Bok Tru Van did not hesitate to answer. "Even if you know my swordsmanship, can you defeat me?" This is the Fei Loi Dao of the Haidong sect. It was originally large and heavy, but we modified it a bit to make it lighter and easier to use. This sword technique is really suitable for dealing with mediocre brats like you. Having said that, there are 2 more moves to attack Phi Lu. Phi Lu promptly blocked the attack. At this time, there were also 7 hidden weapons next to Bok Tru Van. Seeing this situation, Phi Lu arrogantly said, "The heir of the Haidong sect is acting like a commoner. If your predictive ability only reaches this level, then you will inevitably end up becoming a crazy demon." Hearing Phi Lu's words, Bok Tru Van hugged his forehead and laughed. The next moment, 6 more hidden weapons flew in. Clearly Phi Lu's tactic to encourage the generals was successful. This is the entire hidden weapon of Bok Tru Van, Thunder Lightning 13 sword. Bok Tru Van did not say more and waved his hand. Thunder Lightning 13 swords immediately rushed out. Seeing that Bok Tru Van had released all his hidden weapons, Fai Lu immediately pulled out his death demon knife. Cut in half two cases that did not have their internal strength enhanced. These cases that did not have their internal strength enhanced. In front of the god of death, the demonic knife is completely useless. Bok Tru Van was also aware of this, and immediately recalled all cases. Then unleash a wind recovery move. Immediately, the cases turned into a fierce whirlwind, surrounding Fai Lu inside. Fai Lu also understood that if he continued any longer, he would only consume more internal energy, so he began to continuously concentrate his internal energy. A moment later, a giant sword exploded out of the whirlwind. At this point, all of Bok Tru Van's cases were stopped. Fai Lu panted, his eyes never leaving Bok Tru Van. Shouldn't you take out that sword now? Bok Tru Van excitedly replied, then it's as you wish. Then slowly raised his hand to grasp the sword at his side. In the blink of an eye, Bok Tru Van passed by and appeared behind Fai Lu. Not knowing when, Fai Lu had another wound on his body. Fortunately, Fai Lu instinctively raised his sword to block this attack, otherwise he would certainly have lost his life. Fai Lu did not expect that the thing that saved his life would be the sword, and this knife can also talk. Just now, Bok Tru Van finally pulled out the sword at his waist. With just one blow, before Fai Lu could react, he suffered another injury. If he hadn't instinctively raised his knife to block it, he would probably be dead by now. And Bok Tru Van also realized that Fai Lu's knife was not simple, so he decided to end it quickly. Directly used the powerful thunder knife Nituet move to slash towards Fai Lu. This attack was also accompanied by the great power of thunder. Fai Lu struggled to receive this attack. His whole body was forced to the point of sinking to the ground. Knowing he couldn't win, Fai Lu used a horizontal strike to force Bok Tru Van back. Then jump up and run away immediately. But Bok Tru Van's speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye he caught up. Immediately used the flying thunder knife triangle move. In an instant the sword energy rushed out crazily. Even the trees behind were blown to pieces by the sword energy. Immediately after that, another sword fell. Fai Lu quickly held the knife with both hands to block this attack. It turns out that Quang Long Fa Tian Dao was originally a two-handed sword. Seeing this scene, Bok Tru Van was also a bit surprised. It seemed that this boy did not rely entirely on luck. Having finished speaking, he rushed down towards Fai Lu, where all the trees he passed were cut in half. When he arrived in front of Fai Lu, the sword surrounding the gas was slashed down. A loud explosion rang out. Fai Lu's entire body was blown out. Fai Lu, who had just barely blocked the blow, seemed to have lost the will to fight. Facing this monster, is there really no other way? As long as I can cut off his arms, I won't give up even if I lose my life. At that moment, a voice rang out. You really want to win, right? If you are ready to die, then I can help you. Fai Lu suddenly froze. How can a sword talk? He quickly asked. Who are you? And this knife strangely said, I am you. Then a cloud of black smoke was emitted, tightly wrapping around Fai Lu's hand. When black smoke covered his whole body, Fai Lu immediately felt his whole body had endless strength. Just swinging the knife creates a giant wave of knife energy. Bok Tru Van also immediately saw the evil of this knife. But regardless of the origin of your knife, it cannot compensate for the difference between us. Before he finished speaking, Fai Lu gave him a slap. And laugh, now it seems like you and I don't have much difference. Hearing these words, Bok Tru Van became even more excited. Immediately after that, he swung his sword and slashed at Fai Lu. Just like that, the two sides continuously fought back and forth, went through many rounds of duels. But we must admit that Bok Tru Van is truly a monster. Even if Fai Lu borrowed the power of the demonic knife of death, he was still no match for him. I only saw Bok Tru Van raising his sword high, gathering the power of lightning. Then a blow knocked Fai Lu into the wall, creating a deep hole. At this moment, the voice of the demon knife of death rang out again. You said that even if you lose your life, you will not give up. Are you obediently going to die? You still haven't used moves, right? Fai Lu actually still has one unused move. A long time ago he performed this move, but he almost lost his life because his body couldn't withstand the power of that move. But now he has no way back. Thinking of this, Fai Lu also decided to risk his life. Seeing this situation, Bok Tru Van was also ready to fight. Fai Lu pioneered the sixth move Quang Long Breaking Tian Dao. Bok Tru Van immediately then used the Flying Thunder Knife 7 Greats. When the two attacks collide, it creates an instant violent explosion. When using this move, the bones in Fai Lu's left hand cracked directly, but he still braced himself to hold the demonic death knife tightly. Seeing this situation, Bok Tru Van immediately kicked him away, then directly cast the Flying Thunder Knife 7th move, Thunder Eagle. At this time, Fai Lu was ready to prepare for death. He powerfully swung the demonic knife of death. This move is the 7th move of Kuang Long breaking heavenly knife, lightning 2 strikes. A moment later, I saw that almost all of Fai Lu's bones had been broken, but he was still standing firmly, even his posture did not change. As for Bok Truvan, he easily retracted the long sword, then smiled and said, "It was beyond my expectations." After saying that, the whole person fell straight down. Seeing this scene, Fai Lu knew he had won. At this moment, he couldn't hold on anymore and fell too. After falling to the ground, Fai Lu stared intently at the magic knife of death. "I'm still alive." And the sword replied, "Your fate has only just begun." A group of evil women blocked Bok Truvan's path. Not only that, they can also merge with each other. After merging, they are as giant as Ultraman. Time went back a bit. Bok Truvan and a few people were diving into Ma Lin's citadel from underwater. And meanwhile, suddenly there was a strong tremor. This shaking activated the underwater mechanism. Everyone rushed to avoid the traps. Suddenly a giant iron pillar fell. Lai Quan Nak couldn't avoid it in time and got stuck behind. At this point, everyone had been underwater for so long that they were about to be unable to bear holding their breath. Lai Quan Nak could only tell the two to go ahead and say that he would find another way. He looked towards the back road, filled with helplessness. If he had gone back, perhaps before reaching his destination, he would have suffocated underwater. Moreover, this kind of 10,000-year-old cold iron cannot be penetrated at all. If you open the side road, toxic gas will surely flow down, it will still be a dead road. It seems that it can only be penetrated from above. So he first threw a few bombs. Then his whole body gathered internal force and used Kan Dao Ka to stab hard. A bang sounded, several bombs immediately exploded violently, even causing a large hole to explode in the ground. A column of water also rushed up. The person wearing a black cloak who was grilling meat here was also frightened by this scene. At this time, Lai Quan Nak also climbed up. But as soon as I got up, I saw a few people wearing black robes glaring at me. Simultaneously, the owner of Bok So Na is 9 Tian Xian Nu, the third person in Fulin City. Does she need a bodyguard? Hearing these words, Not Vo Nan turned around and left. Of course, women are for women to deal with, and he will deal with Wen Ma. As soon as she walked the first step, Bok So Na was immediately surrounded by a group of people wearing ghost masks pushing a red ring. This group of people wearing devil masks is the security team of the Tudung Street. Besides knowing that they have excellent gentle skills, Bok So Na knows nothing else. Suddenly, a person wearing a demon mask blinked in front of her, coming to mock Bok So Na. Bok So Na was so angry that she directly pointed at her forehead. But Ghostface was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, he dodged into the air. Bok So Na's speed was not slow. In the blink of an eye she reached the Ghostface, and a 3-claw phoenix attack hit hard. But when Ghostface was hit, it immediately disappeared. Bok So Na did not believe this, so she stabbed several heads of the evil face. But at the same time, her attacks were completely useless against these demon faces. This surprised Bok So Na because she had never heard of this type of martial art. While she was bewildered, suddenly an attack stabbed her in the back, fresh blood gushing out instantly. Bok So Na clearly knew that if she didn't stop their actions, she would have no chance of winning. Suddenly she thought of a way, then jumped into the yard of Tudung Street. When she reached a forest, she stopped. Immediately, she threw a smoke grenade towards the masked men who were chasing her. Obstructed vision by the haze, the masked men became confused. The next second, their leader was shot through the head. Next is the performance of Bok So Na. In just a moment, all the masked people were destroyed by Bok So Na. Just when she thought it was all over, the people she killed slowly stood up again, and they merged into one. A woman wearing a giant demon mask appeared in front of Bok So Na. Apparently the people who were killed were strangely merged into one, mocking that Bok So Na is now just as small as a worm. After speaking, he immediately reached out to shake Bok So Na. But this shot only catches air. Bok So Na quickly appeared behind her. Right after that, Bok So Na used the move of ox injection and humiliation, instantly cutting the ghost face into pieces. But strangely, the ghost-faced woman began to slowly regroup. At this time, Bok So Na also saw the martial arts skills of the ghost face. It turned out that she used magic and the armor-infused martial arts, which were the martial arts of the Red Sea Demon Gate. To break the illusion, Bok So Na directly stabbed herself in the left shoulder. Sure enough, the true essence is hidden inside this giant shell. Seeing the body, Bok So Na immediately kicked him hard. With a boom sound, several demon faces were shaken and blades flew out. But at this moment, a masked person appeared in front of Bok So-na and said that what she thought was real was actually fake. You didn't expect it, right? After speaking, he hit Bok So-na and fell to the ground. Bok So-na was also angry. She was completely unable to distinguish between what was real and what was an illusion. But suddenly she realized there was a problem. Besides her sore shoulder, other parts do not feel pain at all. Could it be that everything is fake? I have long fallen into their magic. That's when Bok So-na realized that from the first time they met, she had been under the magic of the masked man. The masked woman also realized that her magic might have been penetrated, so she immediately pulled out a knife and slashed at Bok So-na. But Bok So-na blocked this blow. It turned out that Bok So-na in the illusion felt the murderous aura, so she instinctively raised her hand to block it. So Bok So-na directly closed her eyes. If you want to escape from genjutsu, you must use your senses to feel. Very quickly, Bok So-na felt her true self. She immediately opened her eyes and pointed at the body. Seeing that, the ghost immediately stopped running, because with her martial arts skills, she could not defeat Bok So-na. But how did Bok so elegantly let her escape? A big jump came right above her. In the blink of an eye, the ghost face was cut in half by Bok So-na. But at this moment, a sound came from behind. Hearing this sound, Bok So-na immediately turned around in panic to look. The person who came was Nine Tien Huin's daughter Tudung. I saw her gently holding out a finger. Bok So-na was immediately strangled from afar. Duong Tudung opened his mouth and said, 10 years ago, I spared your life, but now you repay gratitude with resentment. Don't you think it's a bit excessive? But Bok So-na soon learned that her mother and sister were both killed by them. She survived until now only to seek revenge from them. Seeing that, Duong Tudung did not say more, but increased his strength and inquired about the whereabouts of the immortal grass. Bok So-na said that there is absolutely no such thing. Tudung pointed at Bok So-na's chest. So what is hidden in your heart? Seeing that, Bok So-na immediately took out the martial arts skills she had learned in 3 days. Immediately threw it straight at Duong Tudung. Take this opportunity. Immediately cast Tam Tien Truck Chi Tien La Chao Vong. In an instant, it tore through the thick barrier. But her attack was completely useless against Duong Tudung. Moreover, it also angered Duong Tudung. Duong Tudung raised his finger again. The next moment, Bok So-na was seriously injured, then fell from the air. Suddenly, she was caught in midair by a blast of power. The person who saved her was Devil. I saw Ghost slowly flying up and opened his mouth to say, long time no see. Duong Tudung saw Ghost. Tudung's street also quickly stood up, and his expression became serious. Although I knew you weren't dead, I didn't expect that we would meet each other this way. Devil laughed coldly again. I know you don't want to see me. Just how cruel is this woman? Even killed more than 1,000 people in his clan. Everything must have started from the moment she met Demon Devil. It can be said that the two people just met, and already knew each other from before. They eat meat and drink wine together. When chatting excitedly, they even drank small wine together. The next day, Duong Tudung invited Kui to visit Duong's house. When her mother saw the ghost, she immediately realized that she was Tien's son Tuan Nu, who was wanted by Martial Arts League. However, because she was Duong Tudung's friend, Duong's mother did not chase Gui away but even let her stay the night. But at night, Ghost Devil was assassinated by 3 mysterious people. When Duong Tudung heard the news, he ran over and with just one move, he defeated a person. After that, she and Ghost Demon teamed up to destroy the remaining 2 people. But at that moment, a familiar voice rang out from behind. Only when I saw that person speak, because I heard that Tien's son Tuan Nu is the world's greatest miracle medicine, I had a murderous heart. Hearing this sound, Duong Tudung seemed to also guess something, so she took off this person's mask. Sure enough, this person was her mother. Seeing this scene, Duong Tudung could not stop trembling, because she had personally killed her mother. That same day, she personally killed her twin sister. The 3 elders rushed over when they heard the news and immediately recognized that this was Tudung's martial arts, so they immediately questioned her. To hide the truth, Tang Tudung personally killed all 3 elders of the Tang family. At this point, she had completely fallen into a state of hysteria, because everything was irreversible. That night, 1,137 people of the Duong family were killed. Yet Tudung Street blamed all the blame on the demons. This is Tudung's growth process, as well as the grudge between her and the ghosts. Back in the present, the great war between the two broke out. Both sides are evenly matched. Tit for tat. But no one can hurt anyone. At this moment, Tudung Street seized the opportunity, and solved the puppet of demons. And Demon Devil also took that opportunity to cripple her left hand. But at some point, the devil's leg was bitten by Tudung's beam. Tan Barge's venom is very fast. Even a body with special genes like Demon Devil cannot completely stop it. The demon clearly knew that he could not continue any longer and had to first neutralize that mortal's whip. Immediately, the demon condensed countless blood flowers. Then she rushed straight towards Tudung Street. Tudung quickly raised her whip to block the blow, but this blow still sent her flying out. At the same time, her whip was also completely destroyed. But the ghost did not stop. She unleashed countless sharp ice spikes and rushed straight towards Tudung Street. Helplessly, Tudung could only use his sewing skills to stop it, and in the blink of an eye, all the bandages were broken. At the same time, the needle and thread also shot straight towards Ghost. Although the devil was able to block this move, but his whole body was thrown into the big guy behind him. Kim Trang Tudung also took the opportunity to mock Ghost. Ghost Devil refused to be weak and immediately objected. Tudung couldn't argue anymore, so he started saying harsh words, took out a silver needle and said he wanted to sew Ghost Devil's mouth shut. Gui didn't want to talk nonsense with her anymore. His whole body began to gather internal energy. Moments later, a shocking scene appeared. On top of the demon's head, countless ice arrows were currently gathering. Tudung's sword collided, causing the nearby trees to crumble. In the blink of an eye, countless flower petals surrounded her. The next moment, both of them rushed towards each other. When two giant streams of moves collided. In the blink of an eye, a giant wave of energy shot into the sky. Waiting until the energy dissipated, both became exhausted and covered in injuries. Tudung pulled an ice arrow from his body and muttered, "Your skin really makes me jealous." As soon as she finished speaking, she stabbed a sword into Ghost, and at the same time caressed her cheek. But right after that, she turned into an ice statue. At this time, Kui was also in a dilemma. "As you wish, you can also keep your youth forever." More than 200 years ago, there was a medical doctor who was the head of the martial arts world and traveled all over the world to Mesopotamia. In a moment, people all over the city rushed to beg for treatment, because as long as Baktien treats them, even a blind person can see again. This time, Baktien came to the Long Kim family for medical treatment. Originally, the old homeowner was half paralyzed, but under his treatment, he miraculously stood up. Witnessing this, the Long Kim family immediately held a big party to treat Baktien. However, at this moment, a panicked servant ran in. I only saw him stammering as he said, "This little man accidentally happened to carry Lord Baktien's jar." But before he could finish his sentence, Baktien showed horror. Then he hurriedly went out, because in his jar there was a child's body. The evil act was revealed. Baktien immediately massacred him. After slaughtering the Long Kim family, he immediately went without a trace. That night, a total of 397 people died, with only 7 survivors. After that, Baktien changed his name to Hon Dain, wandering around to maintain his despicable life and continue to commit crimes. Because he always knew that as long as he had a human body in Kot Dak, combined with the forbidden magic called Masol Kamlam Dafa, he could achieve immortality. That is also the reason why wherever Baktien goes, people go missing. Since then, on the streets, a divine doctor occasionally appears, although his appearance and name are different. But in fact they are all Baktien. From that moment on, people gave this perverted murderer the name Huin Ma, because he is a demon with an unpredictable shell. And after the family was destroyed, the 7 survivors of the Dragon Sword family were always looking for Huin Ma. They called themselves the Devil of 7 Killings, and they passed on their hatred to their descendants just to kill the illusionary demon. When the descendants of the Long Kim family grow up a little, they will be taken to an underground cave. But very few people can survive in such harsh conditions, and even less can anyone refine the Chaos World Demon Palace for more than 5 years. However, there is one exception, which is Not Vo Nan. At this time, Not Vo Nan sneaked into Huin Ma's territory, but as soon as he entered, he was discovered by Huin Ma. Therefore, a great war broke out between the two, but Not Vo Nan's current martial arts were absolutely no match for the illusory demon. Not Vo Nan also knew this, so he immediately cast the Dragon Remnant spell, which was created to deal with illusory demons. But even so, it was still impossible to break through the illusory demon's defense. On the contrary, Huin Ma pulled him back. Then he hit the ground hard. Not Vo Nan reacted extremely quickly, immediately activating stealth mode. Sword Trang Huin Demon could only summon the zombies he had refined. These zombies have an extremely sharp sense of smell, and Not Vo Nan's invisibility technique is completely useless in front of them. There is no other way. Not Vo Nan can only use werewolf moves. In the blink of an eye, these zombies were destroyed. But right after that, the illusory ghost summoned 2 poisonous zombies, while Vo Nan was fighting with the poisonous zombies. Hunma opened 2 coffins again, and this time, the zombie that came out was the black and white twin devils. Although they no longer have memories from when they were alive, their physical strength and internal strength are doubled, and they can also think autonomously. Faced with a large crowd of zombies, Vo Nan had absolutely no chance to escape to deal with Hunma. At this moment, Lai Quan Nak and Bok So Na promptly arrived to stop the black and white twin ghosts. It turned out that after Lai Quan Nak finished dealing with Black Robe Nan, he immediately went to Tudung Palace to find Bok So Na, then the 2 of them immediately came to support Vo Nan. Seeing that, Vo Nan did not say another word and rushed straight towards the illusory ghost. The 2 fought for a few rounds. Vo Nan also seized the opportunity to lock the illusory demon to the pillar. This time Vo Nan was ready to sacrifice. He wrapped the dragon's ashes around his body. After that, he put all his strength into crazily stretching Long Tan Ti. A moment later, I saw that Hunma's body had completely withered, and even his whole body had been cut into pieces. But did the monster that had lived for hundreds of years really die like that? The answer is clearly not possible. At this time, Hunma has trained to become a super demon Emperor Soul Master. Even someone as strong as Tien Ma is afraid it will be difficult to defeat him. Not believing in evil, Lai Quan Nak also launched a powerful diamond attack. But with this attack, even illusion demon's feathers couldn't hurt him. I saw the ghost just raised his hand. It's hard to make things difficult for you guys, your lives are really not important. But it seems that the Demon Spirit City has run out of steam, the fate of the Demon Spirit City is coming to an end. Stop. Having finished speaking, he summoned countless zombies and rushed towards Vo Nan. Before everyone could react, countless zombies self-exploded. In the blink of an eye, the whole house exploded into pieces. Vo Nan and everyone else were crushed under the rubble, life or death unknown. As for the ghost, he flew away with the black and white twin demons. As soon as this child was born, he destroyed an entire village. At only 7 years old, his body's shape is no different from that of an adult, and also defeated the #1 expert Ma Lin Tan. At the age of 20, he defeated the strongest expert on the northern continent Emperor Baek Tien Vu. He is a great master comparable to the 4 great masters of martial arts. The sky-like existence of the northern continent, the city lord of the great demon Lin's city Tien Ma. And this man today will try to pierce that sky. He is Hoa Lak Kok's errand boy to Ma. After defeating Thiat Ma, the coachman also brought Ma before Tien Ma. Seeing Ma coming, Tien Ma appeared extremely leisurely and greeted him. But Ma didn't say a word, he directly threw an elbow towards Tien Ma. The sudden blow made Tien Ma stunned, but he quickly regained his balance. Yet Ma appeared right in front of him. Another punch thrown. The tremendous power shook the surface of the water, creating giant ripples. But this blow was blocked by Tien Ma. Just when Tien Ma was about to say something, Ma launched a king kick straight into his face. A kick sent Tien Ma flying away. Next, Ma launched a series of combo attacks. Continuous attacks pushed Tien Ma into the wall, even creating a deep hole. The next moment, an invisible stream of power erupted, causing the surrounding rocks to float in midair. Seeing Tien Ma slowly walking out, he still looked indifferent, but he mocked Ma. He dodged Ma's fist and said, "If you only have this level, I'm really disappointed." Ma threw another punch. This punch carries a powerful aura, but was stopped by Tien Ma's invisible power. Furthermore, Ma's hands were tied tightly by invisible power. Immediately afterwards, Tien Ma sent him flying out. At this time, Ma was also a bit surprised. With his body surpassing Hoa Qin's, he was actually dislocated by Tien Ma. While he was still stunned, Tien Ma arrived in front of him. I only saw Tien Ma turn the fishing rod into a circle and say, "You'd better concentrate a little now." After speaking, a powerful internal force burst out, and wherever the internal force passed through, it was penetrated. Luckily, Ma dodged in time. But right after that, Ma was hooked by a fishing line. Then, like a fish, he was carried up by Heavenly Demon. Tien Ma is very suspicious. Immediately asked Ma about his identity. But Ma directly used his bare hands to pull the fishing line, and replied, "You don't need to know my identity. You only need to know one thing. This day next year will be your death anniversary." Hearing such wild words, Tien Ma helplessly scratched his head. Clearly Ma doesn't know what Tien Ma's presence in the northern continent actually means. At this time, Tien Ma did not intend to play with Ma anymore. He flashed in front of Ma. Then a palm strike sent Ma flying. This move directly caused Ma to spit out tomato juice. Immediately he rushed forward again, using the fishing rod to pierce Tama's arm. Seeing that Tama only had this little strength, Tian Ma felt extremely discouraged. After that, he waved his hand and said, "Give you a chance, use whatever tricks you have." Hearing that, Tama became furious and directly used all his internal energy to attack Tian Ma. But the result was still the same, his fist could not attack Tian Ma at all. Tian Ma was extremely disappointed and directly cast Dragon 2 Destroyer. He intended to use this move to end the match immediately. In the blink of an eye, Tama was kicked to the ground, tightly wrapped, and even continuously wrapped up, even though Tama is the body of the space spirit. I'm afraid it won't last long. A moment later, Tama couldn't stand it anymore and fainted. Just as he fainted, a silver needle suddenly flew out from his body. Losing the suppression of the silver needle, Tama's sealed memories gradually emerged. This man, in order to reach the end of the world, walked day and night non-stop for 10 years. But in the end, he discovered that the earth was spherical. Therefore, he went crazy, becoming a person who only knows how to catch fish every day. Tian Tuethung, who can predict heavenly plans, also led her subordinates to find him. Immediately, several people began to arrest him. But the person who was once the number one in the world could be captured so easily, even if the Tian Tam thread was as big as a finger, was also easily broken by him. There is no other way. Tian Tuethung can only use the Demon Emperor's soul crafting needle to seal him. Until all 9 silver needles are pinned to the body, he gradually calmed down. Afterwards, Tian Tuethung placed him at Hoa Lao and named him Tama. At this moment, losing the suppression of a Demon Emperor's soul suppression needle, Tama immediately recovered completely. Now he feels like a burden has been lifted, more relieved than ever. Waist no longer hurts, legs no longer ache. Tian Ma saw this scene and immediately found it interesting, so he opened his mouth and asked, "Do you always use this needle to suppress yourself?" But what he got in response was a heavy punch from Tama. This punch caused Tian Ma to spit out a mouthful of blood. His whole body was blown out. As soon as the heavenly devil stabilized his body, Tama appeared above him. A move thundered down from the sky and struck. This move is extremely powerful, even evaporating the water in the fish pond. Seeing that his fish pond was destroyed, Tian Ma immediately raised his fishing rod and rushed towards Tama. But Tama easily grabbed his fishing rod and even told Tian Ma to seriously fight him. Then he immediately threw Tian Ma's fishing rod aside. This action made Tian Ma angry. As a professional fisherman, how can you tolerate others throwing away your fishing rod? So he immediately performed the move Huin Fong Chop. I only saw a knife-shaped tornado rushing towards Tama. Seeing this, Tama immediately burst out his true energy to stop it. But I don't know when, Tian Ma appeared in front of Tama. He first used Dragon Cultivation to destroy Absolute to stop Tama, then unleashed another Black Wind Palm. But unexpectedly, Tama was unharmed and directly grabbed his shirt. Next, Tama used Iron Head Gong to directly knock Tian Ma away. Immediately after that, he flew forward and threw 3 punches at Tian Ma. As strong as Tian Ma was, he was knocked to the ground by a few punches. A moment later, Tian Ma slowly stood up, only to see him say coldly, "It seems I really need to be more serious." But Tama advised, "You better risk your life." Then they both exploded with a terrifying aura. After several fights, no one had the upper hand. But the surrounding houses were all partially destroyed. Sure enough, when fighting with an errand boy, houses are inevitably destroyed. Perhaps because Tian Ma saw her house being destroyed, she was distracted. Tama took the opportunity and punched him directly into the wall. Then he dashed forward again, throwing another heavy punch. This punch even destroyed the wall. But Tian Ma still stood up as if nothing happened. He found it a bit hard to believe that the little errand boy could pressure him to this extent. Then, Tian Ma's whole body began to erupt with an even more terrifying aura. True energy burst out and turned into a giant ferocious tiger. But Tama also did not want to be outdone. In the blink of an eye, the true energy burst out and transformed into Tian Long. The aura of both people shot up to the sky. This epic battle between dragons and tigers has officially entered a fierce phase. Tama and Tian Ma, the final battle. After the two people broke out in a terrifying aura, the battle has entered a fierce phase. Even though dragons and tigers are competing against each other, but Tian Ma's possession of Tian Wu Chi's body has the sole advantage. He first punched Tama flying. Then he rushed forward and hugged Tama's neck tightly. Next was a strong punch to Tama's stomach. This punch caused Tama to spit out a mouthful of blood. But even so, Tama remained stubborn. "I will not lose to the enemy twice. Especially you." Hearing that, Tian Ma immediately revealed himself. He immediately launched a move, Kwang Fong 13 Thunder, towards Tama. Although Tama barely blocked this blow, the bones in his hand were crushed. At this moment, Tama suddenly heard a cry for help, but when he turned around, he saw no one. Seeing Tama fighting with him, he was still distracted. Tien Ma directly launched a black wind palm to hit Tama's stomach. This blow even penetrated the house behind. But Tama was like an immortal cockroach. He tore his shirt and signaled Tien Ma to continue fighting. At this time, Tien Ma no longer hid his strength. He just raised his hand slightly, and 10 pillars rose from the ground. With a wave of his hand, 10 pillars rushed towards Tama. Tama quickly flew away to avoid, but still got hit a few times. Then, he fell to the ground in pain. But as soon as he landed, Tien Ma cast Long to destroy Absolute. Tama knew clearly that he could not be controlled by this move, so he desperately struggled to escape. But soon, above him a giant pillar appeared. Not having time to escape, Tama decided to directly defend. The pillar fell, the entire demon spirit city shook violently. When the dust and smoke cleared, only a giant hole appeared on the ground. Tama was knocked to the ground and fell into a coma. Suddenly he was woken up by a noise. It turned out that this place was the dungeon where hostages were held. Furthermore, many of these hostages had both their legs cut off. Witnessing this scene, Tama was extremely angry. He remembered the promise he made to the Lion King, and the crimes that Bak So-na told him about the ghost city. He once again fully recovered and declared that this time Tien Ma must die. Tien Ma laughed loudly again. He felt that what Tama said was just a joke. At this time, Tama interrupted him again. If I was just an errand boy, I certainly couldn't defeat you, but what if I were Fai Long, the first person in the world in the past? Hearing these wild words, Tien Ma obviously did not believe them, but he discovered that Tama's injury, which should have turned into a scale, was completely cured. Even the body of the space spirit cannot recover that quickly. Did your kid eat the immortal grass? Tama replied. Even though my previous memories are still not very clear, but my body remembers one thing, which is Fai Long's martial arts. Having finished speaking, he condensed his true energy and threw a punch towards Tien Ma. Faced with this punch, Tien Ma also sensed the danger and quickly mobilized his true energy to defend. At this time Tien Ma was extremely surprised. It was clear that he had turned into a scale spear before, so why did he have such strong power? Do I have to use even greater strength? Having finished speaking, his whole body began to erupt with true energy, immediately combined into a Naruto-like move. You may not know that Demon Dao that Sad is not a descendant of the Long Kim family, nor is it your father. I see you as a descendant of something. Although Not Vo Nan did not believe Honma's nonsense, he still doubted his identity. After that, Not Vo Nan began cultivating crazily, because he was determined to find Honma to take revenge. Fai Lu was also rescued by the squad. Hearing the team members report the number of casualties, Fai Lu was heartbroken. But compared to the outbreak of war, this was probably the best outcome. Fai Lu ordered the burial of the team members who died in battle with the highest rites. Lai Quan Lak, the background person, brought news about Vo Lam Min. They defeated all the experts of Ma Lin Tan, preventing the outbreak of war. And to Ma, the person who defeated Tien Ma, was most likely Fai Long, the first person in the world who had been missing for a long time. Not long after, Bak So-na returned to Not Hoa Palace. Looking at the familiar scene, she remembered the past events of her childhood. After that, she came to her mother's grave. She shed tears and swore that she would definitely find the person who destroyed Not Hoa Kung Gate. After recovering from his wound, Fai Long started practicing hard again. Lai Quan Nak still occasionally comes to compete with him. And Lai Quan Lak also saw the origin of the death god demon knife. He reminded. With this sword, even white-clothed Tan Hu Kak, who is comparable to Thiat's son Dai Dia, had his soul taken away and turned into a Western demon killer. You can really control it. This sword? Answering him was Fai Lu's steady eyes. As for Bak So-na, she is always looking for Tama. She is convinced that Su-ma is definitely not dead. Bak So-na often went alone to the place where she and Tama first met, regardless of spring, summer, autumn or winter. On this exact day, as she was about to leave, a voice rang out from behind. You have to pay your debt before you can leave. Hearing this familiar voice, Bak So-na was immediately stunned. The person who called her was Tama. It seems you still owe me 1,000 taels of silver, to be able to survive. The boy was sold by his mother to someone else for 1 tael of silver. But he did not blame his mother because this 1 ounce of silver was enough to sustain the whole family for a year, and he could finally escape from this hell. However, he later realized that he had just fallen into another, more terrifying hell. Here, He didn't even have the right to own a name, only cold numbers as a code. Not Vo Nan and others also broke the rubble, but the ghost was no longer there. But he couldn't die because he basically didn't have the courage to die. Duong Tudung was frozen into an ice statue by a demon. There was no more sound, the ghost staggered out of Ma Lin's city. In the end, she still returned to the ghost cup. Looking at the ghost being so seriously injured, Yiksha also guessed that her opponent was Duong Tudung. After that, when the Yiksha heard the ghost tell him about Tama being Phi Long, his whole body couldn't calm down. If I had known that he was Phi Long, I would have killed him myself that time. Two Mong's sun monsters who followed the army to the dungeon also discovered Tama covered in injuries. So, the two of them took Tama back to Hoa Lak Kok for treatment. Although Tama was in a coma, his body was absorbing nature's aura and gradually recovering. And not Vo Nan still holds in his heart the illusory words Ma said to him. You may not know, Ma Dao that Sad is not a descendant of the Dragon Sword family, nor is he your father. I see you as a descendant of a certain species. Although not Vo Nan did not believe the demonic words of the phantom demon, he still had doubts about his identity. After that, not Vo Nan began to practice frantically, because he was determined to find the phantom demon to take revenge. Phi Lu was also rescued by the Special Forces team. Hearing the number of casualties among the team members, Phi Lu was extremely heartbroken. But compared to the outbreak of war, this is probably the best result. Phi Lu ordered the burial of the fallen team members according to the highest rites. Lai Quan Lak, who was sent on a secondary mission, brought news about Vo Lam Min. They defeated all the experts of Ma Lin Tan, preventing the outbreak of war. And to Ma, the person who defeated Tien Ma, is most likely Phi Long, the first person in the world who has disappeared for a long time. Not long after, Bok So Na returned to Not Hoa Palace. Looking at the familiar scene, she remembered the past events when she was young. After that, she came to her mother's grave. So Na shed tears and swore that she would definitely find the person who destroyed Not Hoa Palace. After recovering from his injury, Phi Lu started practicing hard again. Lai Quan Nak also occasionally comes to compete with him. Lai Quan Nak also saw the origin of the death god demon knife. He reminded, even white-clothed Tan Hu Kok, who was comparable to Thiat's son Dai Dia, had his soul taken away and became a killer demon. Can you really control this sword? Answering him was Phi Lu's steady eyes. And Bok So Na is always looking for Tama. She firmly believes that Tama is not dead yet. Bok So Na often went alone to the place where she and Tama first met, regardless of spring, summer, autumn or winter. On the day she was about to leave, a voice rang out from behind. You have to pay your debt before you can leave. Hearing the familiar voice, Bok So Na was stunned, and the person calling him was Tama. It seems you still owe me 1,000 taels of silver, to be able to survive. The boy was sold by his mother to someone else for a tael of silver. But the boy did not resent his mother, because this amount of silver was enough to sustain the whole family for a year, and he could finally escape this hellish place. However, as he later learned, he only fell into another, more terrifying hell. Here, he doesn't even deserve a name, only a cold number as a code. Every day the boy thinks about death thousands of times. But he didn't die, because he basically didn't have the courage to die. Just like that, 100 children used numbers instead of names, rolling around in that hell on earth. In the end, there were only 2 people left. Now deciding their fate was the candle before their eyes. If the candle burns out and there is still no winner or loser, then both must die. The boy knew he had no other choice. He had gone through countless sufferings to live until now. He absolutely could not give up at the last moment. His strong desire to live also helps him win over his opponents. But in the end, he couldn't bear to kill his teammates. Seeing that, the teammates suddenly grabbed the long sword. You must live until the end. Live for me too. Then he swung his long sword and killed himself. Just like that, the boy spent 2.5 years living in hell, stepping over the corpses of countless comrades, and in the end he survived, and was appointed by Ghost Devil as the leader of Black Moon Vo Engip. The current master of Ghost Soul Cup also gave him a precious sword, and named him Phi Long. 5 years later, the assassin group Black Moon Vo Engip of Ghost Soul Kok became famous throughout the martial arts world. Any target they assassinated was without exception, all of them perished. Strong self-confidence also caused Dezoa to appear negligent, almost losing his life at the hands of the royal power. Fortunately, Phi Long arrived in time. An arrow hit the opponent's waist. The saved Yiksha also worshipped Phi Long to the extreme, determined to cultivate well. At this time, the owner of Ghost Soul Kok, Luke Tued DM, was seriously ill and dying. Therefore, he passed on the position of Cup Master to Demon Devil. But at the same time, he also gave a condition, which was to let Ghost Devil bring immortal grass back. To repay the favor, Devil also agreed. This task naturally falls to Fai Long. Kui promises that if successful, Tam Lang's position will belong to Fai Long. But Fai Long doesn't understand why he must kill Bok Lin Fai. He has never caused harm to martial arts or Ghost Soul Valley. Ghost replied. Have you ever thought about the consequences of going to get immortal grass without killing Bok Lin Fai? Furthermore, this is an order. Hearing that, Fai Long did not hesitate, flew away and made sure to complete the mission. Looking at Fai Long disappearing, Kui revealed a sad expression. Fai Long, today you still haven't glanced at me. Fai Long quickly arrived at Tam Evil City, saw many people in the martial arts forest before his eyes. Fai Long was lost in thought. Could it be that rumors about immortal grass have already spread in the martial arts world? And then a voice rang out. Young master, can you come and help a little? But Fai Long only left a sentence. This matter has nothing to do with me. Then turned and left. This action made Qiu Tian crazy. But then the two met again at the tea shop. Qiu Tian first taught a group of troublemaking thugs, then pointed directly at Fai Long and reproached him. You can obviously help. But Fai Long's answer was still. It has nothing to do with me. After that, Qiu Tian helped a child bring the injured little bird back to the nest. But because she was determined not to use martial arts, she injured her ankle. Seeing all of this, Fai Long could only shake his head in frustration. This woman is truly stupid. And right at this moment, a group of people pretending to be Ghost Soul Bones arrived in front of Qiu Tian, and upon arriving, they questioned Immortal Tao's whereabouts. Seeing that Qiu Tian did not answer, the other guy immediately called himself Tam Lang, and swung his weapon to slash at him. But right after that, Fai Long did not know when he appeared in front of Qiu Tian and blocked the attack. He coldly said, Are you sure you are Tam Lang? He spent 2.5 years living in hell to become a top assassin. But he fell in love with the assassination target's daughter. Faced with his future mother-in-law, how should he choose? Just now, Fai Long only used one look, causing the thugs to pretend to be ghosts and lose their minds. Fai Long, who was reborn after the mission, did not want to care much about Qiu Tian. But seeing Qiu Tian, he couldn't even walk. Fai Long also reluctantly agreed to take her home. But because it was too late, the two could only sleep overnight in a cave. At that moment, Fai Long suddenly leaned close to Qiu Tian. This action scared Qiu Tian. What do you want to do? But as an assassin who has been practicing for 2.5 years, how can he not have any concentration? Fai Long just wants to help Qiu Tian treat his ankle injury. But Fai Long's actions made Qiu Tian feel secure. At this time, in Qiu Tian's heart, Fai Long brother was the most handsome person. The next day, Fai Long continued to carry Qiu Tian back home. Although Qiu Tian's ankle has healed, but when Fai Long took him home, Qiu Tian immediately started pretending. Just like that, after more than half a day, the two finally arrived at Not Hoa Palace. And at this point, Fai Long really knew that the girl in front of him was the little princess of Not Hoa Palace, and also the eldest daughter of Bok Qiu Tian, his assassination target this time. Qiu Tian wanted to keep Fai Long to eat before leaving, but Fai Long directly refused. Suddenly, Fai Long stopped walking. He thought this might be a good opportunity to take action. So he changed his mind, saying he wanted to stay the night before leaving. Seeing Fai Long agree to stay, Qiu Tian observed the number of guards. Even used stones to find the secret room under the lake. This was the first time Qiu Tian brought a man home, so Bok Lin Fai personally came to welcome him. Bok Lin Fai, like Kui, is one of the 10 martial arts masters. To be exact, Bok Lin Fai is probably one level higher. After dinner, everyone also talked to each other. But at this time, Fai Long thought that if he had to kill Bok Lin Fai, he would now let his guard down. This was a great opportunity. Having finished speaking, Fai Long transformed and tried to hold the knife. At this moment, a terrifying pressure spread to Fai Long. I only saw Bok Lin Fai transmitting. I don't care about your identity, but the moment you hold the knife is the moment you die. Seeing that, Fai Long had no choice but to use the excuse to rest and leave immediately. As soon as he returned to his room, Fai Long was immediately monitored by guards. Fai Long originally intended to wait for Bok Lin Fai to fall asleep before taking action, but Bok Lin Fai instead chatted with Qiu Tian until late at night. There was no other way but to take advantage of the time he was with Qiu Tian to attack. Fai Long easily defeated several guards. He quickly arrived in front of Bok Lin Fai's house. Just as he was about to take action, he heard Qiu Tian mean something to him. At that moment, Fai Long's hand holding the knife trembled unconsciously, and the sword in his hand also became heavy. Bok Lin Fai had long recognized Fai Long outside. He clearly came with murderous intent but hesitated to take action. Is it because you're afraid of me? Or is it because of Tu Tian? Fai Long knows that with this mental state, he is no match for Bok Lin Fai. He had to give up and fly away to chase away the immortal grass. At this time, Bok Lin Fai told Tu Tian that the boy Fai Long had just come and then left. Now he is heading to the prison where immortal grass is being held. What are you going to do? If I take action, he will definitely die. Tu Tian immediately set out for prison. On the way, Tu Tian also discovered that the guards were only injured, not killed, and that guy did not act cruelly. Just as Fai Long was about to enter the secret room, Tu Tian appeared behind him. If you want to go in there, step over my body. Fai Long reluctantly pulled out his long sword. Do you think I will waver because of our one night of friendship? Do you think I don't dare to kill you? Because he couldn't speak, Tu Tian had to stop him. A Tam Tian Chi move directly hits Fai Long, but Fai Long dodged the attack. And right after that, Fai Long's sword pierced Tu Tian's body. He is the assassin Min Tran Vo Lam, but he develops feelings for the daughter of the assassination target. In order not to affect the speed of drawing the sword, he brutally stabbed her in the waist. Just 2.5 seconds later, Bok Lin Fai quickly ran over. A single blow sent Fai Long flying out. The 8 immortals protecting the Dharma also followed closely behind, surrounding Fai Long. Seeing his daughter's organs stolen by Fai Long, Bok Lin Fai immediately became angry, rushed towards Fai Long again and ordered the Dharma protecting 8 immortals to retreat. In the blink of an eye, a Tam Tian Chi attack directly hit Fai Long's chest. The terrifying power immediately knocked Fai Long 2.5 kilometers away. This blow seriously injured Fai Long. He knew clearly that he was not Bok Lin Fai's opponent, so he immediately chose to run away. Just when he thought he had escaped, Bok Lin Fai suddenly appeared in front of him. Bok Lin Fai angrily questioned, "Why do you dare set foot here?" Fai Long swung his knife out, but what could be the reason? He was temporarily fascinated by the scent of flowers. Hearing that, Bok Lin Fai first performed a move, then neutralized Fai Long's move. Next was another heavy attack. Knock Fai Long into the lake. But Bok Lin Fai did not stop and rushed straight down to attack Fai Long. Fai Long's reaction was also extremely fast, immediately stirring up layers of water, blocking Bok Lin Fai's vision, and took the opportunity to run away immediately. But he did not know that Bok Lin Fai intentionally let him go because Bok Lin Fai wanted to investigate clearly. Force behind him. Returning to the inn, Fai Long blankly stared at the demon mask in front of him. If it weren't for this, I'm afraid he would have been dead. Tu Tian was also saved by Bok Lin Fai. Luckily, although the arrow in the room pierced Tu Tian's body, it did not hit a dangerous spot. At this time, the Dharma protector Ba Tian came to report that they had discovered that Fai Long was the leader of Black Moon Vo Engip of Ghost Soul Kok. In the inn, Fai Long had recovered some of his injuries and was preparing to leave this place. Suddenly he realized someone was coming. Just when he was about to take action, he discovered that the person coming was Tu Tian. At this moment, Fai Long was stunned because the person he didn't want to face the most was Tu Tian. But Tu Tian came here with only one purpose. She wanted to know if Fai Long really wanted to kill her or not. And Fai Long's answer is affirmative. Telling a lie, Tu Tian directly exposed his lie. If you really wanted to kill me, you wouldn't have hesitated to stab me straight in the heart. But Fai Long didn't want to listen to Tu Tian anymore, so he raised his sword and pointed straight at her. But Tu Tian directly pushed Fai Long's sword away. I know you won't admit it, but you didn't kill me because you still have me in your heart. After that, Tu Tian caressed Fai Long's face and advised, "Put down your blood-stained sword, along with your life full of regrets." Fai Long even trampled on countless corpses to climb to today's position. That was not his original intention. But if he denies this part of his humanity, he will become a worthless empty shell. So, just kill this woman. Having finished speaking, he raised his sword and stabbed Tu Tian. But when the sword was about to stab Tu Tian's neck, he was unable to continue stabbing. At this moment, Fai Long showed an extremely painful expression. If he really kills Tu Tian, he will forever live in hell. But Bok Lin Fai couldn't bear it anymore, so she broke through the wall and rushed in. Immediately knocked Fai Long into the wall. She angrily said to Tu Tian, "Do you see clearly now?" Having finished speaking, she threw Fai Long into the wall behind the inn. Bok Lin Fai tightened Fai Long's neck. She intended to finish Fai Long right here. But at this time, Fai Long suddenly muttered, "There was a moment, I also thought about smelling flowers, hugging flowers. Even if I died, I would not regret it. But now I have awakened." As soon as the words fell, Fai Long's entire body's internal energy gathered. Suddenly, he swung his sword and slashed at Bok Lin Fai. A serious sword also caused Bok Lin Fai to be slashed and fly back out. At this time, Fai Long spoke again. An assassin is not worthy and does not need flowers. Do killers really not deserve love? There was a moment when Fai Long also wanted to embrace love, but the cruel reality shattered all his illusions. The attitude that Bok Lin Fai showed said it all. Today she must deal with Fai Long to resolve the hatred in her heart. Even though Fai Long used all his strength, but Bok Lin Fai still easily resolved everything. For Bok Lin Fai, with Fai Long's strength, even her toes are not equal. With just one random blow, he knocked Fai Long to the ground. Next, she stepped forward and pointed her finger at Fai Long's head. Compared to your strength, your death is so insignificant. At this time, Fai Long was completely unable to move. The attack just now destroyed his internal energy and vitality. Suddenly, a cold stream of air headed towards Bok Lin Fai. Bok Lin Fai immediately raised her hand to block the attack. And the one who launched this attack was the devil. Ghost's purpose here is only one, which is to take Fai Long away. But even when faced with the appearance of the devil, Bok Lin Fai still did not flinch. However, Ghost had already sent Yaksha to capture Tu Tian. Even the 8 immortal Dharma protectors were surrounded by Black Moon Vo Engeep. Seeing this situation, Bok Lin Fai had no other choice, because her daughter's life was in danger. Therefore, Silver Spirit Concubine said cruel words. Today I will temporarily forgive you. Next time, your life will be mine, Ghost Devil. After speaking, she pulled Tu Tian and left quickly. Looking at Fai Long, Tu Tian felt sad. What a cruel fate. If only I hadn't met you before. Fai Long lying on the ground also watched Tu Tian leave. At this moment, he became extremely confused. Returning to Ghost Soul Cock, Fai Long sank into decadence for a long time. He is full of doubts about his life. Will he always be such an assassin? During this time, he always felt frustrated and often shed tears inexplicably. In his mind, he always thinks about every little bit of memories with Tu Tian. At this moment, he couldn't bear it any longer. After giving Dezo a few words of advice, he immediately flew out of Ghost Soul Cock. He had to go meet the woman who made him miss him day and night. Still at Manhwa Palace, Tu Tian quietly left for unknown reasons. This made Bok Lin Fai extremely angry, immediately ordering people to find Tu Tian. Even if they had to be tied, they had to be tied back. But they didn't know that Tu Tian had run away with Fai Long. At this time, they were in a deep mountain with charming scenery. A month has passed. Fai Long, as the leader of Black Moon Vo Engeep of Ghost Soul Valley, still has no news. Therefore, the elders of Ghost Soul Valley specially held a criticism meeting. At this time, someone said, I heard that boy was dating the little princess of Manhwa Palace. Hearing that, Kui immediately became angry. Immediately bring Fai Long before me. If he dares to disobey orders or commit any treason. But before she could finish her sentence, Fai Long strode in. This time back, Fai Long officially wanted to leave Ghost Soul Cock. Hearing Fai Long say that, the elders were not happy. Ghost Soul Cock is a place where you can come if you want, and if you want to go, you can go. Are you tired of living? Hearing that, Fai Long did not flinch at all, loudly challenging everyone with bravery to come down here and fight. As for Ghost, he only wants to know one question. Are you really doing this for the little princess of Manhwa Palace? Fai Long knew clearly that he was at fault with the devil, so he spoke in a low voice and affirmed. Hearing that, Ghost suddenly stood up. Do you know what steps you have to go through to leave Ghost Soul Cock? Fai Long firmly replied. I am willing to accept the judgment of Vo Kim Dong. This is a scary cave. Inside there are not only scary zombies, but there is also an old monster who has lived for 250 years. To leave Ghost Soul Cock, Fai Long must pass the challenge of Vo Kim Cave. The inside of Vo Kim Cave is full of black thorns. Although they look normal, they are extremely poisonous. Once pierced by a thorn, a person will be paralyzed. Furthermore, there are many small water streams in the cave. These springs emit toxic gas. Inhaling this poisonous gas will make people unable to use the protective energy. But the scariest thing is the zombies in the cave. They have been in Vo Kim Cave for hundreds of years, unable to live and unable to die. Just smelling blood will make them crazy. It is because of the existence of these zombies that this place is called Ghost Soul Cock. When Fai Long entered Vo Kim Cave, countless zombies frantically rushed towards him. Fai Long, having lost all sense of feeling long ago, could only frantically swing the long sword in his hand. Even though he couldn't feel anything, as long as he held the sword in his hand, he was confident that he would definitely survive. During 2.5 years of practice, he survived like that. Just like that, Fai Long killed for 2.5 hours, finally defeating all the zombies. At this moment, Fai Long seemed to have hit something, because his sword was stuck firmly. Before he could react, he was thrown into the wall by a powerful punch. That person is Van Am Demon, a monster that has lived for hundreds of years. Van Am Ghost is a descendant of demon race. He always dreams of becoming the best in the world. After cultivating the lion's roar to its peak, he practiced the extremely damaging Van Een Gong. However, at that time he was nearly 60 years old. After that, he left the demons and entered the Central Plains. Everywhere he went was bloody rain and wind. However, his luck was not good. He encountered a young emerging master of the Central Plains, who was also the later Thiat's Son Great Emperor, the strongest master at that time. After losing to Thiat's Son Great Emperor, he went everywhere looking for stronger martial arts. But he couldn't make it in time, because human lifespan is finite. Therefore, from then on Van Een Ghost began to search for the secret of longevity. It is said that from then on, he started eating human flesh to gain immortality. After being defeated by Van Een Ghost, Phi Long's internal strength and 5 senses gradually recovered. Perhaps because he had not seen a living person for a long time, Van Am Ghost also talked with Phi Long about life. In order to catch Van Am Ghost off guard, Phi Long could only reluctantly chat with him. But clearly Van Am Ghost cannot be patient anymore. Immediately he opened his mouth to swallow Phi Long. But right after that, he was slashed on the waist by Phi Long. Next was another sword strike that severed his arm. In the end, Van Am Ghost was divided into 7 pieces by Phi Long's sword. A moment later, Phi Long destroyed Vokim Cave. Immediately appeared in front of Demon. That's it, isn't it, Cockmaster? Ghost Devil reluctantly returned the sword to Phi Long. Let's go. You are free. Phi Long received the sword and turned around to leave. Not long after, Phi Long returned to the deep mountains. Seeing Phi Long return, Qiu Tian immediately rushed to hug him tightly. At this moment, Phi Long finally understood that Qiu Tian was the reason he had to continue living. This girl fell in love with the assassin who killed her demon. Furthermore, the two of them fled into the deep forests and mountains. To be with Phi Long, Qiu Tian returned to Not Hoa Palace and told Bok Lin Phi clearly. Hearing Qiu Tian's words, Bok Lin Phi was extremely angry. She didn't understand why Qiu Tian insisted on being with an assassin, and Phi Long even attacked Qiu Tian twice. Then she will kill Phi Long herself. Seeing her mother's attitude like that, Qiu Tian also gave her a reason why she could not object, which was that she was pregnant with Phi Long's child. Hearing that, Bok Lin Phi was surprised. This is not about coming back to discuss with me, it's clearly about coming back to inform me. The matter's over. Bok Lin Phi can only helplessly accept the two, but both must leave Not Hoa Palace. And their children will not have anything to do with Not Hoa Palace. But two people who are deeply in love cannot control that much. Being able to leave martial arts is exactly what they want. Qiu Tian very affectionately asked Phi Long. Have you ever seen the sea? On the coast at the end of the mainland, white apricot flowers bloom all year round. Anyone who sets foot in that flower field will fall in love with the scent of durian flowers and not want to leave. Promise me, will you take me and the soon-to-be-born child there? Phi Long gently hugged Qiu Tian in his arms. Okay, I promise you. Elsewhere, inside Ghost Soul Cock, the King of Hell questioned Ghost. Why didn't you punish Phi Long but instead let him go? Ghost replied that he was just following the rules of worshipping a master. After all, Phi Long had passed the test of Vo Jian Dong. At this time, the ghost demon realized that this person was not the King of Hell, so he directly lifted the curtain. Indeed, this person is not the King of Hell, but the son of the King of Hell, Tam Lang. Tam Lang had left Ghost Soul Cock before, this time because King Hell begged him to return. From Greedy Wolf's mouth, I learned that besides him, all the 9 kill ghosts are currently in the strange flower palace fighting for the immortal grass. The ghosts knew that even if the 9 kill ghosts stole the immortal grass, they would not hand it over to the King of Hell, but the King of Hell still sent them. More importantly, the King of Hell's whereabouts are currently completely unknown. But inside the different flower palace, the demon soul of 9 kills has begun a crazy massacre. Bok Lin Phi thought that if King Hell and Ghost were not there, he could still fight. But the demon soul of 9 kills are all cruel people. Even Lin Tran is on par with Bok Lin Phi. Qiu Tian also promptly returned and saved Bok So Na. Bok Lin Phi had no free time at this time, so she told Qiu Tian to quickly take Bok So Na and escape. However, just as Qiu Tian and the other person were about to escape from the secret passage, then encountered Si Yuman waiting there. At this time, Bok Lin Phi had also successfully resolved Lin Tran. But 3 people in Q Sat, Luke Tun, Fa Quan and Gakuk also chased him. Faced with 3 people attacking at the same time, Bok Lin Phi also proved extremely difficult. Right when everything hangs by a thread, Phi Long promptly ran over. But Bok Lin Fai was very worried about Tu Tien and Bok So Na, so she told Fai Long to immediately come and protect them. Just as Bok Lin Fai was worried, Tu Tien was basically no opponent of Siu Man. Fortunately, under Tu Tien's protection, Bok So Na escaped. The giant gate could not interrogate the whereabouts of the immortal grass from the small sky. Therefore, he directly killed her. At this moment, Fai Long promptly ran to block the attack, and used King of Hell's swordsmanship to confront Siu Man. With just 3 moves, he defeated Siu Man. Seeing Fai Long so brave, Tu Tien also felt doubtful. When did her man become so powerful? This man once again beat you too, the person he loved. Right after Fai Long used only 3 moves to easily defeat Siu Man. Tu Tien is also very confused. When did Fai Long become so powerful? But under Fai Long's gentle care, Tu Tien didn't think much. At this time, Fai Long told Tu Tien to leave first. He told the little girl, "The White Princess asked me to do 2 things, to save you and to protect the immortal grass." Having finished speaking, Fai Long turned around to leave, but Tu Tien called him back, because she knew where the immortal grass was kept. After that, the little angel led the flying dragon to the place where the immortal grass was stored. The immortal grass was brought to the Central Plains by Stone Martial Emperor, the great Grand Master of Heaven and Earth. Emperor Thatch Tuet Vu Hong chose 3 families to protect the immortal grass and passed on his martial arts skills as a reward for protecting the immortal grass. Not Hoa Kung, not Hoa Kim Nak and Tam Tien Chi are martial arts taught by Thatch Tuet Vu Hong. In a room, the little angel took the immortal grass out of an ordinary vase. The only people who know about this immortal grass are you and me, and now you too. Because she asked you to protect the immortal grass, it means she trusts you. But at this time, the flying dragon slowly walked forward. He suddenly pulled out his sword and stabbed it through the little sky. "I'm not interested in you, my goal is to get the immortal grass." At this moment, the little guy finally understood that the person in front of him was not a flying dragon at all. And the fake flying dragon swallowed the immortal grass. After swallowing immortal grass, the effect is immediately apparent. The meridians, which were previously clogged, are now completely clear. At this time, Jia Fai Long also removed his disguise. He is the 6th Great Hell King, the former master of the Ghost Soul Valley. Immortal grass transformed his old and sick body into a soulless body, and even gained the power of immortality. At this time, Fai Long finally ran over. Seeing Fai Long coming, King of Hell also wanted to test his strength after his transformation. Fai Long told Tu Tien to quickly run away, because for the baby in her belly, Tu Tien must survive. But the King of Hell did not intend to let anyone leave, so after speaking, he directly attacked both of them. In an emergency, Fai Long immediately used his body to block the attack. He gently looked at Tu Tien. As long as he had 1 breath left, he would not let anyone touch a strand of her hair. But Fai Long was no match for the King of Hell. After just a few moves, the King of Hell pierced his body. At this time, the Ghost Soul Q Sat also heard the news and ran over. Knowing that they were being used by the King of Hell, everyone was extremely angry. Everyone discussed that since the King of Hell had eaten the immortal grass, the only way to do so was to dismember him and drain his true energy. Having finished speaking, everyone flew away with the King of Hell to fight. Tu Tien was miserable as he watched Fai Long fall to the ground, not knowing what to do. Fai Long gently looked at Tu Tien. "Luckily I was 1 step ahead, and in the end I was still able to see her. I'm satisfied." Tu Tien cried tears of joy. He promised to take me and the child to the beach where peach blossoms bloomed. "You can't go back on your word. I want you to live to fulfill your promise." But Fai Long slowly closed his eyes. "Sorry, I will definitely do it in my next life." Since then, Not Hoa Palace, a place that stood tall in the northern continent for thousands of years, has disappeared in the flow of history. That day, Ghost Soul Q Sat and more than 200 assassins under his command led this massacre. A total of 1,388 people from Not Hoa Kung died at their hands. That day, Luke Tuet Diem Vang and Ghost Soul Q Sat had an earth-shattering battle. No one knows whether they lived or died, because there were no witnesses. And whether immortal grass really exists or not has not been confirmed. Those are all the memories that Tama can recall. He alone fought against the entire citadel, and also defeated Tien Ma, the city lord of Demon Lin City. Right after the battle between Tama and Tien Ma ended, Tama also clearly remembered that he was Fai Long. But all memories of Fai Long stop at Fai Long dying before Chiu Tien's eyes. To find old memories, Nikkei Mang's son found Tama all kinds of martial arts secrets related to Fai Long. But even though Tama had learned all the martial arts, he also couldn't restore any memories. Now, only by finding the ancient 9 killing ghosts can we know what happened. And Demon Sword Dia Lo Tun and Ghost Soul Q Sat has become the great demon leading the demon spirit. Fa Quan was also an expert on par with the 10 great martial arts masters. Old monster Mang Sun knew that Tama would leave this place soon, so he let Tama take Fat 2 with him. Bo2 was born with long cot, it will definitely be useful in the future. Then he spoke deeply. Do you know that Phi Long has been moving forward all the way, never stopping? He has never turned back, so you must be like him, always moving forward. Find your memories, find your woman Chiu Tien, then you will naturally understand why you came back to life. And at this moment, Bak So Na came to find Tama just in time. And he also brought news about the Demon Soul's 9 slaughter skin. Hu Bai's nickname is Q in God's Claw, and Ghost Soul Q Sat he is the most cruel person. According to the report of Vo Lam Bak Min, the day Di Hoa Kung was destroyed, a total of 127 people were hit by his 9 Yin Divine Claw, all of whom died miserably. Bak So Na also learned that not long before, Vo Lam Min's investigation team had found Hu Bai. But the entire investigation team died at Hu Bai's hands, after which Vo Lam Min increased Hu Bai's reward to 80,000 taels. Soon, countless bounty hunters began frantically searching for Hu Bai. That's why Bak So Na knew Hu Bai's location. Tama sat down directly in front of Hu Bai, ate greedily, and said he was Phi Long. But clearly Hu Bai did not believe Su Ma's lies, because Su Ma's appearance was completely different from Fei Long's. Tama wiped his mouth. Do you think I'm not? But I remember your puppet face very clearly. I'm not here for the reward, just a few questions to ask. Depending on your answer, I will decide whether to kill you or not. Hearing that, Hu Bai seemed to hear a big joke. Say, what do you want to ask? Tama poured out all his doubts. How did I survive? How is True Tien? And the group of Ghost Soul Q Sat people after that? However, Hu Bai only responded with 4 words. Phi Long is dead. Suddenly, a bald man wielded an axe and slammed it down on the table. Apparently they came for the reward. But Hu Bai calmly searched for something. Immediately after that, he took out 100,000 silver checks. It was announced that whoever gets to Ma's head will have 100,000 taels of silver coins belonging to that person. But that bald guy is very arrogant, he wants both money and bonus. This action immediately angered Hu Bai. He used his skeletal hand to crush the bald man's axe. Right after that, the other guy's eyes were gouged out, and was thrown violently against the wall. This scene stunned everyone because they did not see Hu Bai take action at all. After finishing dealing with the brats, Hu Bai laughed out loud. His hand covered with black gas also proved that he had practiced the 8 achievements of God's Claw. Witnessing this scene, Tama showed a serious expression. Anyone who dares to anger him will have their eyes gouged out by Kaioi. Now facing Tama, who calls himself Phi Long, he shows even more contempt, and declared that he would let him taste the taste of 9 in God's Claw. But no matter what kind of person Tama is, when it comes to fighting, he has never been afraid. He wipes his mouth and prepares to fight. But at this moment, a burst of laughter came from outside the door. It is said that the things caught by the 9 in God's Claw cannot escape the fate of being torn apart. However, as far as we can see, that is just a rumor. Today, a bounty on your head. I take it. The person who came was Invincible Dai Kong Van Trong's son. The 10,000-pound iron pillar was waved around like chopsticks. With a bang, the iron pillar hit Hu Bai straight. The iron pillar fell, instantly smashing the ground. But that clumsy body simply couldn't hurt Hu Bai in the slightest. Van Trong's son became angry, and immediately launched an indiscriminate attack. Tama, standing next to him, was also harmed. But Tama only needed to gently raise his hand to dislodge the iron pillar. This action made Van Trong's son extremely surprised. Just as he was about to open his mouth to ask, Tama reminded him to be careful behind him because Hu Bai was attacking him. But Van Trong's son contemptuously pointed at Hu Bai, saying that this old man could not hurt him. He had an indestructible diamond body. But right after that, he was punched in the waist by Hu Bai. Next comes a downward pounce. Although this blow was dodged by Van Trong's son, his clothes were torn to shreds. Before he could react, Hu Bai approached him intimately, and gave him a loving hug. Suddenly, the magic power in Hu Bai started moving, and then he used his strength to grasp it. Van Trong's son's ribs were completely broken. At this moment, Van Trong's son completely lost the ability to fight. Immediately knelt down on the ground and begged Hu Bai. But what he received was Hu Bai's sinister smile. The next second, his eyes were gouged out by Hu Bai. His leg tendons were immediately severed. Seeing that, Tama immediately ordered Hu Bai to stop. Hu Bai was disturbed and immediately kicked the mountain. After that, he immediately got into position, determined to teach this kid a lesson. However, in just a blink of an eye, it was knocked off its head by Tama. Even a few teeth were broken. Hu Bai was very surprised that this kid was so strong, but he thought it was probably because he was careless. Then he got into position again. This time he was really serious. But right after that, he was sent flying again by the same move. And the teeth that were originally healthy, after 2 headbutts from Suma, in the end there were only 4 left. His whole body was slammed against the wall. At this moment, Hu Bai went completely crazy, disregarding everything and rushed towards Tama. But Suma only needed to move around and grab his hand. The pitiful scream rang out again, and Hu Fai's fingers were broken by the sumo. Faced with such a weak Hu Fai, Sumo immediately lost interest. He directly ordered the fat man, "Next, you deal with him." The fat man happily flew up. Another headbutt to Hu Fai. Poor Hu Fatty after being beaten to a pulp by the fat man. The whole person was completely lying on the ground. And finally, the matter of how to handle Hu and fertility was entrusted to Bak So-na by Tama. Bak So-na arrived at the scene, carried an axe and walked towards Hu Fai. Faced with the enemy who massacred her family, Bak So-na directly sentenced him to death. Hu Fai smiled faintly. Even a kid dared to talk to him like that. He sidestepped, intending to sneak attack Bak So-na. But before he could attack, Fatty had both of his hands cut off. Bai Chu-na was angry and used the 3,000 decrees to completely abolish him. Bak So-na did not kill Hu Fai herself, because killing someone like him would only dirty her hands. But the bounty hunters who want his head won't let him go. Facing the slowly approaching bounty hunters, Hu Bai was completely desperate. In the end, Hu Bai was hung on a wooden stake by bounty hunters, his body exposed to the blazing sun in the middle of the street. After this incident, the news that Tama was the first Fai Long in the world also spread. And he was also noticed by this woman in front of him. He is a villain who was given a reward of 80,000 taels of gold by the martial arts world. Bounty hunters all flocked to his head. But such a cruel person in Tama's hands could not stand the 3 moves and was dealt with. In the end, they all ended up hanging dead on the street. After solving Hu Fai, Tama and everyone immediately set out to hide in Ma Lin. On the way, a mysterious woman quietly followed them. But Tama and the others soon discovered her, and even intentionally set off fireworks in the forest to lure her into the trap. As soon as the woman came, Tama suddenly appeared in front of her and exposed her. It turned out that this woman was Mo Dung Lan of Bak Thon Dao Sun Kim Lam. 20 years ago, her father, Mo Dung Tu, founded a sword and sword shop in Tan Duong City. More than half of the swords produced in the northern continent are distributed by Dao Sun Kim Lam. Murong Tu's cultivation level is extremely terrible. Tam Kim Shuyan Van has reached the realm of great success. But according to Murong Lan, her father died at the hands of a stranger of unknown origin, who disguised himself as her father and controlled the entire Dao Sun Kim Lam. She reported this to Bak Min Vo Lam, but that person's disguise was so perfect, no one in Bak Min believed her. Obviously, Bak So-na also did not believe Mo Dung Lan's words. But the person who had both the strength to kill Murong Tu and the perfect translation technique made him think of someone. That is Fa Quan and Q killing ghost souls. Things had come to this point. Tama decided to go to Bak Thon first. Anyway, if you want to go to Ma Lam, Bak Thon is the place you have to go through. The next day, everyone went to Dao Mountain, Kim Lam, but when walking on the road, Bak So-na felt even more strange. Because this place looks like nothing. At this time, Tama realized someone was fighting. With a bang, he disappeared from that place. When everyone arrived, they saw a familiar face. That is Tama's good friend Fai Lu. The person fighting with him was Murong Tu. Clearly the two had been fighting for a long time. At this time, Murong Tu suddenly burst out with momentum. Countless sword energies suddenly shot out, attacking Fai Lu. Fai Lu did not dare to be subjective, raised his death demon knife and risked his life to block the attack. Then, he jumped in midair. A Lac Not Dao thrust strongly towards Mo Dung Tu, but Murong Tu only used a simple bullet sword technique to break Fai Lu's move. After a few rounds of fighting, Murong Tu also lost interest. Immediately performed the ultimate move. This move is known as Murong Not Tuet. With Fai Lu's speed, it's basically impossible to avoid. But Tama took a glance and saw the flaw in this move. However, for Fai Lu, instead of looking for loopholes, it would be faster to directly use suppressive force. As soon as the words fell, a huge sword energy burst out, directly cutting Murong Tu's sword energy in half. I only saw Fai Lu rushing towards Mo Dung Tu. Then the two fought each other again. After a few rounds of fighting, some cracks appeared on Mo Dung Tu's sword. From there, we can see how terrifying Fai Lu's death demon knife is. And at this time, both of them stopped attacking. It turns out that this time Fai Lu only came to compete with Mo Dung Tu. Suddenly, Murong Lan stood up holding her 2 swords. Luckily, Fai Lu stopped her. Seeing his beloved daughter become so crazy, Murong too was extremely heartbroken. He even said that his wife's death made his daughter become like that. Therefore, even when his daughter pulled out a knife and pointed it at him, he did not dodge. Perhaps this is the love of a father. Because of that, Mo Donglan was able to remove the knot in her heart and reconcile with her father. However, Tama's group had a different view. They felt that Murong too had absolutely no problems at all, and the person with the problem is Mo Donglan. Sure enough, just as everyone was resting, Murong Lan came to their bedroom. At this moment, she looked fierce, gritted her teeth and said, "Today I must eat you all alive!" He is a martial arts master who has lived for hundreds of years. Yet she watched her husband tragically killed on the street without daring to save him, because his enemy is Tama, the person who defeated Tianma. There are even rumors that Tama is Fai Long, who was once the number one in the world. Therefore, he disguised himself as Mo Donglan, the daughter of the master of Dao's son Kim Lam, and invited Fai Long and everyone to Dao's son Kim Lam. At the dinner party, Murong Lan outwardly smiled and poured wine for everyone, but in my heart I secretly thought, "This kid has no internal strength at all, so why are you so sure that he is Fai Long?" But after all, he is an expert in defeating Tianma, so he should still be a little more careful. Everything is perfectly camouflaged. Immediately after the dinner party, Murong Lan carried a lantern to the living room. He finally showed his true face. He put the dark ancient poison in the food at the dinner party. This type of poison is colorless and odorless, and has no toxicity in itself. It must be combined with the scent emitted from the Tao San Hung candle to create strong toxicity. The poisoned person feels like thousands of insects are gnawing on his body. The mind is still awake but the body is paralyzed and cannot move. It is true that you cannot live, and you cannot die. At this moment, he finally appeared. He is the Left Palace, the wife of the 9-killing ghost Yu Fai. He witnessed his husband die tragically but was unable to pick up the body. Now we must make Tama and his accomplices pay their blood debt. He was secretly pleased, just deciding the order of who died first, and who died last made him indescribably happy. But he suddenly discovered that Fai Long was missing in the room. Just as he was about to search, Tama behind him suddenly stood up. Tama clearly stated that from the first time they met, he guessed Ta Fu's true identity. It was just that there were still a few points he wanted to confirm, so he coordinated the play to Dao's son Kim Lam. Tama had long guessed that they wanted to take over Dao's son Kim Lam as their own. But ironically, Martial Arts Alliance discovered Hu Fai's whereabouts. To protect his wife, Hu Fai deliberately stayed away, not even bothering to reveal himself. Ta Fu heard this and immediately became angry. In a blink of an eye, he threw the lantern out. Inside the lantern is the poison that Bo Tan. After 7 steps, the poisoned person will bleed and die. But to Tama, this poison is completely useless. After 7 steps, he barely coughed up blood. Seeing this, Ta Fu was very unwilling. "You are just lucky. In this state, as long as you use your true energy, your dantian will be completely destroyed, your blood will bleed and you will die." However, right after that, Tama burst out with powerful innate energy. The aura of terror even made the Left Palace feel vaguely conscious. Then, Tama rushed forward, grabbed his face with one palm, ripped off the disguise of the left government, and beat him to the ground. Tama is indeed so terrifying, possessing hundreds of years of skill. Ta Fu in front of him could not withstand a single blow. Ta Fu couldn't help but doubt, could he really be Fai Long? But no matter who it is, the hatred of killing one's father is irreversible. Ta Fu suddenly stood up, madly attacking Tama. However, facing the crazy attack of Ta Fu, Tama did not pay any attention. Although he suffered some injuries, Tama had the opportunity to mock Ta Fu and his accomplices to the point that they had nothing left to say. Hearing this, Ta Fu became furious. Once again launched a crazy attack towards Tama. But even though he used all his strength, he could not cause any more damage to Tama. At that moment, Ta Fu suddenly discovered that the wound on Tama's face had completely healed. Is it really the effect of immortal grass? But it was all within his expectations. Fai Long, the leader of Black Moon Voda of Ghost Soul Valley, after all, has the same name as the first person in the world, Fai Long, and is said to have an extremely similar appearance. This also makes Ghost Soul Kusa doubtful. What if Fai Long eats the immortal grass, borrows its spiritual power to revive, and reincarnates? That day, the King of Hell did not know that what he ate was only poisonous grass, not immortal grass. On the day the King of Hell ate the immortal grass and killed Fai Long, Ghost Soul 9 realized that he had been used by the King of Hell and became bait for him. Because of that, Ghost Soul 9 tacitly agreed, deciding to drain King of Hell's true energy, dismember him and eat his body to gain the power of immortal grass. Then they went to a mine, and begins an earth-shattering battle. King of Hell felt that immortal grass not only cured his illness but also significantly enhanced his strength. Now he feels he has become invincible in the world. That was indeed the case at first. But after a few rounds, King of Hell suddenly vomited blood. At first he thought it was just due to overusing his internal energy. But suddenly he felt that his internal energy was quickly dissipating. However, at this point he was forced to pretend to be calm. If he revealed any loopholes, Q-Sa would definitely swallow him alive. But Ta Fu-Kin knew the end of the story with just one glance. The blood that King Pluto had just vomited had the smell of poisonous grass. This grass was called Tam Mok Tien Truc Tao. Although this type of grass can temporarily increase positive energy, it causes a sharp increase in internal force. But very quickly the toxicity will develop, causing the blood and energy in the body to turn upside down, and eventually the Dantian will be destroyed, becoming a completely disabled person. But the King of Hell didn't believe what he said at all. After all, this was Bok Lin Fai, his daughter, who personally gave him the immortal grass. The King of Hell was still struggling for the last time, but even so, his crossbow was at its wit's end. Under everyone's siege, he was quickly beaten and seriously injured, finally buried in a pile of rubble on the mountain. At this time, Tian Ma and the others had also arrived at Not Hoa Palace. The ghost soul of Q-Sa wants to return and continue searching for immortal grass. But it was too late. The scene changes. At this time Ta Fu actually has two options prepared. If this kid in front of him is really Fai Long after using the immortal grass, then his purpose is to absorb the true energy in that body. He knew that after Fai Long's wandering period ended, a number of incidents occurred, and his body has not yet fully recovered. If we take Tom Ma's two friends as hostages at this time, with the support of his accomplices, he should be able to compete with Tama. At this moment, two figures pushed the door open and walked in. The people who came were Vu Kuk and Van Kuk. Ghost Soul Q-Sat, who received news of Fai Long's return to the world 3 months ago, has new movements. At this time, No Kuk wanted to attract all members of Ghost Soul Q Saturday. He knew they couldn't avoid Fai Long. Besides joining forces to deal with him, he had no other choice. However, Fa Quan, who always acts independently, does not want to join. Luke Still, after unifying the 5 great masters of the Tama sect, is now the leader of the giant demon spirit organization. The realm of martial arts has reached truthfulness and escaped from demons, so he is naturally no longer on the same level as them. Due to Ta Fu Hubat, No Kuk and Van Kuk plotting together, they intended to take advantage of the conflict between Mo Dung Tu of Dao Sun Kim Lam and his daughter, setting a trap for Tama and his accomplices to fall into the trap. Even if the plan did not succeed, in the end they could take over Dao Sun Kim Lam, enjoy glory and wealth, and have no worries in the next life. They killed Vo Lam Min's investigation team that was monitoring his movements. However, intelligence information still reached Vo Lam Min. After learning the situation, Fai Long immediately went to Dao Kim Sun Lam. At this time, he clearly explained the situation to Murung Tu. When Mo Dung Tu heard that his daughter was impersonated by someone else, the strange atmosphere immediately made him want to tear them apart. Whoever they are, right now he just wants to find his daughter again. Suddenly a loud explosion rang out. The flying dragon knew that Van Kuk, hiding in the darkness, must have appeared. He took the antidote and gave it to homeowner Murung to drink. Van Kuk appeared and saw Tama with a surprised expression. More than 10 years have passed, but he is still young again. At this time, Fai Long's antidote began to take effect. Bok So Na and Bia woke up one after another. However, appearing before Van Kuk's eyes, was known as one of the 4 great purple flowers of martial arts, Black Purple Flower Purple Mao Lam. Just saw him suddenly disappear. Only one head remained with extremely fast speed appearing behind Tama. Seeing that, Tama immediately slipped away. Van Kuk followed closely behind and swung his knife to slash. This guy was once a descendant of Kuang Long Fa Tien Dao, but because of his murderous nature, he was expelled from the school. After that, he joined Ghost Soul Ko Hai Duk, becoming one of the 6 great Hell Kings of the Hell King's Sword. From there, he merged the 2 sects and created the fierce knife Diem La Fa Tien Dao. However, even with such a domineering sword technique, it could not hurt Tama in the slightest. Faced with the 2 people's crazy attack, Tama still remained calm. He easily neutralized it with a strange martial arts move. Bok So Na stood next to witness this scene and was extremely surprised. This familiar move, with such a magical body, is clearly the unique technique of Not Hoa Jai No of Not Hoa Palace. The unique martial arts of Manhwa Palace were not spread outside the main palace, so how did Tama learn it? Ta Fu was also frightened. This was clearly Bak Lin Fai's martial arts technique. Although Tama's strength was outstanding, there was no trace of martial arts training on his body. It's been less than a year since the destruction of Demon Spirit City, and it's absolutely impossible to practice this esoteric martial art in such a short time. But at this point they had no other choice. This was already a do-or-die situation. They also felt that Tama's strength was absolutely above Luke to at DM King. Van Kuk knew clearly that at this time he had to use his sword to destroy the sky and end everything. In the past, this move was used to stab Bak Lin Fai's heart, and today it can definitely be stabbed. In the crazy attack of the two people, Tama at first glance found it difficult to resist. In fact, everything is within his control. Ta Fu, standing next to him, also saw the clue. Before Vu Kuk made his move, Tama had already predicted their next move. Even predicting the next moves, this is truly toying with them. Sister Bak also realized that although Tama was only imitating Dihoatip Mak, she was not inferior to his mother. To be more precise, this must be a martial art with a completely new concept created by Tama himself. Su Ma took advantage of the body of the spirit, which has the ability to absorb natural spiritual energy, to perform Not-Hoatip Mak. At the same time, he used both legs to cast Dream Immortal King Step. In addition, divine power and light work are beyond imagination. Vu Kuk and Van Kuk are basically not on the same level as Tama. In front of Tama, they were like children being toyed with. Ta Fu Qian Trang immediately took Bak So Na hostage and used her life as a threat. Regarding this, Tama just coldly said, "Just try it. Before you make a move, your hand will die first." In the blink of an eye, Ta Fu was shocked by Tama's momentum. His whole body trembled and could not move. Vu Kuk and Van Kuk immediately wanted to run away. But at this moment, Murong Tu and Phi Lu came running, surround the three people. Next, Tama burst out with terrifying true energy. True Chi suddenly turned into a giant heavenly dragon. Murong Lan better be safe, otherwise you will have to be buried with her. Tama once again burst out with true energy, directly beat three people and threw them out of the house. Tama was really scary right now. The three people facing him didn't dare think of running away. But at this moment, a golden light shot into the sky. Then, like lightning, it struck the ground. Everyone was scared. Appearing before my eyes at this moment was the long-lost Phi Long sword. As soon as Van Kuk looked, he recognized the inscription on the blade, which was indeed the autograph of the sixth great Hell King. Mo Dung Tu also took a glance and realized that this sword was not ordinary. It is made from rare 10,000-year-old Hemthiat Kim black iron, extracted iron of the highest purity, called Van Nien Tan Quang. Finally, after thousands of times of practice, and 10,000 times of forging, this wonderful sword was created. Bak Chu Na analyzed that the Phi Long sword had disappeared a long time ago, and now it suddenly appeared. Whoever threw Phi Long's sword was definitely involved in Phi Long's disappearance or death. Suddenly, a shocking laugh rang out from afar. The person who came was Tam Lang in the 9 demonic souls. Tam Lang is the son of King Luke Tuet Diem. At a young age, he surpassed his father, and became the #1 expert in Ghost Soul Cock. Not to mention Luke Tun and Fa Quan, even a top martial artist like Dezoa fighting him is not sure who will live and who will die. The three people of Ta Fu were extremely excited, thinking that they were finally waiting for solid support. But right after that, Tam Lang threw a blow through Ngukuk's chest, causing Ngukuk to die instantly. Ta Fu and the rest thought that Tam Lang came to avenge his father's murder 10 years ago. But clearly that's not the case. Tam Lang killed them just because he didn't like them. Seeing that, the two immediately chose to run away. But how can their speed compare to Tam Lang's? Immediately arrested by Tam Lang, the cruel Tam Lang even directly pulled Van Kuk's spine out, just when he was about to finish off Ta Fu, but was stopped by Phi Lu next to him because he still had to confirm Murong Lan's from his mouth. Tama also asked Tam Lang where he got this Phi Long sword from. Tam Lang said frankly, "If I had known at first that you had eaten the immortal grass, I would not have just passed by without doing anything. I saw your body. The Phi Long sword just barely pierced your body. But the situation at that time did not distinguish whether you committed suicide or were murdered. The first resurrection gave you the body of the spirit of the air, which is why you became the #1 in the world. During the second resurrection, not only did you lose all your memories, but you even had mental problems. Behavior like a wild beast. The soul was buried by people afterwards. Only the animalistic nature can be conquered." Tam Lang continued to tease. "If your neck is broken or your spine is pulled out, can you still live?" Tuma shook Tam Lang's hand away. I just want to know who killed me. Tam Lang secretly thought that this person had profound skills, so it was better to be careful. He immediately said, If you can endure my 3 moves without dodging or blocking, I will tell you everything I know. Tama did not refuse. Let's start then. As soon as he finished speaking, Tam Lang threw a punch at Tama, sent Tama flying hundreds of meters. The powerful internal force of the diamond fist penetrated an entire block of houses. With this punch, Tam Lang put all of his internal strength from Gajayap. Being hit by a sudden attack, Tama's whole body was turned upside down, but he still did not fall. Tam Lang immediately unleashed the great power of Vajra Palm. This blow caused Tama to immediately lose consciousness. But even though Tama lost consciousness, Tam Lang still did not stop. Seeing that Tama did not activate his protective energy, Tam Lang decided to end everything. He immediately unleashed the ultimate move Dai Luke Vajra Kick. Although this kick could not destroy heaven and earth, it also caused the ground of Dao Sun Kim Lam to sink into a deep hole. Seeing that, Ta Fu had the idea to run away, but his intentions were seen through by Mo Dung Tu. The left palace saw that Mo Dung Tu was alone, so he thought he still had a chance to win. But soon they were surrounded by the Vo Lam Min Special Forces team. The task force also did not expect Tam Lang to suddenly appear. Tam Lang's strength is enough to threaten 10 martial arts masters. With the strength of the special task force, there is basically nothing that can be done against Tam Lang. But Fai Lu is very calm. There is no need for us to take action, because Tama is still alive. Suddenly a hand emerged from the rubble. I only saw Tama groggily get up. Tama said, Is that enough? Tam Lang looked incredulous. His first move certainly disturbed Tama's blood. The second move not only broke Tama's dantian, while Tama couldn't use his internal strength and lost consciousness, he launched a third move. But at this moment, Tama was standing in front of him, safe and sound. Tam Lang knew clearly that if he decided to fight Tama, he would definitely fail miserably. He also began to believe what Huan Ma told him before, that he simply could not win against Fai Long. Tam Lang also fulfilled his promise, telling the truth from the past. That year, Yiksha himself used the Fai Long sword to pierce your heart. These are the words spoken by Yiksha himself. After speaking, he immediately flew away. After that, Ta Fu led everyone to find Murong Lan locked in a mountain cave. Saying goodbye to the Mo Dung family, Tama and everyone continued on their way. And in Ghost Soul Valley, Ghost and Ghosts are coming to find Dezoa. The moment the door opened, a powerful flow of true energy flowed out. Ghost couldn't help but exclaim. He had practiced the Ice Break divine art to its peak level, but he did not expect that Dezoa's powerful yang art could burn his hand. Furthermore, the candles around Dezoa did not move at all. This realm of martial arts has surpassed the limit that humans can reach, lying between the boundary between life and death. That is the life and death scene in legend. Dezoa is ranked among the top 10 martial arts masters. Has his martial arts reached such a terrifying level? Hearing that Ghosts and Ghosts came to discuss flying dragons, Dezoa immediately showed interest. Gui said frankly, 10 days ago, he passed by Thuong Bak Tan and heard that Van Kuk and Vu Kuk had both died. The left palace has also been captured by Martial Arts Alliance. He is currently on his way to meet the demon spirit. Dezoa knew that it was only a matter of time before Ma came to the door. He asked Ghost Devil, If Demon Sword Emperor Luke Tan and Diamond Vu Quan Fa Quan join forces, who do you think will win? Fa Quan always acted independently. Kui did not think Fa Quan would cooperate with Luke Tan. Even if they cooperated, it would be difficult to predict victory or defeat. But Dezoa said a sentence that surprised people. If we added Tam Lang and me, would we be able to fight the flying dragon? It was very difficult for the ghosts to understand why Yiksha had to fight the flying dragon. But Dezoa coldly said, The reason is that we must fight with the flying dragon. Shouldn't you understand it in your heart? Where did this monster body of mine come from? And that year, who stabbed Fai Long in the heart, the first person in the world? A young man accidentally saved an old man in a mountain cave. Unexpectedly, the old man taught him hundreds of years of martial arts. From then on, he climbed to the pinnacle of life and became one of the 10 masters of martial arts suppression. On the day Not Hoa Palace was destroyed, the king of hell, wanting to trick him into taking immortal grass, disguised himself as Fai Long and directly took Qiu Tian's life. Fai Long, who arrived later, was also killed by a knife from the king of hell. But what Pluto swallowed was the root of the immortal grass. Although its positive energy was abundant, it was extremely poisonous. After use, the internal energy will increase dramatically in the blink of an eye, but at the same time the blood vessels will be disturbed, and in the end it will be difficult to avoid death. As for immortal grass, it really lies in its flowers, But immortal grass has not yet bloomed, its uses are no different from poisonous grass. It is said that immortal grass only blooms once in 1,000 years. The ancestors of Manhwa Palace once said that when immortal grass blooms, it is also the time when Manhwa Palace and immortal grass both wither away. Even though eating immortal grass can bring the dead back to life, it will also lose all memories. But even so, Tu Tian was still determined to feed Fai Long. Tu Tian just hopes that Fai Long can remember his promise and take her to the beach where apricot blossoms bloom. Yiksha rushed over and saw Manhwa Kung's corpses all over the field and was extremely frightened. There was no longer a single survivor in Manhwa Palace. Even Bok Lin Fai, one of the 10 martial arts masters, died on the spot. At this moment, suddenly there was a loud explosion from behind. The majestic Three Evils city is now collapsing again. Dezoa immediately set out, intending to investigate. On the way, he discovered that Fai Long had stopped breathing. Yiksha is not very sad. Then, he arrived at the foot of the collapsing Tam Evil City mountain. As soon as he touched the ground, Dezoa immediately received a mesmerizing voice transmission from the King of Hell. Breaking a giant rock, Yiksha found the King of Hell. Just as he was about to help Pluto out, he didn't expect the whole mountain to suddenly collapse. 2 people were trapped underground in Tam Evil City. But underground there is a glowing underground river. According to the King of Hell, this underground water source is called Ngulong Tui. At this time, they were hundreds of meters above the ground. There was no way to get out anymore. Not to mention that he was seriously injured. Even in normal times, he would not be able to break through such a thick layer of lava. Now we can only rely on Ngulong Tui to maintain life. But this kind of stagnant life means nothing to Dezoa. It's better to commit suicide while you're still awake. But the King of Hell spoke up to stop him. If you are so determined, I will open a way for you to live. I will transfer all my remaining power to you. Inheriting my power, you will reincarnate and change your bones, gain extraordinary strength and earth-shattering martial arts. This is the true ancient mastery. If you can practice, you will become a unique master in the world. Having finished speaking, the King of Hell immediately asked Yiksha to sit cross-legged in front of him and began to impart the practice. Although as soon as he received the true energy of the King of Hell, Yiksha possessed unprecedented powers. But if he can't endure it, let alone his strength, I'm afraid even his life will be difficult to maintain. But in the end, Dezoa persevered and overcame it. At this moment, his body was as light as a feather, and luck flowed from his dantian to fill his entire body. As for the King of Hell, after losing all his internal strength, he fell directly to the ground in a weakened state. It took the King of Hell 100 years to practice the King of Hell's sword and the King of Hell Tian Wan Gong to great success. Now Yiksha has all the power of the King of Hell, perhaps only needing 50 years to practice to great success. But for Dezoa, 50 years is still too long. At this time, the King of Hell said again, "If you can develop your hidden potential, within 10 years it is not impossible." It turns out that Yiksha is a Dia Sat star that only appears once in 100 years in Tianseng Dia Saturday. Tianseng planet carries the destiny of heaven, is an unparalleled heroic fate admired by thousands of people. The Dia Sat star carries the destiny of the earth, the destiny of Azura to create purgatory on earth. When the star Tianseng descends, the person who receives its destiny will be born with the body of Kong Lin. When the Dia Sat star descends, the person who receives its destiny will be born with the physical body of demon spirit. However, there is no way to know who is the bearer of luck. So the King of Hell gathered together 100 children born on the day of the descent of the planet Celestial. The last survivor among them is Fai Long, and the last survivor among the children born on the day earthquake descended was Yiksha. Dezoa had an incredulous look on his face. He was a person with the destiny of Dia Satin. The King of Hell also revealed the reason why he named him Dezoa. Because your eyes are more terrifying than Yiksha, one day, people will call you Yiksha and fear you. Just like that, Dezoa began his arduous path of cultivation. The King of Hell knew he did not have much longer to live, so he imparted all his great knowledge to Dezoa. And the last wish of the King of Hell is to kill Fai Long. But Dezoa had witnessed Fai Long die with his own eyes. However, the King of Hell affirmed that Fai Long was definitely not dead. That year, it was not the immortal grass that Chu Tian gave to King of Hell. The real immortal grass was definitely used by her to save Fai Long. Most importantly, Dezoa with the destiny of Dia Sat Tin is still alive. So Fai Long with the destiny of Tian Sang Tin is definitely not dead. The two of them will one day meet again at the top because that is the destiny of Tian Quang Dia Sat, Fai Long and Dezoa. And on the day Manhwa Palace was destroyed, Ghost Devil also found Fai Long without breath. Seeing Fai Long so miserable, Kwee regretted why he didn't try to dissuade him before. Suddenly, Ghost eyes flashed. He discovered that Chu Tian was still breathing, but there was absolutely no way for Ghost to save him. At this time, if there is someone with superior medical skills here, perhaps there is still a glimmer of hope. Right after that, Kui Kui took Chu Tian to the ice. If you find a chance before you die, you may still be able to survive. Fai Long's death also made Kui Kui decide to leave the world and not get involved in gossip anymore. Not knowing how much time passed, Fai Long slowly woke up. Amnesiac, he has absolutely no idea what happened. When he grabbed Fai Long's sword, he only felt a sense of familiarity. His name was probably Fai Long. I just don't know why, the voice kept echoing in my head. A woman's voice in his mind kept urging him to go to the beach where plum blossoms bloomed. Hearing this voice, Fai Long felt like his head was about to explode. But for some reason, when he walked around, that voice disappeared. But as soon as I stop walking, that voice appears again. So, Fai Long began his unknown journey. He had no goal, he only knew that the place he needed to go was a beach full of plum blossoms. To find the end of the world. He doesn't know who he is. Just keep moving forward. Because every time he stopped, hallucinations appeared in his head that gave him a splitting headache. There was a woman constantly speaking in his head, telling him to go to the beach where apricot flowers were in full bloom. So he can only walk day and night. During these days of walking, the man never ate or drank. He was completely devoid of any desire to eat. What was even more strange was that he didn't feel sleepy or want to cry. Because with every step he took, an unknown aura entered his body. It was as if his body became one with nature, everything in the world was born just for him. But while he was moving, he discovered that someone was following him. He felt extremely strange, the person was 100 steps away from him. He could hear footsteps clearly again. Furthermore, even their small movements, even their faint breathing, he could picture in his mind, as if he had seen it with his own eyes. When bandits blocked his way, Fai Long did not want to get involved with them. In just a blink of an eye, he dodged the robbers' attack. However, the robbers still refused to let go, wanting to take his bribe money. Regarding this, Fai Long can only helplessly say that he is just a poor man. Even if he kills him, he will get nothing. Compared to the robbers' threat, the woman's voice in his head was what made him suffer 100 times more. But the big guy didn't listen, so he carried a 40-meter-long sword and charged forward. Fai Long once again dodged the attack in the blink of an eye. He felt very strange. As soon as he realized their movements, his body reacted before he could even think. The reaction speed was so fast that it made him suspect that this body was not his. But the robbers still did not want to let him go, even though Fai Long had no intention of killing them. But his hand unconsciously grasped the knife tightly. With just one downward slash, Fai Long's big sword was split in half. Luckily, Fai Long used a knife, otherwise the fool would have gone to see his grandparents. What's even more terrifying is that Fai Long can cut a giant cliff in half with one blow. Even he couldn't believe this strength. Looking at the familiar Fai Long sword, he was very confused about who he was. But before the woman's voice in his head stopped, he could only continue moving forward. If you just stop, you will feel extremely painful. He doesn't want to know what kind of person he was before. Who the parents and children are, he doesn't want to know. At this moment, he only knows one thing. His name is Fai Long, and he is very strong. His non-stop travel day and night quickly made him famous everywhere. Some people even discovered that he was one of the ghost soul bone assassins who destroyed Not Hoa Palace. Therefore, Volam Bak Min placed a reward of 10,000 taels on his head. This also led to him being ambushed by the Black Lotus Party. But in just a blink of an eye, the ambushers fell to the ground. The incident quickly reached the ears of the Black Lotus Party headquarters. The mastermind immediately sent countless martial arts elites to attack. But no one can make Fai Long stop. Once someone forces him to stop, that person will definitely suffer casualties. In just a blink of an eye, Fai Long destroyed the entire forbidden magic group of the Black Lotus Party. Fai Long really wanted to spare their lives, but at this time the power in his body was out of control. Hak Truong Fong could have escaped death but did not believe in bad luck. Wanted to kill Fai Long under the blade of the knife. In response to this, Fai Long only slightly tilted his body and launched a seemingly arbitrary blow. Black Truong Fong was like a kite with a broken string and was sent flying hundreds of meters. Finally, he fell under a broken old tree and died. Fai Long is very helpless. He is truly a man who only knows how to move forward. He will never stop, but it is not impossible to stop. He is the boss of a leading assassin organization. But he fell in love with a small assassin under his command. But that assassin didn't love him, and even had an affair with the little princess of the opposing force. In the end, the little assassin also suffered a tragic death. The death of the little assassin made Devil decide to retire. But Devil accidentally revealed his whereabouts and was hunted down by Vo Lam Min's Special Forces team. The leader of the Special Task Force at that time was Fai Long's master, Tong Dai Hao. Facing a strong enemy like Tong Dai Hao, Devil's Devil also encountered many difficulties. He didn't understand why he had retreated from the gang but was still being pursued so closely. But Tong Dai Hao of course will not let go of Ghost Devil, who once committed a heinous crime. In the moment Vo Lam Min accused Kui, in his eyes, he was no different from a dead person. While fighting, Ghost Devil suddenly discovered Fai Long moving forward. At this time, Fai Long had been on the war for 287 days. Fai Long saw a group of men surrounding and beating a woman, and he intended to help. But it turns out that this woman is not an ordinary person, so he immediately left without paying attention. Devil realized that the surrounding grassland was empty, very unfavorable for him. It was urgent to leave here. Faced with the surrounding team members, he immediately came up with a plan. Condensed into 3 swords, soldiers shot out. 3 members of the Special Forces team collapsed to the ground. Immediately after that, he arrested a member and threatened, "If within 1 moment you do not force the cold air out of their bodies, they will definitely die." At this time, the ranger had lost 6 people. Tong Dai Hao knew clearly that he could not suffer any more losses today. Reluctantly, he had to give up continuing to fight the devil. Ghost Demon realized his plan and immediately rushed towards Fai Long. Not long after, he caught up with Fai Long. As soon as they met, Kui immediately asked who Fai Long was, because he had witnessed Fai Long's death with his own eyes. Ghost said, "I don't know why you impersonated Fai Long. I advise you to immediately take off that human skin mask, otherwise you will inevitably die." Ghost is certain because this person's innate true energy is completely different from Fai Long. Furthermore, the person in front of her did not recognize her. Seeing that, Fai Long could only reluctantly explain, "I don't have any memories anymore. It's just that the 2 words Fai Long were engraved on the sword I held, so I guessed that I was Fai Long." But Ghost Devil clearly didn't believe what he said and immediately tried to tear off his mask. But Fai Long dodged easily. When the sword touched Demon Ghost, she immediately used Ice White Sword with 8 points of power, but still can't touch Fai Long even a little bit. The next second, Fai Long swung his sword and hit him in the leg. Demon was knocked back, his hands shaking. This person's martial arts skills are clearly superior to Tong Dai Hao's. But why does such a master pretend to be Fai Long? Fai Long approached and stared at Ghost for a moment. "Looking closely, you actually look a bit familiar. What is your name?" "Nonsense." Demon was stunned. Even if he used the translation technique to change his entire face, he still couldn't fool his eyes. Fai Long's face, even Fai Long's voice, are all so familiar. At this moment, she confirmed that this person was definitely Fai Long. Ghost couldn't believe it. He clearly saw Fai Long's body with his own eyes, yet at this moment Fai Long was standing safely in front of him. Fai Long doesn't want to continue entangling with Demon Devil, because he wants to continue his journey. Fai Long said that when he woke up in Not Hoa Palace, he had lost all his memories. "If you knew me before, then forget it. Anyway, I don't think it's a beautiful memory." Devil stood there dumbfounded. Could it be that Fai Long has really lost his memory? Gui stepped forward again and said, "I have decided to leave the world. I will not use the past as an excuse to torment you, but if one day you find your old memories again, then come to Hoa Lac Valley. I will be there waiting for you, until I die. Remember my name, Tian Sun Snow Maiden." Although Fai Long did not know who this woman was, he still agreed. If he regains his memory, he will definitely come back to find her. Since then, Ghost Devil kept his promise to Fai Long, always secluding himself in Hoa Lac Valley. Until Tama appeared. Tama's profound and unpredictable martial arts were exactly like Fai Long in the past. Ghost knows for sure that she is the Fai Long that he longs for day and night. And right on the 2877th day of Fai Long's expedition, there were 2 men waiting in front. They recognized Fai Long's light footsteps. One person said, "Van Kim's body is strong but gentle like flower petals, following the rules but changing freely, as if seeing you when you were young." The other person said, "At this age, she could not overcome the barrier of Huin Can." The person from before spoke again. "At this age, she has gone into hell, on the brink of life and death every day." As for this young man in front of him, what chance did he have to reach this realm? And the 2 people in front of Fai Long are the 2 strongest martial artists today, Sword Emperor and Dao Emperor. This old man can split an entire mountain with just one knife. The blade energy even stretched straight up into the sky, even the clouds were divided into 2. She is the Dao Emperor who reassures martial arts, the person who defeated the demon sect leader who dominated martial arts. The purple Kim Dao in her hand is the most powerful divine weapon in the world. As for Sword Emperor Bak Van Tien, who also calms the martial arts world, he became famous as a wanderer 30 years ago. In the moment his sword transformed, even the sparks of Samadhi true fire could be seen. Both of these people are the strongest masters in martial arts, reaching the realm of true life and death. But in Fai Long's eyes, they were just two old men playing chess. Sword Emperor and Dao Emperor actually have no ill will towards Fai Long, they just want to know what the limits of martial arts are. Without saying a word, the Sword Emperor immediately performed the life and death stage of Universe 1. Countless chess pieces immediately flew towards Fai Long. Fai Long also pulled out the Fai Long sword. Immediately after that, he rushed straight into the middle of the chess pieces. He immediately broke all of the Sword Emperor's powerful chess pieces. The sword energy even reached the top of the mountain, cutting the chessboard in half. Fai Long today also wants to learn what urgent martial arts is. If you two are unable to stop me, then follow me. Two masters who have reached the pinnacle of martial arts, how can they be willing to be someone else's disciple? They know that Fai Long has surpassed the realm of life and death, but they are still stuck in that realm, unable to break through. Sword Emperor asked, "How can we overcome the realm of life and death?" Fai Long replied, "Wait until everything is clear, the next realm will naturally open for you. If in this realm, you can flow with clouds and water without any obstruction, proving that you have successfully entered the next realm." Kim Hong asked again, "So what do you, who have transcended the realm of life and death, see?" Fai Long replied, "I only see two old men blocking my way." "Talking nonsense," Sword Emperor and Dao Emperor said in unison. "Because the current realm cannot be described with words. So only after fighting and seeing it with your own eyes can you understand clearly." Dao Emperor struck first, instantly pulling his knife out of its sheath, slashing out a huge stream of blade energy. The blade's air was so powerful that it flattened a small mountain nearby. But Fai Long just waved his hand and broke this move. The person who can break this sword technique must be the #1 martial artist today. However, faced with this overwhelming sword energy, Fai Long simply waved his hand and easily neutralized it. In the end, not a single ray of sword energy could touch Fai Long's hem. Dao Emperor decided to use his strongest move. Sword Emperor was frightened. "Do you want to die together with him? This move is a peerless martial art that can make the sky and earth shake. Who can block this sword technique, even for just a moment? That person is not only the best in the world today, but also the absolute supreme, a person who has never been kind before and will never be returned." As soon as the words fell, Dao Emperor used all his strength to swing out a Tram Tian knife. This move directly split the huge mountain in front of him. Even the clouds in the sky were split in two. However, it still couldn't hurt Fai Long even a little bit. This move also made Dao De vomit blood. This is a knife that has been practiced for many years to defeat the Sword Emperor. The two of them are the strongest people Fai Long has ever met. But even so, both of their moves in front of Fai Long had flaws. Fai Long gave the two people some pointers, then turned around and left, continuing his journey. After that, Fai Long overcame all obstacles, and Vo Lam Min then declined. Vo Hong Tan Unified Martial Arts also gave up. 9 great sects, 5 great families, and 10 masters of the 4 seas and 8 destinations were all defeated by him one by one. Even the main headquarters of the demon sect, Qtian Ma Jia, also suffered defeat. At last he reached the shore of the mainland. Looking away, this is the sea where apricot blossoms bloom. She has never practiced any martial arts, but in martial arts he is admired by thousands of people. She is Tian Tuet Hung, daughter of Tian Ko Tu, known to the world as Kim Zhang. Like her father, she is skilled in drawing, and astronomy and geography, knowledgeable about all kinds of mysterious texts. But he was only interested in one thing, which was martial arts. With just one glance, she can accurately assess the advantages and disadvantages of any martial art. From the strange martial arts of evil sects, to hidden weapons, formations and astronomy, she understands everything. Even though she had never practiced martial arts, in theory, no one could compare to her. Therefore, many martial arts experts did not hesitate to travel long distances to pay their respects. Because with just one look, she can recognize weaknesses in martial arts and perfect and strengthen them. She can even accurately predict what will happen after 2 moves. Everyone couldn't help but exclaim, "This girl is truly a genius among talents." Thanks to his knowledge, Tian Ko Tu soon stood at the pinnacle of martial arts. But Tian Tuet Hung may have far exceeded her expectations. Tian Ko Tu also raised the question. "You can explain all the moves, so among today's martial arts, which move has the most advanced level?" Which martial art is worthy of being the best in the world? Tian Tuat-hung herself is also very curious about which martial art is considered the best in the world. Then, in search of the best martial arts in the world, Tian Tuat-hung left her homeland. For more than 10 years, she has visited martial arts masters everywhere, exposed to lost martial arts from ancient times, even find the secret base of a certain mysterious organization and witness their martial arts with your own eyes. Since then, there is no martial art in this world that she does not know. And right now, he heard rumors about the wandering dance group Phi Long Tung Home. Therefore, she went to Phi Long and asked him all the questions. Why do you keep moving and what martial art is Phi Long practicing? Phi Long explained that initially it was a woman's voice that gave him a splitting headache, so he chose to wander endlessly. Today, earth-shattering martial arts stopped him in his tracks. Tian Tuat-hung wants to find out which martial arts style Phi Long practices. About this, Phi Long also did not know anything. But when faced with danger, you just need to gently wave your hand. Can instantly create great power like a storm. If he had to define his martial arts, it would be flow. Martial arts is wind, water, breath, something that is constantly moving. Today's earth-shattering martial arts all have an end point. Even though there are countless changes, there will certainly be loopholes. But if the flow is obstructed or interrupted, it all becomes useless. Phi Long advised Tian Tuat-hung that it was best to stay away from him, because 10 miles from now he would have a big battle. Tian Tuat-hung was extremely surprised. This person could actually feel the aura of the person waiting 10 miles away. But this aura belongs to the two strongest people in martial arts today, Sword Emperor and Dao Emperor. Afterwards, Tian Tuat-hung witnessed the battle between the Flying Dragon and the Sword Emperor, Dao Emperor. The two strongest people in martial arts today are not Phi Long's opponents. After that, Tian Tuat-hung lived in seclusion. A year later, she entered the secret room again. In her hand she held a book written by herself. At the top she wrote the name Phi Long, the leader of the world, in a paragraph as follows. Unique in heaven and earth. He will be the leader of the world, like never before, and will never be equal to anyone in the future. There are only 5 people who can stand shoulder to shoulder with him. There has never been one before, and there will never be one in the future. In order to practice magic, the man stayed in a cave for 10 years. Today the miracle was finally achieved. He jumped up with all his might, and broke the ground to get out. Reborn freely, he felt the air outside was sweet. Having not eaten for 10 years, he immediately ordered a full table of food. But because I haven't eaten for so long. As soon as he ate a bite, he felt nauseous and vomited non-stop. Therefore, he decided to return to Ghost Soul Valley first. At this time, Q-Sat's Ghost Soul Cock has changed a lot. The position of cock owner, which originally belonged to Kui Kui, is now held by Tam Lang. Yiksha said frankly, according to the rules of Ghost Soul Cock, only the cock master appoints or the person the cock master imparts true inheritance to can become the next cock master. Now that Yiksha has received a true inheritance from the King of Hell, the position of cock master must of course belong to him. Tam Lang looked disdainful. Having been truly taught by my father? Just by you? Dezoa was also not polite. After recovering his freedom, he wanted to test his current strength. In the blink of an eye, 18 swords condensed out of the sky. Immediately swing your arms out. 18 swords simultaneously attacked Tam Lang. Tam Lang grabbed the stone chair to block this attack, and threw the stone chair towards Dezoa. Yiksha took advantage of the situation and grabbed the stone chair, blocked Tam Lang's next attack. Immediately after that, Dezoa used the Luke Fang Sword of Hell. Tam Lang also used Great Power Diamond Fist to counterattack. The strong fluctuations in the internal energy of the two people made the entire Ghost Soul Valley tremble. The people present could not help but exclaim, this was not just a true inheritance from the King of Hell. This skill clearly surpassed that of the King of Hell. Dezoa himself also realized that although he currently has the upper hand, it is still difficult to say who wins and who loses. Tam Lang couldn't help but be startled. Dezoa's martial arts were on par with him, but just one small mistake could cost him his life. Tam Lang looked incredulous. Whether it was Phi Long or you, in such a short time his skills had improved so much, how did he do it? Hearing that, Dezoa stopped attacking. Is Captain Phi Long really alive? But Dezoa did not know that Phi Long was not only still alive, but also defeated the Sword Emperor, Dao Emperor and all the experts of the 4 seas and 8 destinations. Win the title of number 1 in the world. It seems that Pluto's previous guess was correct. Immortal Tao was actually taken by Bak Chiu Tian to save Phi Long. But at most Immortal Grass can only spare him 1 death. Why did Phi Long become so strong? Tam Lang was very confused. Because of his father's so-called will, Dezoa wanted to risk his life with Phi Long. But Dezoa feels that it is unlikely that the deer will die in the hands of the hunter. He himself is a reincarnated person from Diasat Star. He can definitely fight against Fai Long. The greedy wolf immediately poured cold water on him. Even the True Sword Emperor and the Tao Emperor joined forces and were easily defeated by the flying dragon. Even 100 people like you are no match for him. Hearing that, Dezoa couldn't help but frown. After all, he had trained hard for 10 years in that hell-like cave. Could the gap between him and team leader Fai Long really be that big? At this time, Tam Lang suddenly stood up. If he wanted to close the distance, there was no way. Currently, Ghost Soul Bone just in time had a distinguished guest arrive. According to him, my father is a descendant of a certain species, so I also have special blood flowing in my body. That's why the mysterious phantom demon came to the door. He can increase the strength of some descendants by many times. But Tam Lang is not interested in that. Hearing that, Huan Ma planned to leave. But Dezoa next to him attracted his attention. Although Dezoa is not someone's descendant, he carries the body of the demon spirit. This made Huan Ma laugh excitedly. If you use my method, you will be many times stronger than before. At that time, maybe he can defeat Fai Long, the strongest man in the world. Elsewhere, Fai Long reached his destination, and the female voice in his head also completely disappeared. But for some reason, he didn't feel relieved but instead had an extremely empty feeling. He sat leaning against a large tree. I don't know how many springs, summers, autumns and winters have passed. One day, a sharp sword suddenly stopped Fai Long. The person who came was the newly emerging top expert of martial arts Dezoa. The man only swallowed a small pill. Yet he was able to perform the legendary Kamijoko technique. Just then, Dezoa found Fai Long and threatened to kill him. Hearing that, Fai Long slowly stood up. Just with you, I'm afraid you can't kill me. But Dezoa is extremely confident. I heard that you practice martial arts called 5 levels 410. From this moment on, I will do my best to kill you. If you want to survive, you better go all out. As soon as he finished speaking, Dezoa immediately performed the first move of the King of Hell's Sword's 6 great palms. Fai Long leisurely dodged. Yiksha also recognized that this was the legendary Emperor Du, moving without moving, controlling his movements. But what if you encounter unpredictable sword energy changes? Immediately, Dezoa performed the second move of the King of Hell's Sword Luke Tuet Mahai. Just when Yiksha thought he had hit the target, Fai Long appeared behind him. Next, the Yiksha performed the third move of the King of Hell's Sword, the King of Hell, to take his life. But what he hit was still only the dragon's beard. Fai Long once again appeared behind Dezoa, gently placed her hand on his shoulder. Dezoa was immediately knocked to the ground by strong internal force. Even created a deep hole. The Yiksha who was in the deep pit immediately used the fourth form of the King of Hell Dragon and Sky Sword. Faced with countless sword energies, Fai Long also quickly dodged. But the Yiksha had already grabbed the sword energy. The fifth consciousness, the first soul of the King of Hell, immediately follows. Even though the Yiksha used the ultimate sword technique of the King of Hell, he was still blocked by the flying dragon with his bare hands. Things had come to this point. Yiksha decided to use the 3 strongest moves, immediately using the 6th form of the King of Hell's sword technique, the King of Hell, Black Wind Flow. Yet just by swinging the sword in his hand, the Yiksha created a black tornado. Even the flying dragon couldn't help but admire how magical this sword technique was. After using Cyclone to block Fai Long's retreat, he immediately closed the distance and used the 7th form, Hell King 8 Swords. In the limited space, he swung his sword to attack Fai Long. Without any hesitation, Yiksha unleashed his final move, the 8th form of Hell King Thunderstorm. This move directly split the entire valley in two, causing thick smoke and dust to cover the two people. This time, Yiksha thought he had definitely won. But when the smoke and dust cleared, Fai Long was still standing there, using only his bare hands to easily block this move, not even injuring a finger. In fact, Fai Long's movements are extremely simple, so simple that they cannot even be called a martial art. It's just that the difference between his and Dezoa's strength is too big. Dezoa thought to himself that if it was just a difference in strength, he wouldn't have no chance of winning. Dezoa thought to himself that he should first use the medicine method to change his acupuncture points. Then he used Malwan Gong to suppress Fai Long's actions. If he embraces the belief that he will risk death and destruction, even Fai Long will be able to dodge the arrow in his hand. Can't dodge his poison arrow. It may be nice to imagine, but reality is cruel. The precious sword Q Deep Kim had just finished refining but was smashed to pieces by Fai Long's palm. Yiksha immediately spit out a poisonous honey arrow. But Fai Long headbutted him, knocking him to the ground. Yiksha almost went crazy. He trained hard for 10 years. And still inherited the power of the King of Hell for hundreds of years. As a result, he couldn't even touch the corner of Fai Long's shirt. This was so ridiculous. Yiksha was angry. Even if he burned his soul today and risked everything, he still had to defeat Fai Long. This move is to use the burning of life as a force, the king of Hell Malwan Palace of Mixed Origin Gichi. This is a desperate attack by Dezoa. The strong wind passed through, and the mountain behind was hit with a giant crack, but still easily blocked by Fai Long. At this point, Fai Long decided not to endure anymore. Just a random elbow. In the blink of an eye, all of Dezoa's bones shattered. Witnessing Fai Long's terrible strength, Dezoa immediately wanted to give up. But he remembered what Huan Ma had said. If you want to defeat the world's #1 Fai Long, then you have to see what you do. This is the ancient mother. After entering the body, it will absorb the host's true energy to survive. It can help you unlock 72 Tianqi acupuncture points, helping your body transform again. Only by swallowing this pill will the essence worm be effective. Therefore, whether to use the power of Ko or not, it all depends on your choice. It was clear that the Yiksha did not want to die in such a senseless way. At this moment, he decided to bite the pill to activate the power of the ancient worm. The man wanted to gain strength, but he let an ancient worm crawl into his ear. Immediately afterwards, the ancient worm crawled from the ear into the man's brain. In an instant, the power of the ancient worm was activated in the brain. From top to bottom, it immediately covered his whole body, instantly opening up all of the man's meridians. But gaining power this way is also extremely painful. The feeling of a headache that felt like it was about to split made life worse than death for Yiksha. The endless pain caused Dezoa to gradually lose consciousness, but from there he also gained an extremely terrifying power. Yiksha, with new strength, swung his fist at Fai Long. Fai Long also felt the power of this blow. This punch made him take half a step back. Immediately afterwards, Dezoa's punches poured down like rain. At this moment, Fai Long realized that the man in front of him had lost all reason. Combined with the reversal of internal energy, Dezoa has now completely lost his reason, and seems to have escaped into a demon. Although Dezoa looks like he is unconscious, his attack is extremely flexible. If left alone, the end result will definitely be that his meridians will be destroyed and he will become a disabled person. Even if you're lucky, you can't avoid losing your mind or turning into a fool. Fai Long knows that his knowledge is shallow. Even though he wants to help Dezoa, he doesn't know how. After a few rounds of fighting, Fai Long discovered that this person suddenly lost control and went crazy due to a sudden increase in internal attack. The enraged Yiksha launched a fierce attack on the flying dragon. Fai Long originally intended to knock him unconscious to gain some time to save him. But this method clearly does not work with Dezoa. The crazy Yiksha continued to oppress. Helplessly, Fai Long could only point at his acupuncture points, and take this opportunity to abolish his martial arts. Now that Dezoa's 36 acupuncture points have been broken, I'm afraid he won't be able to practice martial arts anymore. But the moment Fai Long turned around, Dezoa slowly stood up. At this time, Yiksha had recovered his consciousness. I am Yiksha, the heavenly born and earth-killing star, the one who will meet you at the peak. Fai Long couldn't help but be confused. He clearly had destroyed his acupuncture point. But his strength did not change, on the contrary, it continued to increase. It turned out that Yiksha had previously used Dafa medicine so he could avoid this disaster. Now Dezoa is determined to determine victory and defeat. Even if it means ending in the same fate, he will not regret it. Seeing only Dezoa's fingertips constantly gathering internal force, Fai Long did not care at all. But right after that, Dezoa suddenly performed the Demon King Demon Dragon attack, a move that made Fai Long unable to react in time. His internal force pierced through his body. Strong internal energy runs throughout Mai Hoa Lin. Smoke and dust rose up. But when the dust and smoke cleared, Fai Long remained completely unharmed. Although this strike caused him pain, it did not cause too much damage. On the contrary, Dezoa vomited blood from his mouth. This attack almost used up all his strength. At this moment, he couldn't even move a finger. His power had completely dissipated, as if everything was about to end in nothingness. Fai Long said that all of this was done by himself, that foreign force did not originally belong to him. Strange power obtained through extraordinary means must pay a corresponding price. Because Dezoa had woken up, Fai Long decided to spare his life and turned around to leave this place. But when Fai Long left here, he didn't know where to go. Since coming here, the woman's voice in his head no longer rang out. Waiting here for a year was also a matter of fate. Suddenly, a woman's voice was heard from behind. Turning his head to look, a figure both strange and familiar appeared before Fai Long's eyes. Fai Long was stunned. Could this be the woman in his mind? She is a stalker. To find the end of the world, that the woman said. Almost without day or night, I have been traveling for 10 years. When she finally arrived, this woman once again killed her demon son, right after Fai Long and Dezoa ended the Great War. A woman who was both strange and familiar called Fai Long over. Fai Long asked the question he had been wondering about for a long time. Why does your voice appear in my head? The woman said to Fai Long, who had lost her memory, I am the daughter of Princess Dehoa, who was destroyed because of you. That night everyone died. It's all because of you. If you hadn't appeared before me and weren't greedy for the immortal grass, everyone wouldn't have died. Hearing that, Fai Long immediately felt extremely self-blame. Faced with the woman's harsh reproaches, Fai Long suddenly felt a splitting headache. Past memories also gradually appeared in his mind. He remembered that the person in front of him was Tiu Tian, but Tiu Tian was clearly dead. But in the next second, a sharp sword pierced Fai Long's chest. At this moment, Fai Long finally realized that the person in front of him was not Tiu Tian. Although this sword did not penetrate the heart, it still penetrated the liver and lungs. This time it was definitely difficult to escape death. Fai Long was not angry about that at all, just calmly pulled out the sword on his chest. Thank you, Dezoa. You helped me recall some erased memories. Fragments of memories have disappeared. I should have died more than twice. The first time Fai Long woke up, he looked at Tiu Tian frozen in front of him. He knew for sure that Tiu Tian had given him the immortal grass. The knife mark that pierced his chest had also disappeared. Looking at Tiu Tian frozen, Fai Long was in excruciating pain. The person who should have survived was Tiu Tian. His life as a swordsman was not worth Tiu Tian saving him. Tiu Tian is dead. Fai Long doesn't know what it means to continue living. Therefore, Fai Long decided to use his death to ask for Tiu Tian's forgiveness. Fai Long self-destructed 36 acupuncture points on his body. This was the most painful way to die that he could choose. But not long after, Fai Long woke up again. This time, all his memories disappeared. Only one flying dragon sword remained beside him. Returning to the present, he threw the Fai Long sword to Dezoa, using this sword to stab me precisely in the heart. This time don't let any mistakes happen again. After confirming my death, cut off my head and throw it into the sea. Only then can we not live again. If I have to die, I want to die at Tiu Tian's hands, even though it's not the real Tiu Tian. But Dezoa did not meet Fai Long's wishes. The person who killed Fai Long must have been him. Immediately after, he transformed into his true form. A sword stab pierced Fai Long's heart. Even so, Fai Long feels that he will not regret dying. Being able to see Tiu Tian again before he died, he felt that everything had been liberated. Looking at Fai Long, who had lost his vitality, Dezoa couldn't help but exclaim. So for the past 10 years, you have been like me, living a life like hell. Yiksha did not cut off Fai Long's head. If you can come back to life, that is the destiny between us. At that time, I will use my true strength to defeat you honestly. After Dezoa left, Tam Lang hurriedly arrived. He was very confused. With Dezoa's martial arts skills, what tricks did he use to kill Fai Long? He pulled out the Fai Long sword that originally belonged to him. This is also considered a relic that his father, Luke Tuet DM, left him. After Tam Lang left Ghost Soul Cock, Dezoa also smoothly ascended the throne of Cock Master. A year later, a rumor circulated in the streets, since Fai Long disappeared from this place. Strange beasts often appear here. There are rumors that this wild beast is most likely Fai Long possessed by a demon. Tian Tuet Hung also heard about this and felt a bit strange. After that, he went home and took out the Demon Emperor's soul crafting needle. If Fai Long really escapes into a demon, then only the Demon Emperor's soul suppression needle can suppress him. Later, Tian Tuet Hung found Fai Long possessed by a demon, that is Tama. Tian Tuet Hung used all 9 soul-controlling needles to control Fai Long. Fai Long has now lost all his memories. Although I don't know the reason why he disappeared into a demon, he can no longer be called Fai Long. Tian Tuet Hung immediately ordered, from now on, your name is Tama. I have given you, a wild beast, the voice of your heart. You must find the meaning of life, find a reason to live. If you find all your past, then you can choose which name to live under, Tama or Fai Long. Time returns to the present. Tama and everyone have arrived at Anmuk Ma Lin. And Tian Tuet Hung has been waiting here for a long time. I heard you've recovered your memory. Long time no see, Tama. No, I should call you Fai Long. Because Kim Kwang Vu Quan wanted to block Tama's path, he stayed here motionless for 2.5 months. He used to be one of the 9 killed demon souls Fa Quan. The reason he joined Ghost Soul 9 Kills was because he wanted to learn the sword technique of King Luke Quiet. From then on, he sought inspiration to improve his spearmanship. After that, without knowing what fate Fa Quan encountered, He defeated Zichmi Hiet of Hiet Jiao, Dutan de Na Kim and Gu Qin in turn. Thanks to that, he received the title Kim Kwang Vu Quan. The spear in his hand is called the Immortal Yellow Soul Spear. Its sharpness is no less than that of swordsmanship, and its force is stronger than that of swordsmanship. Not being restricted by any form, changing freely is truly the best. As soon as he finished speaking, Fa Quan immediately launched his long spear. Tama did not have time to dodge and was injured by a long spear, injuring his cheek. Tama told everyone to retreat to the stone platform. As for Fa Quan, he used Qin Vang's demon chi to smash it down hard. After that, he flew into the air and used a Feng Diem down move. But Tama avoided each turn. Tian Tuet Hung, standing next to her, took a glance and realized that this was not Fa Quan's true ability. Just some basic techniques of spearmanship. Next, Fa Quan used a move called White Snake Long Fong to attack. Tama directly used the Hoa Knock Knock to neutralize it. Tian Tuet Hung couldn't help but exclaim, Tama's the Hoa Ket Knock, although it looked rudimentary, was still very useful. The two of them were fighting evenly. At this moment it was still impossible to see who won and who lost. Fa Quan has not yet used his strongest move, the Immortal Royal Soul Spear. Su Ma hasn't even used 1/10 of his strength. Seeing this situation, Fa Quan decided to use a more powerful tactic. An extremely fast Poison Dragon movement attack stabbed straight at Tama. Fortunately, Tama reacted extremely quickly and dodged this attack. But Fa Quan did not stop, turned around and launched a move called Ma Thuong. After a series of attacks, Tama finally revealed his vulnerability. Fa Quan seized the opportunity and descended from the sky, intending to end the match. But who is Tama? How could he give in so easily? Meanwhile, Tian Tuet Tuong next to him had doubts. Fa Quan had always used the Luke Hop's spear technique of low-level soldiers. If he wanted to rely on Tama's response to change his moves, he was wrong, because Tama's martial arts never had any rules. At this time, Tama also decided to get serious again. In the blink of an eye, Tama kicked Fa Quan away. Before he could stand still, Tama appeared on top of him. The size 45 foot suddenly descended. There was a loud explosion, and the entire small mountain was immediately smashed into rubble. At this time, Fa Quan was in a miserable state. He heard that Tama could use sword energy to create the shape of the universe. Although in theory it is possible, in reality humans absolutely cannot reach that realm. If the 5th level sword has surpassed that realm, he wanted to see with his own eyes the legendary sword with thousands of stars. In his entire life, he could not practice the Immortal Royal Soul Spear to the level of great success. Today, he wants to borrow Tama's hand to refine it. Immediately after that, the first move Fa Quan used was Lightning 13 Lightning. The long spear in his hand drew lightning bolts that struck the ground. Next, he performed his second move, Quang Long Not Vai. The ground, which was no longer intact, also cracked. Tama's balance seems to have been broken. After that, Fa Quan performed the third move, Chi Deep Phi Thuong. But Tama once again used his agile body to easily dodge. In a certain moment, Fa Quan saw a glimmer of Tama's fall, seized the opportunity and immediately used the Immortal Yellow Soul Spear, the final move Thunderbolt 18 Spear. The transformation of the Lightning Spear has taken over all the corners that can be avoided. Finally, he successfully hit Tama in the chest. Just when Fa Quan thought he was sure of victory, then Tama used his bare hands to block his spear and sword. Tama calmly said that no matter how advanced martial arts are, if they don't have the corresponding internal skills as a foundation, they are just useless. The next second, Tama crushed the long spear. At this moment, Fa Quan finally realized the huge gap between himself and Tama. Things had come to this point. Tama also decided to draw his sword. If you want to see my sword so much, then I will show it to you, but you will also have to pay for it. When Tama raised his sword, immediately cut off one of Fa Quan's arms. Even the cloak on his back and the cliff were cut in half. Tama is truly so scary. He is a ruthless person comparable to the masters of the prosperous martial arts era. Yet his arm was cut off by a kid who just debuted 2.5 years ago. The righteous Kim Tsung Vu Quan was defeated. Tian Tuet Hung could not help but exclaim, Tama went from being a wild beast to completely losing his mind, returning to normal in only 2.5 years. Martial arts progress so rapidly, this level is enough to be on par with the top martial arts masters. Only then did Bok So Na understand. It turned out that Tian Tuet Hung had previously used Ma Huang's soul removal acupuncture to revive Phi Long, who later became Tama. But what is the purpose of Tian Tuet Hung coming here today? Facing Su Ma's restored memory, Tian Tuet Hung said that she had offended her many times before and hoped for forgiveness. Tama not only did not blame him, but on the contrary, his heart was filled with gratitude. After all, at that time he had already gone into a demon and lost consciousness. Tien Tuet Hung also clearly stated the purpose of coming here this time. This trip is to investigate an extremely important matter. 6 months ago, the Tuet Sun Sword army of Vo Hong Tan suddenly disappeared without a trace. At that time, Vo Hong Tan and Vo Lam Min had been facing off for more than a year. Tien Tuet Hung speculated that Tuet Sun Kim Quan died at the hands of assassins sent by Vo Lam Min, or died at the hands of internal traitors. These are all possibilities. But the strange thing is that after that, Hoa Han, great immortal of Te Shuyan Vang Palace, disappeared. A month later, Duong Hu Din of Hai Dong Nat Man also disappeared. Tuet Sun Kim Quan is ranked among the masters of Vo Lam, and Hoa Han Dai Nan and Duong Hu Din are also top experts. But in the end they all died, and died very miserably. Their bodies had no trace of true energy left. Under normal circumstances, after an expert of this level dies, for a certain period of time there will be a portion of innate true energy remaining. But their bodies turned into dry corpses, which proved that the opponent used martial arts like star absorption Dafa. But essence absorption Dafa has many side effects. If the opponent's strength surpasses him, not to mention it will be very difficult to perform star absorption Dafa, even if he can absorb the opponent's internal force. If you can't blend the two true energies in your body into one, you will eventually die because of internal conflicts. This means that the person who performed this magical power has strength far beyond theirs. Such powerhouses in the martial arts are as rare as a phoenix's feather, and Demon Sword Emperor Dak Ko Tien is one of them. Furthermore, on those corpses, the unique martial art of the Demon Sword Emperor was discovered, the Red Dragon Claw. But the Demon Sword Emperor has never practiced star absorption Dafa, so can it only be someone else? Speaking of which, Tien Tuet Hung also asked Tama a favor. If he meets the Demon Sword Emperor Dak Tien in the future, his life will be fine. But please help me confirm one thing, whether or not there are goo worms in his body. And then, Tien Tuet Hung told even more shocking news, the reason for Tama to continue living. That reason is that Tu Tien is still alive. Hearing that, Tama couldn't help but roll his eyes. Knowing that Tu Tien was currently in the demon spirit camp, Tama did not hesitate at all. There was a boom and then it disappeared on the spot. Then, Tama, at a speed equal to 2.5 revolutions of the earth per hour, rushed towards the hidden Ma Lin. Arriving at the destination, Tama conveniently landed. The guards responded and rushed forward. But Tama just needs to burst out with his internal power to blow everything away. Witnessing this scene, no one dared to move forward anymore. At this time, Tien Tuet Hung 3 people also set out to Ma Lin. Tien Tuet Hung 3 people walked along the road without encountering any obstacles. But what they didn't know was that on the way they were poisoned. When the 3 collapsed, 2 mysterious people appeared before them. At this moment, a loud explosion rang out from behind. It turned out that Tama wanted to take a shortcut. One punch penetrated the main building. Although he was one of the 5 homeowners of Muk Ma Lin, he did not panic. Tin is still eating and chatting by himself. But at this moment, Tama was almost crazy. He had only one purpose. That is to find Tu Tien. This man possesses the special ability to copy other people's martial arts. Just confront him with one move. He will copy it. However, faced with such a terrifying figure, the 5 demon sect masters did not flinch. The whole house was destroyed, but some of them were still eating. Looking at the lovesick young man who came to find his lover in front of him, the head of Hell Ma family revealed a mocking look. Hey kid, did you come to our long damn ho cave alone? Are you really stupid or pretending to be stupid? The head of the Bak Kap Ma family was also interested. I heard that you lost your memory and still went looking for your compatriots. It's so romantic. Being teased, Tama immediately became angry. I count to 10. If by then you still don't reveal Tu Tien's whereabouts, today this place will be your grave. Everyone here stopped eating. A big war was about to break out. But in deciding who to strike first, everyone disagreed, and in the end it was decided that the elder should strike first. Van Dak Ma first adjusted his face that was about to collapse. The next second, Van Dak Ma threw out a palm and immediately rushed forward. But Tama only slightly waved his hand and dodged this blow. Then he grabbed the other guy's wrist, and immediately threw him away. Everyone was extremely surprised, because the move Toma had just used was the legendary move Flower and Jade. Witnessing this scene, the other 3 people did not dare to disrespect Tama anymore. After that, they rushed forward together, intending to fight quickly and win quickly. But when faced with the siege of 3 people, Tama's body suddenly became invulnerable. Turns out, Tama's ghost magic attack was also copied by Tama. At this time, Tama's body possesses both the Hoa Teepnak, which specializes in treating softness, and Ma Sol Ma Kung, which specializes in treating erections. All three people couldn't believe their eyes. Normally, these two types of exercises are incompatible and cannot be used at the same time. The person in front of him was clearly a monster. If they were careless, this place could really become their grave. Then Doc Ma stood up and also knew that this person was not simple. Immediately used the secret move Dai Tian Van Chi Chi King. A giant python immediately transformed. I only saw Van Doc Ma's hand leaking green poisonous liquid. Anyone touched by this poison turns into a zombie. So the question is, was Van Doc Ma killed by his own poison? The remaining two people saw this and also used their special moves one after another. Faced with the ultimate moves of three people, Ma used another move, Tone Fong Palm, to block everything. The three people gasped again because this technique was the martial style of Tian Ma Ma Lin Tan. Next, Ma continuously used Tian Ma's Black Wind Palm. There is also the Broken Soul Ocean Kick Fist of Tian Ma. Even performed a move called Great Demon Clothing Wind Kick. This is the ultimate technique that the old monster Blind Mountain learned from Shaolin. Suddenly Ma's chin was hit by an iron fist. Thiet Gwyn Ma was very happy. He finally hit Ma. But right after that, he was knocked to the ground by Ma using Iron Head Strike. Looking at Ma so brave, the owner of the Black Wind Demon clan next to him couldn't bear it any longer. What was the fate that made you absorb so many great martial spirits? But it doesn't matter, next you will witness the long-standing skill of Thunder Electric Tian Kung, Ba La Tian 9 Sword. Although this move is simple and has no changes, its power can be said to be the best in the world. The only person who can block this sword, other than the 10 great martial arts masters, is the leader's demon sword Emperor Dak Ko Tien. If you can block this one sword of mine, it proves that you can also be ranked among the 10 great martial artists. But Ma is not interested in this. Right now he only cares about where his woman is. Having finished speaking, Black Wind Demon threw the wine glass. Right after that, a sword stabbed straight at him, accompanied by an extremely terrifying sword energy. Ma had no intention of avoiding. Directly throw hard punches in confrontation. One move of 5-tap fist destroyed all sword energy in the blink of an eye. At the same time, it flies Black Wind Ma Ko 2.5 kilometers away. The fierce gust of punch even penetrated the demon's spirit screen. At this moment, Ma just counted to 1. On the other side, the fat man who was captured was actually not poisoned at all. I just found it interesting, so I learned from Bak So Na and the other person. After that, fat man easily defeated the guard, and found medicine to rescue Dien Tuet Hung and Bak So Na. The scene changed, only seeing Ma looking blankly ahead. The whole house was beaten into rubble, but two people were completely unharmed, even leisurely drinking tea. Demon Sword Emperor Dak Ko Tien calmly said, "Soon, the entire martial arts world will know the existence of Lord Quan Nin." But Lord Quan Nin in Dak Ko Tien's mouth was a child only half grown. She is the woman I love the most. But after only 4 times in 2.5 years, she still didn't recognize me, and respectfully poured wine for the enemy's young master. The identity of this young man in front of him is extremely mysterious. Even the Demon Sword Emperor, the leader of the 5 major demon clans, had to listen to him closely. Under a blow that almost reached Ma's limit, the whole house was directly penetrated. But the 2-person-centered area did not move at all. It certainly seems so. Hearing that, the Demon Sword Emperor slowly raised his glass of wine. In less than a moment, you defeated the 5 great soldiers of the demon sect. It seems that Fai Long has really come back to life. The Demon Sword Emperor threw a glass of wine at Ma, but alcohol was forbidden. Tom took the glass of wine and couldn't help but exclaim. The wine glass was thrown from afar, but the wine in the glass did not spill out a single drop. Ma picked up the glass of wine and drank it. Then, he crushed the wine glass. The Demon Sword Emperor immediately stood up, ready to attack. Before, when you were traveling around the world, I wanted to meet you once, but in the end I couldn't. What a pity. Later I heard that Hoa Lak Kok had an unknown pawn. Defeat Tian Ma. I was very surprised. The heavenly demon I knew was not so easily defeated. Then I heard that that guy was Fai Long. I was even more surprised, because the Fai Long I heard was not that easy. When I heard that you were pursuing the demon's soul of 9 kills, I'm so excited, because I think I can finally meet you. The Demon Sword Emperor continued to reminisce. I still remember how you looked when you were young. I still remember how you looked when you loved Yu Tian. I clearly remember your appearance when you came out of Vokin Cave. Although your appearance and figure have completely changed, your eyes are the same. You are definitely Fai Long. But Ma didn't care about this, but wanted to know who the white-shirt teenager was. The aura on his body was strange and powerful. Demon Sword Emperor did not hide it anymore. This is my master. It was my master who taught me this terrible power, and my master is about to unify the martial arts. Suma asked Makim Emperor Tian where he was. Hearing that, Makim Emperor immediately brought Tian out. Seeing Tian that I longed for day and night, Tuma suddenly widened his eyes. He couldn't believe his eyes. In the past, he clearly saw Tian's body with his own eyes, but now she was alive and standing in front of him. Meeting Tian again, Tuma's heart was no longer calm. Demon Sword Emperor also realized this. He directly attacked. With one palm, he sent Tuma flying far away. But Tuma was like a lost soul. After standing up, he continued walking towards Tian. This was also the result that the Demon Sword Emperor wanted to see. He immediately swung his sword and slashed out. But Tuma did not avoid it at all. Right now, he just wanted to know why Tian became like that, why he didn't recognize himself anymore. Seeing that Tuma was paying full attention to Tian, Ma Sword Emperor swung his knife again. Tuma relied on instinct to dodge this knife. Tuma raised his hand to touch Tian's cheek. It was clear that he had breath and body temperature. He should have been alive. But why are his eyes so dreamy, like he's lost consciousness? Seeing this situation, Tuma immediately became angry. What did you do to Tian? Answer me. But the Demon Sword Emperor was filled with murderous aura. Do you still not understand the situation, brat? You have no right to ask questions. Facing a sword carrying the spiritual power of the Demon Sword Emperor, Tuma finally swung the Fai-Long sword to block the attack. Immediately after that, he swung his sword with all his strength, taking advantage of the situation and knocking the Demon Sword Emperor out. Demon Sword Emperor also told the story. He had been poisoned by ancient poison. Ordinary people simply could not resist the power of ancient poison. The ancient worm will suck away the host's true energy, controlling the host's consciousness. There is only one person in this world who can take the goo worm out of his body, and that is my master. Tuma looked at that mysterious teenager. It seemed like all he had to do was defeat that kid. And the Demon Sword Emperor said, even though you say that, you must overcome me first. Just when two people were fighting, it was difficult to decide who won or lost. 5 giants of the demon sect who had just collapsed suddenly appeared again. Demon Sword Emperor said frankly, they were now controlled by the goo worms. They had lost consciousness, their physical strength had also doubled, and now even though they had broken arms and legs, as long as there is one breath left, they will cling to you and not let go. During the fight, Tuma discovered that Tian respectfully poured wine for the teenager. Tuma was distracted, so he was caught by the Iron Fist Demon. Taking this opportunity, Iron Fist Demon threw a punch straight into Tuma's stomach. This punch sent Tuma flying 250 meters away. At this moment, Tuma finally got angry. I only saw him erupting with a terrifying murderous aura. The whole ground immediately cracked. Today, this place will be the grave of all of you. This kid, who lived hundreds of years ago, knew the legendary technique of instant hard dafa. Furthermore, he can also control ancient insects to bring the dead back to life. The 5 demon sect heads in front of him were controlled by him, and at this moment they had completely lost consciousness. Even though Tuma radiated extremely terrifying murderous aura, they could not sense it. I only saw them surrounding Tuma's head flying at high speed. This move is the strongest killing array of the demon sect, named Azura Van Diet Violent Thunder Corpse. This formation can be said to be the most evil formation in the world. Once the killing array opens, it cannot be stopped. Only the person trapped in the killing array who turns into a pool of blood can end it. But Tuma did not panic at all. A huge force broke out. The so-called strongest killing array instantly shattered into pieces. Moments later, all the heads of the Ma family were defeated by Tuma. The Demon Sword Emperor was extremely shocked, because no one had ever been able to break the killing array in such a short time. Demon Sword Emperor knew clearly that he could not continue to stay. Immediately, he used his famous move breaking Hong Dao Tuet. This is the secret technique that the demon sect created to destroy the 2/4 Hoasat's sword. Therefore, except for the demon sect's leader 30 years ago, Doc Tathan, no one was interested in this sword technique. But the Demon Sword Emperor saw the power of this move with just a glance. Just one move contained 12 types of changes. If you can practice to the 12th level, even the Sword Emperor can solve part of the 100 Swords Absolute Universe. It can even be compared to the 5-level sword created by Fai Long. When the Demon Sword Emperor used his swordsmanship, the streams of sword energy and spiritual energy intersected and collided. Furthermore, sword energy also has a guiding function. More cruelly, sword energy can even split and explode. Faced with such a strange move, Tama was immediately unable to dodge. Dehoa's sword Jade Seal can only be used to block attacks. The Demon Sword Emperor also cruelly sneered. Relying on this poorly learned low-level martial art, you won't be able to block my sword. You should remember who stabbed Bak Lin Fai in the heart that year? Immediately after that, the Demon Sword Emperor continued to attack. The sword energy suddenly flowed like water towards Tama. The next moment, Tama was bound by sword energy, and it gets tighter and tighter. Tama struggled to escape with difficulty, but his body was covered in injuries. But the Demon Sword Emperor did not give him a chance to breathe. Then another knife struck. The billowing sword energy instantly passed through. Before Tama could stabilize his body, the Demon Sword Emperor appeared in the blink of an eye. Another blade came down hard. Tama struggled to block this attack but was also knocked to the ground. But right after that, he slowly stood up again. The Demon Sword Emperor was very suspicious. Tama could always narrowly avoid fatal blows. Was it strength or luck? Dealing with the breaking yellow saber so easily, you were the first, but you still couldn't avoid death. Facing the Demon Sword Emperor's strongest killer move, Tama looked like he was about to collapse at any moment, but he dodged all the blades. The next moment, Tama came forward. I guess now you are thinking, why hasn't this kid fallen yet? Or the loser could be you. In the blink of an eye, Tama threw a powerful punch at the Ma Sword Emperor's face. The Demon Sword Emperor's face was filled with disbelief. Not only did he neutralize the breaking yellow Dao quiet, he also gave me a blowback. I didn't even see clearly how he acted. The Demon Sword Emperor felt like he had lost all face in front of his master. His performance also made the host very disappointed. Demon Sword Emperor hastily explained that the breaking Emperor Dao Quiet had 4 more transformations, and he was seriously injured. But before he could finish his words, the young man in clothing rushed to attack the Demon Sword Emperor. Immediately, the legendary Tat Tam Great Dharma was performed. The Demon Sword Emperor did not want to die in such a vain way. He then fiercely slashed at the teenager's hand. But it was all in vain. In the end, it still ended up being sucked dry like trash. Having finished everything, he saw the young man turn around and look at Tama, then smiled darkly. A worm crawled into the head of a long-dead woman. Unexpectedly, it brought her back to life. And the one controlling this ancient worm is the teenager in front of him. The young man also told the truth that Tama wanted to know. Although Tu Tian is standing here healthy at this time, it is difficult to say whether she is alive or not, because her body was in a state of pseudo-death. Right now it was only the power of the ancient worm that maintained her heartbeat. If the goo worms were removed, she would be nothing more than a corpse. Hearing that, Tama immediately became angry. He threw a punch at the teenager. But the right arm was suppressed by the Demon Emperor's golden soul, causing no damage to the teenager at all. The teenager only needed one palm strike. The great power immediately sent Tama flying. In the blink of an eye, he fell from the sky again, hitting Tama. The terrible force directly hit the ground, forming a huge hole. The young man slowly landed. At this moment, he felt that Tama was really too weak. But the next moment, Tama's aura disappeared. Turning around, he discovered that Tama had taken Chu Tian away. The teenager immediately activated the power of the ancient worm. On the other side, Chu Tian in Tama's heart suddenly changed color. Then, she threw a palm at Tama. Next, she performed Di Hoa Kung's unique technique Tam Tian Chi. An explosion echoed throughout the forest. This movement was just in time to be discovered by Bak So Na. She immediately recognized this as Tam Tian Chi's third move Hong Long Vu Claw. Immediately, she flew towards the place where the explosion came from. She couldn't believe her sister was still alive. At the same time, the teenager also chased him ashore. The teenager smirked and said, "The goo worm in his body is controlled by me. If I don't get the goo worm out, she will never be able to escape my palm. But if she takes out the worm, she will definitely die." Things had come to this point. Tama directly opened the Fai Long sword. "You can't do this, you can't do that, then I can only kill you." Right after that, a sword swung down. The sword energy instantly penetrated 2.5 kilometers. I only saw Tama shouting, "You can't get close to Tu Tian." Looking at the ground being cut into 2 halves, the teenager was also a bit surprised. Frankly speaking, although it's not as good as Fai Long's level 5 sword, your sword is still quite strong. Tama also refused to be weak. "If I had all of Fai Long's memories, I would have killed you a long time ago." After speaking, he raised his sword to attack the teenager. But the teenager dodged all of Tama's sword moves. No matter what moves Tama used, he couldn't reach even the hem of the teenager's shirt. After that, he even used 2 fingers to block Tama's sword. The sword was blocked. Tama immediately threw a punch, but still easily controlled by the teenager. Immediately after that, The teenager used the legendary Tam Te Dafa, which must have sucked Tama into a stick man. In that moment, Tama swung his sword and slashed hard at the teenager. The sword approached, the teenager quickly dodged. Unexpectedly, this sword would injure the teenager. It turned out that Tama had noticed that when the teenager used the Heart Te Dafa, his physical body would fall into a defenseless state. Therefore, Tama can overcome this trick. Suddenly, Tama's whole body began to radiate internal power. A year ago he defeated Tianma. Now my internal strength is many times stronger than before. At first I thought that even if I faced off against the top 10 martial arts experts, I could easily win. But it seems that's not the truth. Tama is finally serious. I only saw that the terrifying innate truth she had evolved into a giant heavenly dragon. Tien Tuet Hung also recognized that this was the form of a giant statue condensed from Chitam. Seeing that, Bok So Na was immediately stunned. She had so many questions she wanted to ask the little angel, but her response was Tu Tien's three pointed fingers. Fortunately, Tien Tuet Hung promptly came to her rescue. Tien Tuet Hung took a glance and realized that Chu Tien was controlled by the ancient worm, and the owner of the ancient worm was the young man emitting a cloudy aura before his eyes. The man wanted to live forever, but living with a bunch of zombies. He is the legendary Van On Ghost. 300 years ago, he murdered the first great master of a certain sect and stole the legendary secret of Tich Tam Dafa. From then on, he ran rampant in the martial arts world. But in the end, he still failed miserably at the hands of Thiet's son Great Emperor. However, the young Iron Mountain Emperor at that time did not kill him, but spared him his life, but on one condition, which was that he would never set foot in the martial arts world again. Since then, Van On Kui has had no news. When he reappeared, his identity had changed a lot. He is the crazy demon Huin Ma who terrifies people and turns him into a man-eating monster. The crazy monster sacrificed his true self at Tianma City and then disappeared without a trace. And the mysterious boy who is fighting with the demon in front of him is Huin Ma. I only saw him perform a lion's roar move. The surrounding trees were immediately blown to pieces by him. But despite facing such a terrible attack, Tama remained unharmed, not even his clothes were torn. At this moment, I only saw Tama blankly looking up at the sky. He suddenly remembered that it had been a long time since he raised his head to look at the blue sky. At the same time, he also remembered another thing, which was the 5-level sword he created. The legendary sword technique is like seeing the starry sky, and those who see the stars will surely die. In an instant, countless invisible swords surrounded the phantom demon. Illusionary demon was immediately frightened. At this moment his body was completely unable to move. I can't even blink my eyes. Huin Ma simply did not believe that Tama could reach the level of using the 5-level sword at this time. He thought that Tama must have used magic to play tricks on him. He suddenly burst out with true energy and wanted to teach Tama a lesson. But the next moment, thousands of swords pierced his body. At this moment, the illusionary demon finally realized that this was not so-called magic. Right when Huin Ma was stunned, Su Ma took advantage of the situation and immediately swung his sword to kill Huin Ma. But Huin Ma controlled the little angel to let the boy come before him. Tama could only quickly retract his strength. Seeing this situation, Huin Ma immediately manipulated the small sky to attack Tama together. Regarding this, Tama can only avoid it because he cannot hurt the little angel. Currently there is only one way, which is to use internal force to control Chiu Tian's actions. Exploding his internal strength against Tama, this also caused a dilemma for the little guy in the middle. Furthermore, as long as one side retracts its hand, Chiu Tian could potentially lose his life. The only way is to use greater strength to push her away. At this moment, Huin Ma found it hard to believe. He has accumulated 400 years of martial arts power, and also used the Tich Tam Great Dharma to absorb the internal power of countless experts. Nearly 1,000 years of skill, yet he can only compete with Tama. Bok So Na, standing next to her, also had a worried look on her face. Once this terrible power explodes, even if they stand far away, it will be difficult to preserve their lives. As for Chiu Tian in their midst, I'm afraid he will turn into ashes. But what Tien Tuet Hung cares about is the martial arts of the two people. Tien Tuet Hung affirmed that in today's martial arts, the number of people who can resist them for more than an hour is counted on the fingers of one hand. That is the Sword Emperor and the Sword Emperor, Great Elder of Vo Lam Min. Together with the Infinity God's Spear and the 10 Sun Heavens have returned to their old form. An ancient Lord Deep Soa of Ghost Soul Valley. The reason Tien Tuet Hung was not worried about getting in trouble was because he realized that the balance would soon be broken. That is, Tama will gradually gain the upper hand. The truth is that, possessing the body of the Void Spirit, Tama is constantly absorbing natural forces to counterattack. If Great Demon God's project continues like this, he will surely be defeated. Therefore, he immediately thought of a plan, using Tu Tian to harass Tama. Perhaps the situation would change. Immediately after that, he activated the power of the ancient insect and ordered Tu Tian, "Go, gouge out his eyes!" In the middle of a fight, the man is risking his life to fight the enemy to save the woman. But the woman wanted to gouge out his eyes. But the man did not blame her, on the contrary, he covered her in front of him, blocking the fatal blow. The violent explosion instantly destroyed nearly half of the forest. Even the phantom demon was thrown away by the explosion. Seeing that Tu Tian was not affected by the explosion, Tama smiled gently. Finally fell into a deep hole. When Ma, weakened, sent a horseman to see if Tama was still alive or dead. If he's dead, cut off his head and bring it back. If he's not dead, bring Tu Tian back. But the husband did not listen to Huan Ma's orders. Seeing Tama barely alive, he immediately wanted to eliminate him to avoid future disasters. But Tu Tian suddenly grabbed his hand. This was completely beyond his expectations. A corpse controlled by a goo worm can rely on its will to overwhelm the goo worm's power. Immediately afterwards, the horseman knocked Tu Tian away. Luckily, Bio arrived promptly. Next, Bio fell from the sky. One kick kicked the horseman away. The driver also recognized the fat man as one of the two famous Mu-san monsters. Because he couldn't kill Tama, the coachman could only take Tu Tian and leave quickly. After that, Tama was taken back to the thatched hut by the fat man and a few others. Under Tien Tuet Hung's treatment, he gradually recovered his vitality. Tien Tuet Hung also told all the truths she knew to Bak So Na. On the day Di Hoa Kung was destroyed, the devil himself used extremely cold negative energy to save Tu Tian's life. Vo Lam Min, who came later to collect the body for the girl, also knew about this. But they could not think of any way to save Tu Tian. Therefore, they can only place Tu Tian in Vo Lam Min's arsenal. Right after Tama destroyed Demon Lin Tan, Huan Ma stole Tu Tian's body. And he planted the ancient worm into Tu Tian's body. This action is to deal with Tama. There is another purpose in dealing with Tama, which is Tama's space spirit body. Recently, the people who have been repeatedly harmed all have one thing in common. They are all possessors of the 15 limbs. Stimulating Yang body of Tuet's Sun Sword technique. The body of 10,000 poisonous blood of Te Shi and Vong Palace, the great immortal of Flower Soul. Indestructible Tian's strength body of Hai Dong Not Mon Sect Master Duong Hu Din. All signs prove that it was caused by illusion demons, because they were all sucked into dry corpses. The Tu Ha Te Mu Palace that Huan Ma practices is a bit different from the Bak Min divine art that people know. This technique can not only absorb attack power, but can also absorb the opponent's physical strength. If you absorb the 5 types of extreme yang, extreme emptiness, 10,000 poisonous blood body, and indestructible Tien Tuong, you can be refined into the legendary infinite body. According to Tien Tuet Tuong's speculation, the Van On ghosts and Ghost Soul Kok Vo Jiak Cave are nothing more than puppets of the illusionary demon. As for the real Huan Ma, he is always wandering around in the streets. Over the past 300 years, he has had countless incarnations. You must know that 5 Imperial Citadel can confront Vo Lam Bak Min for a whole year. Moreover, City Lord Tuet Sun Kim Kwan is one of the top 10 martial arts masters. If it weren't for the spy planted by Huan Ma, how could a master like Tuet Sun Kim Kwan be assassinated outside? Furthermore, Huan Ma could easily steal Tu Tian's body from Vo Lam Min. That proves that he also installed an insider in Vo Lam Min. To deal with a great enemy like Huan Ma, Vo Lam Min decided to invite Kim Hong and Dao De to leave the customs. This task was assigned to Tong Dai Hao and Thap Kai Tien. But they did not know that Thap Kai Tien was an insider planted by Huan Ma in Vo Lam Min. Without any precautions, Tong Dai Hao was pierced through the chest by a strange spear. Coming to his senses, Tong Dai Hao immediately swung his knife. Thap Kai Tien easily dodged, and revealed a mocking expression. But Tong Dai Hao's knife was not aimed at him, but towards the faraway resort. The loud noise attracted the attention of the great elder. But he did not panic even though he had been completely exposed in the past 10 days. After all, his main force had already begun to move. As for Huan Ma, he has returned to his lair. And he also absorbed Tien Vu intellectual body of Tien Ma. His next target is Demon, the possessor of the human body. In the world there exist 10 types of perfect bodies. They are naturally suited to practice martial arts, and are called the Thap martial body. If you can fuse 5 of these 10 body types, we'll be able to train into the body of the martial god, the body of infinity. At that time, you will reach the highest martial arts realm, the divine realm. The illusionary demon had given up the body of the spiritless spirit, so he used the body of the heavenly devil and the universe to replace it. At this time, he immediately started Ghost Soul Bone, intending to absorb Tuat Nu's body. Ghost Soul Bone's Yiksha is not easy to deal with. Right after that, Ma Fu brought along black and white twin ghosts, intending to lead Dezoa ahead. Seeing them do that, Dezoa certainly fell into the trap. When Ma discovered that the Snow Girl was plotting, he immediately flew in front of her. After entering, he blocked all exits. The sudden noise also caught Dezoa's attention. Faced with a sudden attack from a stranger, Tuat Nu stood still, and immediately creates puppet clones. But in front of Hunma behind Song Luke, this move is like child's play. Whether it was the clone or the main body, after just a few rounds, both were strangled by him, just as he was about to absorb the energy. I don't know when, Dezoa was standing behind. Taking advantage of his distraction, Tuat Nu cast ice magic, freezing his arm. Luckily, the Yiksha appeared in time, and the Snow Lady seemed to be okay. At this time, the illusory ghost confronts the Yiksha. Doesn't seem to be sure of victory either. The Yiksha has not yet had time to ask clearly about the other person's background. Then he grabbed his wrist. Immediately after that, he performed the Northern Ming divine technique. Yiksha is not afraid at all. Just smiled slightly. Joke, it's a bit interesting. The man who practiced diligently for 300 years succeeded in absorbing Dafa's essence, but almost had all his strength sucked out by the person behind him. It turns out that such a strange technique still exists in this world. That is the unique martial art of Luke Tuat DM King of Hell Mao Wan Gong. This is a type of sky-defying qigong that can not only change the position of acupuncture points throughout the body, but can even reverse the flow of energy. This is the essence of the star absorption Dafa that Van On Ghost cultivates. Seeing this, Van On Gui was completely frightened. In the end, he was still one move away, so he quickly revealed his identity. I am the illusionary demon, using ancient insects to penetrate the 12 acupuncture points in the heavens, wishing you rebirth and reversing your grievances. The Snow Girl next to her was frightened. Was this the illusionary demon of the Demon Spirit City? Yiksha carefully evaluated it, although your body shape and face are not like Hunma. But looking at it from internal energy and luck, it's really true that Hunma is right. Just as Dezoa was stunned, Van On Kui took the opportunity to escape. I've long heard that illusionary demons can freely transform. This is not good. Is this your true face? Van On Kui advised Dezoa not to get involved in this matter. I just want Snow Nu's genetic body. Just hand her over and I will naturally leave. Dare to break into the Ghost Soul Bones and even want to drain my master. Do you think I will leave it alone? You really don't look down on me. But the body containing the gene is in front of his eyes, and Van On Kui does not want to return without results. At this point, he can only use the power of his bones. Van On Ghost frankly said that you cannot win against me, Yiksha. The mother's bones in your brain are nourished by my flesh and blood. As long as she gives an order, you can only absolutely obey like a clone. This is the price of your greed. These powers do not originally belong to you. The pain of the bone insect immediately caused Dezoa to kneel on the ground. Van On Kui immediately threw a quick kick and sent Yiksha flying. Although your demon spirit body is useless to me, the almost limitless power in your body can definitely help me practice divine arts as soon as possible. Dezoa did not expect that he had previously borrowed the bone's power to enhance his abilities, but now he was controlled by it. At this moment, although Dezoa was extremely regretful, he could only let it absorb his internal strength. But if he didn't have this strength before, could he have reached his current position? At this time, Dezoa still refused to give up. This is just a hurdle on our way to the top. Dezoa clenched his fist. I am a strong person who will stand on top. How can I be controlled by the ancient worm? At this time, Van On Ghost was also frightened. Dezoa's power has far exceeded his imagination, and has now reached the realm of true ecstasy. The two people's explosive luck shook even the demon's soul. Snow Woman next to her also saw the clue. Steaming Star Dafa is truly an unbeatable martial art, except for heaven-defying Qigong and Hell King Demon Gong. But now the martial arts of Cock Master Dezoa have reached the level of true Qi entering God. If we only talk about martial arts, Dezoa definitely has the upper hand. But his body has been defeated by the bone worm, so everything will change. Today, we, Van On Ghost, also understand why Tien Ma Lin Tin Han, who intends to dominate martial arts, deliberately avoids Ghost Hone when confronting Vo Lam Min. But even if your martial arts have reached the level of true God, reaching the realm of true God, it still won't last long. Encountering my essence absorption Dafa, even with thousands of years of strength, it is only nourishment for me. As long as the bone worm in your brain is still there, don't try to seduce me. Give up resisting, Yiksha. All the power of your life will belong to me. How can Yiksha give up so easily? He had already overcome 10 years in the cave. How could he lose to a small bone worm? I admit that you have made me stronger, but I will absolutely not give this body to a worm to control. Along with Yiksha's final struggle, the worms in his brain swelled and crumbled. Although he regained control of his body, it was unfortunately too late. Most of Dezoa's power has been absorbed by it. Within 2 more puffs, you will be nothing more than an empty shell. At this moment, after adjusting, Tuat Nu launched an attack with an ice pillar, drilled through Huan Ma's chest in the blink of an eye. The biggest disadvantage of star absorption Dafa is that during its execution, the physical body will be in a defenseless state. Just when he had only 1 success left, Tuat Nu saved De Exe. As for Dezoa, his strength was almost drained and he immediately fell to the ground. Luckily, he still has a pulse and is still breathing. But the ice pillar was just a moment away from piercing the illusionary demon's heart. After absorbing the Yiksha's power, Huan Ma's whole body was filled with power. Dealing with Tuat Nu was more than enough. Now the body carrying Daik Nan's body was easily within reach. Although Tuat Nu bravely resisted, Huan Ma just needs to gently wave his hand. Tuat Nu's negative attacks simply cannot get close to him. The body was quickly seen through by the illusionary demon. In the blink of an eye, he was strangled. At this time, Tuat Nu no longer had the strength to resist. I can only watch helplessly as Huan Ma drains me dry. And is this the final outcome of Tuat Nu? She, like Huan Ma, has lived a very long time. Those years were not meaningless. And Phi Long's group is currently on their way to Ghost Soul Kok. Because Tien Tuat Hung couldn't keep up with her light work, she could only walk. Bok So Na and Ban Hung decided to go with her. Phi Long alone accelerated to Ghost Soul Valley. At this time, Phi Long also noticed something unusual. It seemed like large and small air currents were colliding with each other, and there was a huge air current that was quickly disappearing. At this time, facing the increased power of Illusion Demon, the Snow Girl had absolutely no ability to resist. He was quickly squeezed tightly. Let him use the Star Absorption Dafa to drain his internal energy. Tuat Nu wondered, the main valley was attacked. Why was there no movement in the valley? Could it be that the entire Ghost Soul Valley has been controlled? At this time, the new 9 killed ghost souls were fighting fiercely at Mafuk. They also suddenly realized that the entire Ghost Soul Valley was filled with the Valley Master's aura before, but just now it seemed to have suddenly disappeared. But the Master of Dezoa Valley has reached the life and death realm. There should be no need for his subordinates to worry. Now he just needs to do his duty well. Black and white twin ghosts are also pulling the remaining 3 people. As a soul-refining corpse, the black and white twin ghosts cannot be killed at all. Only cutting off their heads can kill them. Right when Fa Quan swung his sword and slashed at Black Devil, the left abdomen and right arm were suddenly pierced by 2 swords. It turned out that they had long become the ghosts of the illusionary demon. Just when Lo Tun was scared, she was also pierced by Siu Man's spear. It turns out that Huan Ma has been plotting in Ghost Soul Valley for a long time. Therefore, Ghost Soul Kok has absolutely no defense line. About to have the body of Extremely Eagle, Huan Demon, this is the final step for him to train into the body of Infinite Eagle. Tuat Nu has not yet given up resistance. She has lived over 100 years. Those years were not in vain. She immediately swung her left hand towards Huan Ma. But this does not appear to cause actual injury. On the contrary, her arm was controlled by him. At this time, Tuat Nu controlled the puppet and swung an ice sword to slash from behind him, even though it was hit right on both shoulders. But the demon's clone basically couldn't deal fatal damage to him. Huan Ma said directly, "Once your body and spirit are no longer connected, that puppet is just like a person's finger." Immediately after that, he gently used his strength to send it flying in the blink of an eye. Huan Ma raised the Snow Girl high, coldly said to the dying Tuat Nu, "Your body is already mine. You are the last person to let me evolve into the body of infinity." Not long after, Huan Ma looked at the Snow Girl's body. "Is it going to end like that? Then throw it aside." Huan Ma looked at his hands. Now he had the indestructible eagle-level eagle protecting his body. Even though I don't have the spirit body. But Tien Vu's body can also be replaced. Now he has the foundation of the body of infinity, the energy of the 5 elements. Just need to refine these 5 different types of true energy into one type. Then he himself can become an absolute supreme, like never before. Looking at Snow Girl collapsed on the ground, Huan Ma couldn't help but exclaim. Her innate true energy had been exhausted, but she still seemed to be alive. Well, in this condition she won't be able to live for many more days. At this time, he saw Dezoa lying motionless. It's truly extraordinary. to be able to use internal force to burn all the goo worms in the brain. The pain is like a worm burning the skin, not something ordinary people can endure. This type of person must completely destroy the grass to avoid future disasters. Just when Huan-Ma decided to drain the Yaksha's little remaining true energy, a spinning flying sword flew at high speed. Sensing danger, Huan-Ma quickly dodged. Is this just an invisible sword? At this moment, a dark shadow entered my sight. Of course it's you. Fai Long also came silently. Haven't seen each other for a while, this person's luck is even more mixed. Suddenly, Fai Long saw Tuet Nu dying. Fortunately there is still a breath left. At this time, Fai Long had recovered all his memories. He couldn't help but remember the ancient master of Ghost Soul Kak. With the power of the Valley Master, the relationship between Tama and Chiu Tian was severed. There would have been no repetition of Hoa Lak Kak, let alone meeting each other again in such a tragic life scene. The Yaksha next to him also evokes Fai Long's memories. As a brother in the Black Knight Vo Noyet assassin group. Even though he saved you. But now it seems he has become so strong that even I am not sure of defeating his achievements. Right after that, he glanced at Huan-Ma. You can actually defeat him, it's really powerful. Huan-Ma frowned again. Fusing 5 different types of true energy into one takes time. Now without Chiu Tian, if you recklessly fight with him, the risk factor is too high. Anyway, today's goal has been achieved. We must find an opportunity to retreat. But Fai Long insisted that he hand Chiu Tian over. Huan-Ma said loudly, if the time is not yet ripe, do you think I am afraid of you? Immediately after that, he transmitted a message to his subordinates. The goal has been achieved. Immediately withdraw from Ghost Soul Kak. The decisive battle between you and I must be postponed. 10 days later, at Vo Lam Mong Kien, you will know who truly deserves to be the best in the world. As soon as he left, he exploded his internal force, causing the Ghost Soul Valley Tower to be penetrated by countless air currents, and could collapse at any time. With a thread hanging in the balance, Fai Long hugged Tuet Nu and quickly retreated. Between the brother and the woman, it seems he chose Tuet Nu, the person he felt sorry for. At this time, Fai Long secretly thought, I'm sorry brother Dezoa, I can't save everyone. He was once the supreme of martial arts, the first person in the world. But now, the meridians are sealed by several needles, and their strength is no longer the same as before. Facing illusions, reality. Fai Long was forced to think of a way to take out the Demon Emperor's soul pin. Currently, Tuet Nu's innate true energy has been absorbed by it. Soon, Huan-Ma will fuse the energy of the 5 elements, refining into peerless magic that will shake ancient times. But Tien Tuet Hung told him that the Demon Emperor's soul needle must have an expert with internal strength who has reached 5 armors and be proficient in Lang Kong photography to be able to take it out, and told you absolutely not to move, otherwise you will most likely return to a beastly state. Fortunately, the collapse of the demon's soul bone did not take Yaksha's life. At this time, Ten Kai Tien also found the whereabouts of the Sword Emperor and Dao Emperor. He pretended to come to ask for help because of the illusionary demon general. Sword Emperor and Dao Emperor clearly stated the reason. The two of them had been practicing in seclusion for 10 years. Before the end of practice, do not act hastily, even if you have to stop practicing midway. It takes at least a month to complete normal chi and aura conditioning. After 10 days, his true face was revealed. He suddenly made a move. One sword pierced the Sword Emperor. Dao Emperor quickly ended his practice. Recklessly risking danger, he fled to the devil and drew his sword to fight. But because he suddenly stopped practicing for 10 years, it is now difficult for him to display half of his strength. Forcing himself to practice too hard, he quickly had his chi and blood reversed, and fresh blood gushed out. Ten Kai Tien saw the right opportunity and stabbed a spear. In a moment that hangs by a thread, Fai Lu appeared in time to block this attack. But how can he be an opponent of Ten Kai Tien, one of the top 10 martial arts masters? Even though he had the Death God Demon Knife to support him, he still couldn't withstand more than 3 attacks. Just when Ten Kai Tien was about to kill, Dao Emperor has finally recovered slightly. Just one blow severed the Infinity Spear, Dao Emperor frankly said. Even though I can't use half of my strength now. But if 3 people join forces to deal with you, it will definitely not be difficult. As soon as he finished speaking, the Sword Emperor stepped out from the smoke and dust. Thap Kai Tien was extremely surprised. The Sword Emperor was seriously injured and could still stand up. Immediately after that, the Sword Emperor directly used his ultimate move. Universe of 100 Great Swords C. Although it is difficult for the Cross Heavens to block this move, but he alone against 3 people had no chance of victory. Immediately after that, he jumped out of the cave, before leaving, causing the cave door to collapse. At the last moment, the Sword Emperor transferred all his remaining internal strength to Fai Lu. After that, he rested here. Also at this time, Emperor Dao was erecting a tombstone for the leader of the world. Van On Ghost is fusing extremely strong energy of the 5 elements. Just as it was about to be completed, not knowing when, Lai Quan Nak found the cave. Although I tried my best to prevent it, it was too late. But the devil, he didn't kill him. He wanted Lai Quan Nak to return and tell Vo Lam Min. From this moment on, we will re-establish Vo Lam. At the same time, I will recruit people. I, Van On Kui, inherit the great ambition of a great master, wanting to dominate the martial arts world. 10 days later, in front of thousands of Vo Lam Min people, he will behead the first person in the world, Fai Long. 9 days before the decisive battle, to prevent any unforeseen events, Van On Kui decided to keep Tu Tien. 8 days before the decisive battle, Van On Kui sent people to spread leaflets everywhere. At this time, Dao De and Fai Lu were also on their way back to Vo Lam Min. Seeing that Fai Lu had such achievements, Emperor Dao felt very comforted. Anyway, it took him until he was in his 40s to comprehend the beauty of Tu Qin Dao. It took 10 years to learn 8 sections. But now Fai Lu, in his 20s, has refined the Kuang Long breaking Tian Dao to 8 parts. 7 days before the decisive battle, foresees 8 desolates, 9 pearls and 10 mountains. Everyone who studied martial arts saw the leaflets. No one missed them. Countless people are also frantically choosing factions, and the martial arts world is about to face major changes. 6 days before the decisive battle, Yiksha and Bak So Na and their group also saw the news. At the same time, he also decided to go to Vo Lam Min. 5 days before the decisive battle, Vo Lam Min continuously received news that many people in martial arts have some kind of blood feud and therefore have chosen to join the Van On Kui faction. The Vo Lam Min elders couldn't believe that Van On Gui's demonic claws could penetrate so deeply. Tong Dai Hao said frankly, even Tin Tien Sin, one of the top martial artists, has become a henchman of Van On Ghost. Everything is actually nothing. Although the situation is serious, the Martial Arts Alliance and the Sword Emperor, Dao Emperor, are still there. At this time, Fai Lu broke the door and rushed in. When they learned that the Sword Emperor had died, everyone was extremely frightened. But soon after, the Dao Emperor appeared to confirm this. 4 days before the decisive battle, Van On Kui gathered his troops after 10 days and prepared to advance to Vo Lam Min. 3 days before the decisive battle, Vo Lam Min was practicing to prepare for battle at the martial arts arena. The Lord worriedly asked Dao Emperor next to him. The Sword Emperor is in trouble. Your body is not good. This old man is really worried. Emperor Dao said that even if he died today, he would not regret it. He looked at Fai Lu, who was waving his sword, and said with satisfaction, "With such excellent juniors, we don't need to worry about the safety of martial arts. It's just that now, Fai Long, the leader of the world, after losing his memory, will his martial arts skills still be the same as before? This is very worrying." 2 days before the decisive battle, at this time, Fai Long was in Truck Lam. He felt that his fist was extremely heavy. He swung the Fai Long sword, but not even the bamboo tree could cut it. The sword in my hand also felt heavy. However, facing the old monster Blind Mountain's immovable Min Vong bow, even though Fai Long's legs weigh thousands of pounds, he can still dodge perfectly when his feet leave the ground. Old monster Moose Sun said frankly, "You have indeed made progress now, but it is still unknown how much worse you are compared to the first man in the world before. No matter what, Fai Long has to leave now." Blood Moon Night. All martial arts experts are waiting anxiously, constantly spreading stories about Fai Long to each other. The elders of Vo Lam Min are also working very hard. Whether it is Van On Ghost or the former great master of that Tram nation, martial arts have reached the realm of true invincibility. Still cannot compare with the world's number one Fai Long. Fai Long's martial arts have surpassed human perception. The moment has come, but Fai Long has not appeared yet. And at this time, Van On Kui and his accomplices arrived at Tu Hai. Van On Kui could not help but exclaim, "Vo Lam Min, located in the middle of Tu Hai, is truly a natural fortress. As the first step to unify the martial arts, this place truly holds a favorable position." Just as they were about to dock, Elder Vo Lam Min suddenly took action. Hell's soul stealing lotuses for them to bury themselves underwater, despite causing huge waves and winds. But Van On Devil's internal power is far beyond his imagination. The Elder, with his immense internal strength, could not shake the boat floating in midair. Dao Emperor stepped forward to fight but could not hurt him even a little. And Fai Lu couldn't even see any of his movements clearly. In the blink of an eye, the death god demon knife at his waist was taken away by Van On Ghost. Now, with the 5 elements converging into the infinite body, plus the death demon Dao, Van On Ghost has become unstoppable. The Knife Emperor uses the ultimate sword-slaying technique. Van On Ghost just gently waved his hand and easily cut it off. Even though I only used 5 parts of my strength. But it's still unbelievable to fail so easily. Things had come to this point. Van On Kui decided to commit mass murder. Fai Lu was pierced by a sword. Master Meng's arm was immediately cut off. Just when he was about to absorb Master Strong's internal energy, the elders of Vo Lam Min rushed forward together. But it's absolutely impossible to stop this devil. Right when Van On Ghost went crazy, a loud shout stopped him. There are still silhouettes of people on the holiday pavilion in the distance. He is the world's #1 person, Fai Long. Fai Long did not talk nonsense to him. Rushed forward and threw a punch straight to the face. Haven't given him time to stand yet. Another punch knocked him into the water. This unexpected combo, making Van On Ghost completely angry. But the blade he swung out seemed unable to touch Fai Long's body. Fai Long decided to take him to a quiet place so as not to affect others. Then threw him flying to the suburbs like Lam Tu Ko. Immediately pressed him to the ground with crazy friction. Van On Gui was terrified. What kind of fate did he get? The last encounter was only half a month ago. Even though he used the invisible sword at that time, his strength at that time was no different from mine. But even so, Van On Ghost is now an indestructible Vajra. These moves cannot cause real damage at all. Just when he was about to absorb Fai Long's spirit body, Van On Ghost suddenly discovered it. There is no strength in his body. At this moment, I realized that currently in the body of Fai Long, Demon Huang's soul refining needle, there was only one left. It turns out that a few days ago, Fai Long found Mang's son K Lao under his acupuncture point. Fai Long skillfully used his strength and took the risk to take out the Demon Emperor's soul-capturing needle. Seeing this situation, Van On Kui became even more interested. It seemed that it had far exceeded his expectations, so he was not planning to hold back anymore. Today I will show you the power of the infinite body absorbing the power of the 5 elements, the peerless martial arts of the realm of divine realm. Immediately, a lion's roar attacked Fai Long, even though it has the power of the mountains and islands. But Fai Long in the dust and smoke remained motionless, seemingly unaffected. At this time, Fai Long also pulled out the Fai Long sword. Today, you will definitely die under the blade of my thundering flying dragon sword. Just when the demon Van On was still bewildered, Fai Long's sword rushed forward like lightning, instantly passed through his chest. There was no time for Van On Ghost to cry out. No way! Fai Long Kim split into 2 and counterattacked. At the same time, Fai Long unleashed his fist to attack as fast as lightning. At this time, the invisible sword and Fai Long's fists and kicks attacked at the same time. The Western demon was suddenly attacked and had no time to react. Was immediately punched to the ground. He panicked. It seemed that Fai Long's martial arts skills had exceeded his expectations. The flying dragon sword around him seemed to have a life of its own, far surpassing the level of the 7 swordsmanship, reaching the highest realm of human sword fusion. What made him even more desperate was, each stream of Fai Long's invisible sword energy seemed to be on the level of a Xian realm expert. This true power is enough to turn heaven and earth upside down. At this time, Dao Emperor also saw a few points. Flying dragons can borrow natural energy and create infinite worlds that are invisible and invisible. Fist, kick and sword, the invisible overcomes the visible. This is a realm that surpasses even entering God or the realm of life and death. Therefore, being hit by Fai Long's real sword is still safe and sound. Van On Kui. The realm has probably reached true God. Van On Ghost knew clearly that if it weren't for the death god demon knife, the move just now would have definitely taken his life. At this time, Van On Ghost decided to use invisible power. Until now, he has not dared to use this kind of power, precisely because he has not yet achieved the body of the space spirit. Reckless use will cause serious loss of strength. Without the body of the space spirit to transform the natural force into one's own, the power cannot be replenished in time, and the consequences are difficult to predict. But at this point, Van On Kui has no way to retreat. Faced with the flying dragon sword attacking again, Van On Ghost immediately crushed it into an iron ball. Next, he threw a blow at Fai Long. Fai Long immediately led Van On Kui to a farther place. Before that, he told Fai Long that when he took Van On Kui away, he asked him to protect Tu Tien. But Ten Kai Tien is not an ordinary person. Fai Lu borrowed Dao Di Tu Kim Dao, decided to bet on living comfortably for 10 days. And at this time, Fai Long was also sent flying into the martial arts arena of Vo Lam Min. Countless people in the martial arts world are witnessing this duel. Van On Kui wants to defeat Fai Long in front of everyone's eyes and become the new #1 in the world. Immediately after that, he performed Cat Duong's Azura Sun Palm. seeing that Fai Long could still stand up. He continued to use Cat M's Bin True attack. At the same time, Van On Kui can simultaneously utilize the power of Cat Duong and Cat Am. Demon Hand Blood Demon Yin Yang Achila. Tam Lang couldn't help but exclaim. It turned out that Van On Ghost collected the energy of the 5 elements to perform a certain type of martial arts of Great Grandmaster that Tram back. The final move was Achila Dai Diet Jai. Van On Kui said frankly, the martial arts he used at this time were the source of all existing martial arts. If it is said that the main propagandist of the palace is the 10 Great Martial Emperor, then the origin of the Demon Palace is the martial arts of Great Grandmaster that Tram back. Even though his strength at this time is not as good as his, it is more than enough to deal with you. Before the words were finished, Hoan performed the Achila language poison. The poison bow quickly spread. The martial arts people present at the scene immediately turned into a white skeleton. Just when Van On Kui was feeling proud, Fai Long calmly walked out of the toxic cloud. He grabbed Van On Kui's face. No matter what, your life cannot be saved. He gave everything just to win the title of leader in the world, and used that title to rebuild a new martial arts order. But facing Fai Long, who everyone knows is the best in the world, despite using the martial arts of Cat Duong, Cat Am and Cat Doc, still can't hurt him. At this moment, he decided to use all his strength to perform martial arts skills. I only saw Van On Ghost performing Azura Yin Yang Blood Demon Hand. Use your bare hands to reforge the curved flying dragon sword into a double-edged sword. Immediately after that, he performed the ultimate move Azura Great Destruction. And Fai Long is struggling to support Ten Na Tien. Although he received a true inheritance from the Sword Emperor, and wielded the purple golden Dao. But facing the deadly attacks of the 10 Sons, Fai Long knew he had to quickly find a loophole to counterattack. At that moment, Van On Ghost's ultimate move spread here, taking advantage of Ten Kai Tien's distraction to look towards Van On Kui. One move of Quang Long breaking Tien Dao, the 9th generation. But in the end, Ten Kai Tien's timely reaction was still able to stop him, just missing. Just as Thap Kai Tien was about to finish off Fai Lu, Dezoa suddenly appeared to block this attack. The sword is Dezoa, Thap Kai Tien sneered. You have been drained of most of your power by the master, so why do you want to show off anymore? Before he finished speaking, he received a punch from Yiksha. Ma Fu Kim's situation is strange. Prepared to bring Tu Tien close to Van On Kui, but Ban Hung kicked him away with a kick. At this time, Fai Long and Van On Kui are still inconclusive. Van On Ghost said frankly, the one who made martial arts blood flow like a river was you. Possesses supreme power but does not shoulder any responsibility. You should be tried soon. What he knows about martial arts, the so-called Sword Emperor and Dao Emperor are nothing more than rotten wood with rotten roots. The number 1 person in the world, Fai Long, is just a passing breeze. Therefore, only he can lead the change in martial arts. Only then will everything become fair. Now please obediently die. In a moment, Fai Long was knocked unconscious. Van On Gui thought he had won and continued mockingly. You no longer deserve to be the first person in the world, nor are you a great man who changed martial arts. You are just a sacrifice to me, Van On Gui. Just create a new martial arts world. What he did not expect was that Fai Long still stood up trembling. Gritting his teeth, Fai Long said loudly, You are not worthy at all. Your existence is a disaster. At this time, Fai Long decided to use the final move, Vo Chi Tu Ti. I only saw Fai Long gently stomping his feet. Infinity set. Van On Kui could not believe that. Such a seemingly gentle step creates such terrifying power. Fai Long raised his right hand and shouted loudly. Please everyone around get away. This is a power that even I cannot control. I saw countless swords suddenly appear in the sky like rain. Immediately afterwards, each sword converged into a giant sword. All the wanderers were stunned. Tam Lang knew that this was Fai Long's infinity sword. If this sword falls, don't talk about martial arts. I'm afraid this whole island will turn into ashes. And right now, Dezoa is still fighting fiercely with a dozen people, Yiksha said frankly. You guys, 10 great martial artists, really disappoint me. I haven't even broken a single drop of sweat. Suddenly, behind him, Fai Long appeared without knowing when, holding the purple Kim Dao. Immediately after that, he unleashed the final move of Quang Long breaking Tien Dao. Infinite Not Dao. 10 days later, it finally failed. Because of that, Fai Lu's bones and tendons were broken all over his body. Ma Fu was beaten to death by Dezoa's punch. On the other side, Van On Ghost is still struggling to fend off Fai Long's infinity sword. He firmly believes that he now possesses the power of the 5 elements. His body is perfect and flawless, and absolutely cannot fail. Van On Ghost expended all his effort to break the infinity sword. How could he know that in just a moment of rest, Fai Long had already exhausted all his energy to perform the Infinity Sword? He continued to unleash his internal power, and unleashed an Infinity Fist move. This punch was extremely powerful, like a mountain collapsing and the sea roaring. In the blink of an eye, he swallowed Van On Ghost. Van On Ghost cannot continue to fight anymore. At this moment, Van On Ghost seemed to have gone through a 300-year dream. Everything ended in nothingness. Fai Long still held Van On Ghost tightly, attacking frantically. Bok So-na stepped forward and grabbed Fai Long's fist. This person is dead. Fai Long only then discovered that he was no longer alive. Looking at Qiu Tian, who was bewilderedly helping next to her, Fai Long dragged his exhausted body closer, then hugged Qiu Tian tightly in his arms. He knew clearly that once Van On Ghost controlled the goo worm and died, the goo worm in Qiu Tian's body would quickly explode. By then, Qiu Tian will most likely be broken into pieces. Fai Long hugged Qiu Tian tightly, using his internal strength. Even if he dies, he cannot let the ancient worms gnaw on Qiu Tian's body. The goo worm then exploded in the little angel's body. Qiu Tian immediately regained consciousness. Looking at Fai Long in front of him, he was crying like rain. Qiu Tian forced a smile through her tears. She knew she didn't have much time left. She could also clearly feel the emotions quickly disappearing in her body. After saying a brief goodbye to her sister, she collapsed in Bok So-na's arms. Fai Long picked up Qiu Tian, decided to do one last thing for her. That is to bury Qiu Tian next to his mother's grave. After doing all that, Fai Long decided to once again begin his endless journey. Everything is over. One day, Tian Tuat-hung and Bok So-na were drinking tea and chatting, when suddenly Tian Tuat-hung voiced her doubts. Van On Ghost has been hiding for more than 300 years. Why does he suddenly have the desire to unify the martial arts? She suspected that there was someone behind the manipulation of Van On Kui, and this person is most likely her father, Tian Ko Tuesday. There are 2 points worth pondering. Firstly, her father without hesitation took out the Demon Emperor's soul-refining needle. This was the heavenly family's treasure. Why did he easily agree to give it to Fai Long, someone he had never met? Second, her father once said that the martial arts needed a landslide reform, in the process of which bloodshed and heavy losses were probably unavoidable. Tian Tuat-hung also knows clearly that if her father really participated in this plot, then this matter is absolutely not over, because his father has never failed. Everyone in the world knows one truth. If Tian Ko-tu is determined, he can definitely rule the world. Sure enough, at this time Tian Ko-tu was in the bamboo forest meeting a mysterious person. Tian Ko-tu said that it was beyond his expectations that Fai Long could win, but the plan would not have any major problems. A mysterious voice rang out. That person is about to wake up. Before that person wakes up, nothing must go wrong. Before he finished speaking, he disappeared into thin air. This time, somewhere else. Not Vo Nan suddenly appeared at the Demon Seed's tomb. Looking at the remains before his eyes, Nia Vo Nan spoke. Finally met you, the great Grand Master of the demon race, that Tram nation. At this time, at Vo Lam Min, Lai Quan Nak came to report that the rebel descendants of the demon race had been destroyed, but received a strange piece of intelligence. Half a month ago, the Demon Seed tomb had a violent earthquake. After investigation, it was discovered that Tram Kwok's body had disappeared without a trace. After hearing this, the leader immediately became worried and uneasy. Even though it is just a skeleton, it is nonetheless that of the great master that Tram Kwok. I'm afraid the martial arts world is about to have another bloody storm. At this time, Fai Long returned to his hometown of Hoalak Valley. Reminisce about your days as an errand boy, those carefree days. Fai Long went to the abandoned house where Tuat Nu retreated. Suddenly it snowed heavily. Looking up, I saw Tuat Nu standing on the porch at some point. Tuat Nu suddenly spoke up. I know you don't have me in your heart. I also decided to give up my attachment to you. You and I have always been on different paths. From now on, he will continue walking on his old path. Tuat Nu also felt lucky because her last meeting with Fai Long was still considered beautiful. At least in her future memories, she will not be as old and withered as she is now. Fai Long continued his journey. That winter, Fai Lu continued to practice his death demon knife, not even bothering to slit his palm to activate its demonic nature. And as Zoa still continues to climb to its own peak. The disappearance of the goo worm made him immediately understand the hidden power of the sealed demon spirit limb. She secretly made up her mind that in this lifetime she must surpass Fai Long and reach the pinnacle of martial arts. Therefore, every time there is a breakthrough, he will look for Fai Long the Endless Wanderer to decide a match. Even though the end result was Yiksha's failure. But that constantly motivates Fai Long, And at the same time, Fai Long also has more reasons to continue to get stronger. Here, Season 2 of the story ends. See you again in the videos. If you like it, please leave one like and one comment to help me. Thank you very much.